Super Week was absolutely amazing. I cannot wait to get week 2 underway.
We have the same goal.
Make it to Worlds. Make it to Worlds. Make it to Worlds.
Now we have a better team.
Super strong.
Now we have a better team.
Stronger.
Jerry actually went aggressive. Jerry aggressive.
Push and move.
Tabs was brilliant.
In yellow stadion, killable.
We just shout.
Come on!
I don't think so.
Make it to Worlds. Make it to Worlds. Make it.
I have no idea.
Make it to Worlds. Make it to Worlds. Make it to Worlds.
Come on!
Make it to Worlds.
Come on!
Push and move.
Make it to Worlds. Make it to Worlds. Make it to
We
Worlds.
just shout.
Make it to Worlds. Make it.
Same goal.
Make it to Worlds. Make it to Worlds. Make it to Worlds.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to week 2 of the European League of Legends Championship Series, coming to you live from our studio here in Cologne, Germany. I am Lee D-Man-Smith, and I am pleased to be joined by my stalwart companion, Trevor Quickshot Henry.
Thank you very much, D-Man. Make it to Worlds indeed. And I'm looking forward to seeing what adjustment the teams have made coming into our second week, now that they've had a chance to see each other in action, and they have 7 full days to prepare for these games.
And of course, last week was our opening Super Week, and there was some innovative picks that all worked out perfectly. Of course, in the top lane, well, it was the man with the swag, Darian, playing Warwick in that top lane. And of course, Trundle, played by Soaz. The support players, bunch of different champions coming out there. Kennen, Galio, Morgana, everything working wonderfully.
Yeah, 45 unique champions picked or banned during the course of Super Week. That is also including the North American picks. Over here in Europe, the picks that have 100% win ratio in all the games they played include that Trundle, the Warwick, Pantheon, Shen, Galio, Kennen, Morgana. The list carries on because in America, we also had Teemo being played by Cloud9. We had Akali as well as Karthus locked in for Curse. They were successful, and the rant is hoping they continue. I want to see more of these oddball champions in the competitive scene.
And of course, the most innovative team of the lot was Ro8, because they pulled out a bunch of different champions. The very first LCS game, they pulled out Malphite and Pantheon, and of course, Morgana's support in the last game of the day.
Yeah, one of the things it demonstrates is Ro8 has an incredibly deep champion pool. With the champions they picked, they demonstrate an ability to lane well, to do good team fights. They finished off games as well. They went 3-1 in the week. And the fact that we have this new team coming in that demonstrates an ability to close matches, it's something that teams struggled to do during 2013. And I'm excited to see them perform here again in week 2.
And of course, the bot lanes where a lot of changes were happening as well. But also the trends tend to specific champions, because there was a different level of success between the two in the AD carries, but the supports, the Thresh bans, Annie bans, 11 bans for Annie.
Yeah, Annie is definitely was one of the strongest 3.15. She's taking a bit of a hit now in 4.1, which we'll get to later. But in terms of your AD carries, Jinx I definitely want to talk about. Was picked 9 times last week here in EU. 7 of those were wins. Following Jinx was Lucian. He was actually picked 10 times, and I think Mr. Rawls was the only one that really dominated with him. He went 4 and 6 in the week. And when those two weren't available, or whoever got Jinx or Lucian, the next pick was really sort of Caitlyn. We've seen her showing up a whole lot. 2 wins, 4 losses. Not particularly impressive, especially if compared to last year. And very quickly, Thresh, the most played support. He had 10 games, plus you mentioned he was banned, I think, 5 or 6 times as well. 60% win ratio is good, but I think so many players are high skilled with him. And finally, Annie, 5 games on the lot, 3 wins, 2 losses. Actually, same win ratio as Thresh. The only one that we're missing is Sivir. Sivir's the only champion that we're not talking about. She's being played in NA, she's being played OGN, she's been playing GPL. And I think EU will pick her up at some point to surprise everybody else.
Now, before we get into today's games, let's take a quick look at the standings and where it all finished last Super Week. Of course, leading the pack, well, it is Fnatic. They are at the top of the table, going 4-0. Perfect Super Week for them so far, and only team in the LCS, both North America and Europe, to do that, of course. The 2 teams currently holding second place, well, Ro8 surprised everyone, as well as Gambit on there with 3 wins and 1 loss. And of course, another tie at 4th place, which is SK Gaming and Copenhagen Wolves, both picked up 2 wins and 2 losses.
Yeah, moving towards the bottom half of the table, there's yet another tie. This time in 6th place, where Millennium and the Super Hot crew are sitting at 1 win, 3 losses apiece. And finally, sitting alone in last place is Alliance, who shocked the world, went 0-4. They surprised me with as well.
Yeah, it was not a good week for Alliance. We'll see how that continues. But of course, those numbers are sure to change. And we do have 4 big matches coming up today. Up first, it is going to be Millennium taking on Alliance, who are still chasing that first elusive win. And then, of course, second match is going to be a rematch, the first of the season, which will be Ro8 facing the Super Hop crew.
And, of course, Game 3 will be the Copenhagen Wolves taking on Millennium. Millennium will be their second game of the day. And game number 4 features Gambit taking on SK Gaming.
And, of course, immediately following these matches, it is time for another round of the European Challenger Series. So stay tuned after our matches to see the Ninjas in Pajamas facing SK Gaming Prime, no longer Kappa.
Yeah, no more Kappa faces for you guys. SK did pick up that Challenger team. These games will be brought to you and covered by Kobe and Freak once we wrap up all of the LCS matches, guys.
Now, let's take a quick look at players to watch this week. In the top lane, well, he really farmed his way to victory, channeled his hin in a hotshot GG. It was, of course, Freddy122, who really, for SK Gaming, got 1,335 farms. So close to being elite, didn't quite get there. But, of course, his Shyvana has taken a hit in 4.1, so keep your eyes on Freddy to see if he's as impactful this week.
Yeah, we'll see what he's going to end up playing. I think in the jungle, I want to highlight Jankos. He was terrifying last week, and he really impressed me with his ganks, his timing, and his presence. He ended up going 12, 2, and 17 in their 3 victories. Their loss, not so good, but we'll see what kind of threat he can bring in week 2.
And, of course, the mid laner, well, who else? Alex Ich in that mid lane pulled out the quadra kill. So close to getting that penta was, of course, the hashtag LCS big play with his 5.6 KDA. He leads that mid lane. Will he continue to perform that way? We'll find out later on today.
Well, somebody we kept asking if they'll keep performing was Reckless in the AD carry role. He was the #1 MVP here in Europe. He's got the highest KDA in NA and EU at 19.33. And usually we'll see those numbers even out and become a little bit more realistic. I'm not so sure with this guy in particular because Reckless is terrifying at the moment.
Absolutely lived up to the hype. And, of course, alongside him was Yellowstar, who put up his own insane numbers with a 13 KDA in week 1, playing a whole variety of supports.
Yeah, his Annie, his Leon, his Thresh were all very scary. The duo from Fnatic was probably the scariest of the week, but you cannot deny the strength of other duos that we've seen. Mr. Rolls and Mixer, I think, for me, stand out as very important players. And I also think that Sullivan Vander put on a great performance themselves, shutting down players like Tabs and Nif, which is something I would not have expected happen, and we'll see who can control those dual lanes in the new 4.1.
So before we begin, of course, you guys are watching this on lolesports.com. Where else would you watch this? And you can also check out the full schedule, all the latest stats, team info, VODs, and more on that website. Lots of things to check out. Of course, you can also find details of how to join us live here in Cologne. And, of course, get your tickets. Just go on towards the top of the page, click on that tickets button, buy yourself here.
Yeah, come check it out live in person. While you're on the website, though, make sure you weigh in on today's games. Just click on schedule, as we've already said. Give a thumbs up to the teams that you think will walk away with a victory in each of those matchups. We will be checking before each and every game to see how you voted, so pick wisely.
Yeah, make sure you get it right, of course, because there's a lot on the line. And, of course, we would also like to hear from you guys on Twitter. You can follow us all on there, but at LOL Esports is where you want to be, and tell us the LCS question, which is, which champion was the most exciting to see during week 1 of the European LCS, and why?
I have to pick Galio. I loved seeing Galio as a support. It was even more exciting than Kennen. And I think Enraided's timings for his ultimates and his engages were perfect. I'd like to see more of that if he's brave enough. For you guys at home, though, remember to use that hashtag LCS when we might just be reading your tweets later on in the broadcast, if we like them, of course.
Of course. It's only the best ones we'll read out. So for now, let's send it over to Shox and Deficio, who's standing by with Mr. Rales from the Super Hot crew.
Thank you very much, D-Man. I'm EUCS supporter, very happy to be here on week 2 of the LCS, joined by 2 pieces of Danish dynamite, Martin Deficio and Mr. Raleigh, of course, the AD carry for the Super Hot crew. Tiring week last week, a super week to kick everything off, and you guys went 1-3 with the Super Hot crew. What do you take away from the Super Week?
Well, we got a lot of experience, and we expected to go 0-4 before going into Super Week. So I feel like we played pretty well, but we can definitely do it way better. Our decision making are not that good, but as the season goes, we'll learn that.
Okay, well, Defisio, what for you was the most remarkable thing about the Super Week?
I mean, we have to touch on Dr. Darian, for instance, who's impressed me a lot. He's been playing absolutely amazing since Worlds. We have the Fnatic going 4-0, showing everyone that they are like the best team in Europe right now. And then we have to touch on the bot lane from Super Hot Crew, actually, who's been playing absolutely fantastic. I'm very impressed by Mr. Lilas, and I'm very happy for him.
A lot of praise here from Defisio. How do you specifically think that your bottom lane went last week?
Well, in terms of level 2, we did really well, and we got like first blood in 3 of the games. But we have to work a lot of things with decision making and not greeting too much. But yeah, we will learn that.
So last week, maybe a test run for a lot of teams, and they're all going to be playing here on patch 4.1. This week, a lot of changes in there. We had the jungle item changes, the tower changes, a bunch of champions. What for you, Defisio, is the most important thing about that patch?
I mean, we have to look at the tower changes as one of the most important ones. It's going to change pretty much the flow, the tactics of the game, and it's going to make, you know, the bot lanes who love the 2v2, like Super Hot Crews, be even stronger. But generally, the fact that the towers now, I mean, the mid turret and the top turret is harder to kill, and the bot turret is easier to kill, means if you lane swap, you need to be ready to actually lose the bot turret a lot faster than you can take down the top turret.
Yeah, I kind of feel like the tower changes are going to work in your favor.
Yes, definitely. We really like the 2v2, and we kind of hate the enemy when they go 1v2. So yeah, it will help us a lot.
Okay, and then maybe Defisio, when it comes to champion thing and champion changes, is there a champion you think we will be seeing a lot more here?
I mean, see more, I think something like Trundle and Warwick is going to be played by more teams now than just Fnatic and Gambit, because Shyvana nerf hit her laning phase quite hard. It made champions like Warwick actually be able to deal with her now in the early game. And the Rengar nerfs, even though he's unbanned now, I don't actually think we're going to see him too much.
Maybe we see even more Warwick, yay! And then finally, the first match we have coming up here, the first teams that are going to be playing on 4.1 are Millennium and Alliance, who didn't have the best start last week. So what are your predictions for that match? Maybe Mr. Ale first.
I think Alliance will win, because their decision making has definitely been improved. And their early game, especially in the 2v2 bot lane, is definitely better as well.
Defisio?
I mean, I'm going to go with Alliance as well. But for me, this is two teams who've been fine in the early game, but once they get out of the laning phase, they really don't know what to do. I think, though, Alliance has the better team fights compared to Millennium. So once they get into these situations where they can fight for Dragon or Nashor, I think Alliance is going to win it and then take the game.
Okay, very interesting. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And now we need to take a quick break. But when we come back, it's time for Kerp and Millennium to go head-to-head against Froggen's Alliance, who are still looking for a win. We'll be back in a flash, Tibbers.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is time to kick off our first game of the day. It is, of course, Millennium facing off against Alliance, and neither of these teams had a great first week, that's for sure. Millennium, well, they went 1-3, and that is a stark comparison to summer 2013, where they went 5-0 at DreamHack.
Yeah, the confusing thing is Millennium have lost games at different stages. You know, they struggled early against Ro8. They lost the game after one Baron to Gambit just instantly, and they drew out the match about 52, 53 minutes against Fnatic. It's difficult to narrow down what the cause of the problem is.
But I'm going to ask you, what is the cause of the problem? What has changed in this team in the offseason?
So the obvious one is the positions. Kerp has moved from top lane to mid, and of course they've brought in Kevin. But I think, you know, the thing you've got to highlight is that they need to settle down their nerves, and they need to control their decision-making under pressure. Because in all 3 games that they did lose, once the pressure was turned up by their opponents, that was where Millennium failed and ended up losing. Ro8 in particular, he actually was quite public about his performance last week. He went 5, 10, and 25. He said he's still during, in his exams, and he's not performing very well on the Rift, but he's up to a good performance on stage.
That's for sure. He's copying his Spanish comrade for Peke there, I believe. But of course, they're up against Alliance, and Alliance themselves went 0-4. This is the team that we all hyped. Everybody thought was going to do fantastic. All the players were saying, these guys are going to top the league. But they just look lost. They look shoddy. They're questionable player decisions. They just didn't know what to do.
So the one thing they did do well is they took the first tower in every single game. In all 4 games they played, they got the first tower, and then the problem struck. They had no idea how to transition to the mid game. They completely lacked dragon control, and they only secured 3 dragons out of 13 across the 3 games they lost. And the one game where they did get more dragons was against Fnatic. They got 3, Fnatic got 1. Fnatic got a tower for every single dragon secured, and Fnatic were happy with that trade. They controlled the map, and they pushed Alliance around.
So what exactly is the problem here? Is it the shot caller? The team fights of old EG were always fantastic, but if you look at them last week, they look lost.
I think the mid-game rotations to defend towers and objectives stems from their inability to have a single voice. You know, the players have come out and they said that they're winning games in solo queue, they're winning games in scrims, but it's because they've never needed to move as a 5-man. And the one thing I do want to highlight, though, is that their decision-making did get better with each loss, but not to the point that I feel I'm confident in saying they're the favorite in this game.
Well, coming into week 2, Alliance is determined to break that surprising slump that they had. And of course, their captain, Froggen, is well aware of what it takes to claw out their way of last place.
What happens when you basically go like 0-4 is you get really, really negative. Like you're looking at, okay, so many things went wrong, blah, blah, blah. You're basically looking at all the wrong things when it's actually something simple that we have to work on. So like focus at one thing at a time.
What we need to do as a team is don't ever give up, because it doesn't even matter. It's 4 games, there's 24 to go, we can still end in the top.
Yeah, of course we need practice, and like I can stand here and say now, like okay, we would have needed 1 week more, we would have needed 2 weeks more. I'm the team captain, I have to make sure like everybody is getting up and stuff, but I didn't really care too much about that because our scrims were actually going really well.
When you play in a scrims, when you play at home, you play like super confident, you play without pressure and stuff, but then when you come here to an event and stuff with a lot of people in front, you actually like play more scary, like not trying to do mistakes, not trying to do plays and stuff, and that's the main problem they're having.
It's gonna be really, really hard work we have to put into this because all the other teams have been doing this for like since they have made their teams, and that's what we have to start doing, and we're already 1 week into LCS, so we have to work really, really hard.
We'll see whether they do work really hard, because they have been working hard behind the scenes. I even had a chance to speak to them before they hit the stage, and they are feeling very confident. So let's check out those starting lineups. On the blue side, it is going to be Millennium. And of course, the top lane man for them now is Kevin, the jungler, Ro8. He's been very vocal on Twitter, like you said, Trevor. Also, Kerp in that mid lane, Ro8 as the AD carry, and supporting him is, of course, J-Ree.
And of course, over on the red side, it will be Alliance. Wicked up top, with Shook in the jungle, Froggen in the mid lane. The man to watch, I feel, for this game, as well as Tabs and Nif as your AD carry, and Samorton. They got a little bullied last week. They did have a very tough time during Super Week.
So what are we expecting? Coming into this game, picks and bans. Obviously, we're onto a new patch, 4.1. We've already heard Mr. Allison Deficio discussing the changes, the intricacies. A lot of changes in that top lane. Are we going to see a shift from the standard Shyvana, Mundo, Rengar rotation?
I don't think we are. I don't think we are. The big thing to take away from 4.1 is the fact that Shyvana has been hit. Her burnout damages are down. The flame breath damage is down, especially in the early levels. And I feel like the fact that Dr. Mundo wasn't necessarily too negatively hit, we may see a little more Dr. Mundo and a little less Shyvana. And of course, as you've already mentioned, Rengar is available. Yasuo is banned out. He's not available for this week, guys.
So here we go. Picks and bans underway. Lee Sin and Elise being taken away straight away by Millennium, by the way. So taking that away from Shook. Aranea, of course, is a Lee Sin player, so not going to be available for him. Mundo also being banned out. They didn't want Kevin to take that. Of course, Wicked played Malphite AD against Mundo. Had a bit of a problem in that game.
I don't think it's ban-worthy. I don't think a Malphite against Wicked is ban-worthy.
Oh no, absolutely
I
not.
don't think that's something we should be concerned.
I completely agree with you on that one. Trust me.
The one thing I am noticing, I think Millennium may want to get their hands on the likes of an Annie or a Thresh for that J-Re. Alternatively, they want to maybe channel Aranea onto Vi. It's a champion he's played excessively, and I think his Vi might be stronger than that of Shook's. Suits his playstyle and arguably one of the most experienced players with that champion in the jungle.
Well, Gragas and Kassadin taken away. So Kassadin continues to be, I believe, the most banned champion so far in the European LCS, because, of course, the one time he did slip through, well, it absolutely dominated last Super Week.
EU.
In EU.
Less so in North America.
Yeah, North America, haven't quite got grasp of that one yet. Apart from High, of course. He definitely seems to have. And Bjergsen. Let's go there, but he's European. Vi is the final ban out, so that is going to be taken away from Aranea. So this actually opens up the jungle path, really, for a whole new array of champions, because that's 3 junglers, technically 4, because Gragas has also been played jungle by Aranea.
I'd like to see how they actually go with these jungle, which champion they want to play, because we may see a little bit of resurgence in Amumu, and the reason for that, all of the jungle items and the Spirit Stone now give HP and mana back for, damage dealt. It's a small tweak that just opens up the jungle pool to a little bit of a wider array of champions, and I'd like to see how it goes. I think, Amumu's been one that was very popular during the last few months in EU, and it wouldn't surprise me to see it picked up here. More likely on the side of Alliance, I think, than Millennium, basically because I don't think it's Aranea's kind of bread and butter champ.
So Annie was locked in there. We talked about it. It was banned 11 times last week. Has a great win ratio, so that's been picked up there straight away. Lucian and Leona being taken away for tabs and Nif on support. So interesting change this time around. We did see tabs on Caitlyn a number of times last year. Didn't work out so well for him last week.
I'm very excited to see, first of all, the transition to the newer AD carries, like you've already mentioned. Tabs moving away from Caitlyn because she is outclassed by Lucian and Jinx. You can see we've already highlighted Annie and Leona are locked in, Jinx, Lucian are locked in, exactly like we've been talking about all day long. And the Pantheon is a great pick because it forces Alliance to say, is that in the jungle or is that in the mid lane?
Yeah.
Last week we've seen Rocket running it in the mid lane and it worked out fantastically for Overpower. We've seen it run in the jungle a couple of times, actually in North America, more so than here. Hercubot actually ran it for SK Gaming last year in the summer split, and it suits Arena's playstyle. So now Alliance have to make an educated decision about which direction they want to go.
Well, has Froggen changed his pace? That's what we're wondering. Or this could, of course, be Shook, because Shook's played this. It was last Super Week, actually, he played it in the jungle. So see whether Kha'Zix does get locked in. I'm almost certain that's going to be Shook in jungle, but Froggen could have changed his ways.
He could have. But I think the trend of EU red teams leaving their mid pick to last pick, I think is going to be stronger. And I also think the fact that Renekton as a bruiser is very strong at the top right now because, Shyvana's been hit a little bit and he can sort of deal with Mundo in the early game, get a little bit of an advantage and try to stay even. Wicked being on Renekton is already a strong sign because he is stronger on that champion. He can have an impact in the game. So I like what I'm seeing from Alliance, but it is going to require coordination in team fights. And I highlight this because they struggled with this last week. They're going to make sure that Renekton and Kha'Zix jump on the right target, that Leona ults. And if they're not there to defend together, there's not a lot of synergy with that Leona ultimate and stuns not there.
Well, you saw it there. LeBlanc has been picked. Actually was played well by Kurt last week. Probably the only person, I think, in the European LCS that actually did well on LeBlanc last week. And now we do see Shen once again. So has played Shen last week. Worked out very well for him. So it's going to be a Shen versus Renekton potential 2v1 switch here.
Potential 2v1, potentially not because of the tower changes.
Of course.
Because now, of course, your middle and top lane turrets have that 20 damage reduction from champion basic attack. So if we are going to see a 2v1 swap, there's the potential of it being at the detriment of, the lanes being pushed down. The bonus armor that was applied prior is no longer there. So technically the towers only last a minute or two longer. It's not going to be a massive change, and we'll see whether or not the teams are going to transition. But what I do like from the LeBlanc pick is it forces Froggen to lock in a champion that's safe. Because if he goes with a squishy AP mid laner, he's going to be
Burst
at
down,
risk of
yeah.
being burst down by LeBlanc. So normally you don't want to lock in that LeBlanc early because you can get countered. But when you're forcing somebody to avoid squishies, it's actually a very aggressive, in-your-face pick, and I like it.
So Orianna was the final choice, of course, so that does mean these two team comps actually are fairly similar. We are seeing Millennium pulling out some interesting strats, though. The fact that we are seeing Pantheon in the jungle excites me. Alongside Shen, with Kurt possibly making a move, this is a potential 5-man dive.
This is a definite 5-man dive. There's no doubt in my mind. This is actually a variation of the Curse composition that we seen last week. Curse ran a Karthus top lane, Wukong jungle, if I recall, as well as the LeBlanc mid, and they comboed their ultimates together, chained them one after the other. The global presence of the different champions picked off a target and immediately, chased them down. What I like about Millennium is they can use it aggressively and defensively. Because if they want to dive, you use the Shen ultimate to aid your dive. If you want to back away or if you need to save somebody, use the Shen ultimate to save. So I like the versatility, but it does require a lot of coordination on their part. They cannot afford to make mistakes with those global ultimates.
So we'll check out who is going to take this game, and we want to know who you guys at home have predicted. According to lolesports.com, 52% of you went for Millennium instead of Alliance, so 48% for Alliance. That's interesting, and that's the crowd swaying straight away after that 0-4.
This is a difficult one to predict. Both of these teams are sitting at the bottom of the table, 1-3, 0-4. I actually think that's a fair representation. I feel that Millennium did more right last week, and Alliance did more wrong. So I do feel that sort of 55-45 split works out for them, and it's going to come down to execution in this game. I think both teams require a high level of coordination for their comps to work, and we'll see who pulls it off better.
And this is, of course, a huge, huge game for both of these teams. Millennium themselves actually not here next week because they will go off to Intel Extreme Masters Sao Paulo, so they have to try and pick up wins, or they could find themselves, by the time they return back from Brazil, at the bottom of the pile. Of course, Alliance, well, they need their first win and the first victory they are desperately seeking. Of course, coming into this game, we saw Millennium. They are starting as the blue team. Of course, all of these teams have a rotation fixed, preset, effectively a home and away, I guess you could call it, with the blue and red sides, and of course Alliance are on the red side. So, will we see any invades? It's looking like we may well.
Yeah, Millennium definitely looks like they've want to invade, and they've got the much stronger composition for this to work. Multiple stuns and roots and CC that could be chained together. I don't think that Wicked's seen this. This is such a cheeky root. If Wicked gets caught out, he's backed away wisely enough. But that was smart play from Millennium. They avoided the vision circle and actually came in from a slightly different angle.
Yeah, they definitely could have gone for it, and obviously if they'd have had vision, maybe to get just waited that little bit longer so they could lead with a ward, maybe. I don't know. We could have seen a Flash Tibbers. No, not a Flash Tibbers, a Flash Stun straight away coming out. Flash Tibbers would kind of be broken from J-Re, but that's not going to happen.
Well, I would like to actually touch on the fact that J-Re's Annie has actually had a little bit of tweaks in patch 4.1. The stun has been reduced at lower levels. It's currently only 1.25 seconds and will scale up to 1.75 at rank 11, level 11 rather. But interestingly, Tibbers has a shorter cooldown as it levels up. So I actually think Annie's presence in the mid to late game is going to be even stronger thanks to having that Tibbers rotation on an 80-second cooldown at max rank.
Well, we'll see, of course. There's not a lot of maneuverability in that bottom lane. The fact that obviously we can see Jinx has no escape, which is the movement that a lot of the AD carries do like, which is obviously why we're seeing Lucian being so big. A lot of those high mobility champions. The fact that Leona is there could lock that lane up completely.
Yeah, Leona is actually a very good pick into Annie because of the fact that she can just all-in Annie or Jinx at a very low level, and all the bonus damage from her passive in conjunction with the low-level burst from Lucian can work very, very well. But the key to that to work is you have to get aggressive, and Tabs and Nif did not do that at all last week. Tabs and Nif got bullied around, got zoned out, and as it stands right now, J-Re's leaving that stun ratio on Annie just to push Tabs and Nif back, and this is already a good sign for Millennium.
Well, there wasn't a lot of assistance there for RNA in the jungle, which is why we're seeing him down on the health and mana. Of course, he started off on the red buff. Shook started off on the blue, already moving around to the red. We see RNA already out the blue. So both of these junglers securing those big buffs early on. The Elder Lizard and the Elder Golem trying to lock that one in. Let's have a look at the top lane, because these two This is what we've been looking at so much last week. It was a battle of the big bruisers, and again, we're seeing similar here. This time, though, Shen up against Renekton. Not really a combo we saw last week.
Well, Shen is already going to be, in a disadvantage at the early levels. Renekton is a very big lane bully, and there's already talk on the forums from the designers of how they can rebalance some of that power. So what Wicked needs to do is he has to take advantage of the strength. You can see in the first game of 4.1, you have straight-up matchups, 1, 1, and 2, because of these tower changes is the most logical reason. So we'll have to see if Wicked can take advantage of it and either bully Kevin around or try get some assistance from Shook and get a little bit of damage early, because these towers will last a little longer now.
And now, of course, this mid lane, we do see the crystalline fast start by Kerp as well with that Biscuit as well. And Froggen, obviously going with the Doran's Ring. He's going to be pushing early on. Froggen wants to try and put the pressure onto Kerp here, try and bully him onto that tower, but it's actually quite hard to slow down LeBlanc. If it's a good player, hard to slow down that CS.
Yeah, because of the mobility that LeBlanc does have, she can try to avoid a lot of the poke from Froggen, but generally, you don't want to engage in low-level trades with Orianna. Her Clockwork Wind-Up passive, the additional magic damage in each auto attack, really stacks up quickly, and LeBlanc's auto attack is not the best. It's difficult to work around with. So Kerp, only 3 down is actually very impressive for him so far. Froggen can't risk going past the river because of the stun and the execute potential of Pantheon.
Well, Aranea has been waiting a long time to try and get this gank in this mid lane. Not going to work out for him, though, so he's already stepped away. Let's have a look at this bottom lane, because there's a bit of a gulf starting to develop here. You can see Creaton having that CS advantage, 29 to 15 already. That's a big difference over Tabs building up once again.
Dare I say it, this is the 5th time we've seen this. Tabs and Nif have not had the presence in lane, and the only way they will get control of this lane is if they all in Jerry or Creaton and win the trade. Jerry from level 1, he'd primed his stun up with Annie, and he was forcing Tabs and Nif to wait, forcing him to stay out of range of that Annie stun. And until they either get some help or they go, all in, this is just going to continue, and you'll see Creaton pulling ahead in CS.
Yeah, and you can see Tabs there having to do the auto attack, something you almost always learn before you even hit level 30. He's like, don't keep auto attacking, just go for the last hits. He's trying to keep them off that tower, of course, because we're in 4.1. Those bottom towers, they have no bonuses anymore.
Yeah, without having the bonus armor that we've seen in 3.15, we were speaking to Deficio a little bit, and he was actually saying that he reckons if you back at the wrong time or you give up too much damage early on these towers in the bottom lanes, they could actually fall quicker. They could be the focus of the first tower for teams. And we'll see if it works out. As it stands, Creaton is quite happy to be farming and quite happy to just push Tabs and Nif behind, although it is only 8 CS right now.
It is only 8 CS, of course. There's just ebb and flow going back and forth. Aranea has been searching for one of these ganks early on. He's been trying to hunt around that mid lane, didn't get it. Now you can see him down that bottom, still not looking like he's going to get it. He's getting a lot closer this time around, though.
Yeah, his timing is great because Tabs and Nif are gesturing as though they want to go all in. Look at how deep Nif is in the lane. You can also see Shook responding. They've gone on Nif.
They're going to try and go on towards Nif, but I don't think they can get it. They do get the stun on towards Tabs, immediately reacted. Nif goes straight in. Look at the damage quickly towards Aranea. The Ignite will take him down. It's Nif with first blood.
Brilliant play. Nif calling, go in on Aranea. Pantheon is so squishy early. The Flame Chompers have also had a little bit of a change. And now Kerp on Froggen, they should be okay. Shockwave, don't think there's enough mana for Froggen.
No, you can see Kerp actually was the one that went for it, and Froggen quickly turning that back on its head. Shook also taking a look towards the mid lane now. He was actually able to go towards the middle, but they put the ward there.
Yeah, Shook definitely wants to come in. He's going to leap in.
He's going to leap. Can he get the damage? No, he can't. He does manage to get the claw and the void spikes onto Kerp, but he's going to knock him away. Straight back down that bottom lane. We see Tabs getting locked up. The stun comes in. Nif interrupting, trying to get into the face of J-Ree. And this is actually a very hot lane now.
Yeah, very well played by Alliance in that initial sort of counter gank, as it were. Shook is placing a good ward now to know when Aranea is going to go for his raid. But, I just want to quickly touch those Flame Chompers. The reaction time is a little bit longer than it was previously, which is why you could actually see Tabs and Nif getting away from the stun chain, which wasn't optimized between Pantheon and Annie. They stacked their durations, and they could have held Tabs in place a little bit longer there.
Well, double warding on that red buff. Shook's going to know that he's there. Of course, Froggen is going to be taking this blue buff if they don't mess it up, which they were close to doing there, but you can see Aranea. Actually, this, we're going to see whether Shook's going to come interfering. No, he's not. He's going to head back to Wolves, so that red buff will stay clean. Aranea will be able to pick that one up. Let's have a look back towards the top, because we can see Wicked starting to develop a bit of a lead here. 63 to 49 CS.
It's what we're expecting. In this lane matchup, you know, this is one that Renekton should be winning. I actually think Kevin is doing fairly well because he's 15 down. He's got probably about 10 sitting in front of him, so he should be able to last hit these quite effectively. And now the fact that he's got Stand United available and RNA is getting close to that Grand Skyfall Pantheon's ultimate, we should actually be seeing the combo, the Wombo combo, as Ro8 would say, coming into effect. It's a great ability that two of the champions can move, and Shook with the first sort of attempted steal.
So he actually knew exactly where RNA was, knew that he was on the red a moment ago, had a complete
quick
vision of him. RNA is coming round, but this is going to be for LeBlanc. He's stolen it. He's gone. Shook it's hit and run.
And very good play by Wicked. He'd actually moved to the tri-bush to prevent Kevin moving from lane. So Renekton would have been able to interrupt Shen and prevented any sort of interference in that steal. That's actually the first coordinated steal, I think I would say, between Shook and Wicked. And it is a very good sign in these early stages. Shook with an extra buff. He's going to get a little bit extra XP, but no real gank attempts from Shook just yet. Little presence in mid, but not the strongest.
Yeah, and it just shows you how far ahead these guys are thinking, how far they're setting it up. Of course, that ward was placed a good 2-3 minutes before that action even began, because the ward's already worn off now down the bottom lane there. So nice play from Shook. Shook's starting to get into this, and of course we hyped him up quite heavily. Oh, look at RNA waiting. He's got his Grand Skyfall now, so we're going to see whether he's going to go for it. He's jumping on Froggen. Can he land the stun? No, Froggen immediately getting away. He does get the stun. Is the burst? No, because the flash gets him straight out.
So well played by Froggen to at least realize that he was under threat. I think Kerp was way too far behind. They needed to make that a little bit more coordinated for it to work, and I think half a good attempt, maybe timing was what cost that one for Millennium.
So CS is still in favor of Creaton down this bottom lane, 81-69. Of course, Tabs will swing that back a little. Oh, they missed the Siege Minion there. That's not so good for Tabs. That's going to fall in behind in gold. Of course, we do see the item-wise. He went for the Phage early on, whereas a BF sword coming out straight up for Creaton.
The biggest difference between this bottom lane, I actually think, is in the supports. Nif having that Sight Stone already completed, plus his Door and Shield, he's further ahead than J-Ree. And in these all-ins, he's going to have the vision to play within the river. You can see how much better the Alliance Ring of Sight is, and he's going to have additional HP to work with. So I really like that. They have caught Froggen, but Shook is coming in from behind.
Oh, but he gets spotted out by the ward. He might jump towards Kerp. No, it's just going to keep him at bay, and Froggen's going to keep that CS pushing. Looks like Shook's going to go for the invade Pantheon. RNA has backed off, but again, Shook is all over RNA's jungle.
Yeah, Shook is expending a lot of his gold on wards, and he's roaming around the map. I mean, that's the second time we've seen him invading the red. We've seen multiple wards up on the blue side of Millennium. It is helping Alliance develop this lead. They're 1,600, 400 gold ahead. You can see a CS lead for both Wicked and Froggen, and it's a good position. And Shook, once again, he's looking for a gank on this bottom lane. Solar Flare is available for Nif, and that's where I think they're going to open up with it. There he goes.
Yeah, they're trying to catch on there. Solar Flare does catch a great stun. Queen leaping across there. Shook, of course, he evolved the wings. Has to pop his ultimate to try and back away from this one because it's a good turnaround. Kevin with that Stand United helping out and doing a lot of the counter work there. That is going to be 50 gold still for Tabs, though, because Tibbers goes down. It's a big gold.
That's exactly what we talked about in Picks and Bans, how Millennium's composition can be used both aggressively and defensively. What's very important for Alliance, though, Stand United's down. So once these lanes reset and champions go back to their original homes, as it were, they can just repeat that combo, land the Solar Flare, get the culling down, and I think Alliance should be able to start getting a control of that bottom lane. At 12 minutes, for only a couple hundred HP to be taken off this tower, you can already see what an impact this damage reduction is having in the metagame.
Yeah, it means he can run away from it. I'm surprised, actually, Wicked didn't maybe go with Teleport to just follow Kevin. Every time he would use that Stand United, go back down there with him. Maybe just feeling that split push maybe isn't required. And obviously, Wicked's not really one of those players, but it does look like Dragon is being set up here.
So with Dragon being started off here by Alliance, they actually have the numbers advantage. They know there's no Stand United. You can see Shen's left the lane. So Alliance are going to secure the first Dragon of the game here unless RNA gets a good steal. But this was such intelligent decision making. They knew the ultimate wasn't there. They knew they had a numbers advantage, and that was a very easy pickup for Alliance.
So maybe we're starting to see the first signs for Alliance. Of course, they have a 2,000 gold advantage. They have taken the first Dragon of the game. Of course, you saw the stats. They only took, what, 3 of 13 in the first 3 games. The other game, of course, was with Fnatic, where they did have the advantages, but they were losing towers. This time around, they are still pressured on that bottom lane, but all the other lanes are looking good so far for Alliance.
I would dare say the fact that they've got that BF Sword and Phage is going to help out. And Deficio, you are a wise man. It's almost as if you played this game at a pro level.
Well, if they hit the tower, of course.
I think they're just trying to deny the CS as much as possible.
As much as they could.
Get the entire wave down, and as you know, Deficio mentioned, Tabs and Nif They backed away maybe a little early, and it actually cost them a tower. That was basically one wave and a BF Sword Vamp Scepter. So good play by Millennium to at least, reply, getting their first objective of the game, and that was the tower in this case.
But of course, we'll see whether it's Seesaws straight back, because Creaton is backing off here, which means we may see Tabs and Nif pushing down. They have good vision of the bottom lane, so there's no reason why they should go straight in there. Jerry actually the only man sticking around. They have the Tri-Bush warded, they have the River warded. They may just push for this.
Yeah, I think if Tabs and Nif push down the bottom lane, RNA is going to need to respond to defend the tower. Although Jinx is on his way back, Creaton should get there hopefully in time. Tab's not necessarily fast pushing super quickly. Kerp has attempted to roam a little bit, but at the moment, he's just getting jumped on. He's found Shook.
He has found Shook. Shook's in all sorts of trouble. He's just getting burst down by Kerp there. One more hit will do it. Kerp takes that one without any problems.
That was just too easy. Shook a little unfortunate to walk into Kerp's roam, and Kerp just pops him. That's part of the reason that LeBlanc is, so popular right now with these squishier champions that we're seeing in other roles. She has more targets to just insta-give down. And as long as Kerp's in the right place at the right time, like we said, most impressive LeBlanc from last week.
Deathbush lives up to his name and takes another victim. All square, 1 kill apiece, and at the moment, looking like Froggen may be the focus.
Yeah, Froggen's going to get caught by the Skyfall.
Skyfall's going to jump in. He should be able to get a stun. No, Flash immediately burned by Froggen, knew the damage. Didn't want to get caught out by that quick burst.
And there's two reasons that RNA keeps focusing the mid lane. Froggen already has a 37 CS lead over Kerp, and if Froggen doesn't have his flash available, he cannot afford to keep Kerp playing defensively. He cannot afford to push the lane and wave clear. So this is actually trying to get Kerp more relevant and trying to get Kerp back into the game. So I like the decision making, but what it means is Kevin is going to fall further behind, and most likely Creaton and J-Ree if they get caught by this Tabs Nif burst.
Well, the top lane, we do see Shen returning once again. They've both got Sunfire capes in this top now, because we can see Kevin slightly ahead in builds because Wicked hasn't gone back, but it's a 30 CS difference. But now we're at level 11, level 10. What are we starting to see here? Is this going to swing? Is Wicked going to continue bullying Kevin here?
The next Dragon fight's going to be very important. I think Kevin is going to try hold on to his Stand United until that engagement takes place, and I'm anticipating Millennium to challenge. Wiccan has thrown down Dominus. I think this is just for effective HP in lane, and once again, a Bruiser battle, not exactly the most exciting to see.
Yeah, I think he just simply wanted to shove that lane in. He's pretty much going to back off and buy.
So two things. Dragon is going to come up fairly soon. Shook with Tabs and Nif want to use Stand United. That's why they're setting up for this gank. This is a repeat. You can see Shook coming in. He's actually just given away his position. This time, however, RNA is able to counter gank.
Flash Tibbers onto Shook. Shook's taken very low. He's going to get dropped. J-Ree now. Stand United being used. That's going to save the day. Culling comes out. Not enough damage. Remember, they have no tower to fall back on. And immediately coming around the side is going to be Kerp. One more hit on towards Nif. You see Kevin coming in. They feed it across to him. They can finish off on towards Tabs now. Tabs running for his life into the bush there. Backs off. That's going to be get away, but that's another 2 for 0 for Millennium. And well, what a great victory.
Very good indeed. Not only did they manage to get the kills, Kevin interrupted Nif from getting away. Nif tried to land the Zenith Blade onto Kerp, and a brilliant taunt just caught him at max range. The rest of Millennium are sticking on this bottom tower, and RNA is caught out.
The Ignite's going to be enough to take him down. Froggen will get the revenge kill, and the mid lane tower is actually taken very low, but look at that. Millennium just hammer down that inner turret in seconds.
Yeah, if Froggen had stuck around on this next wave, he may be able to get the mid tower, but very well played by Wicked. He's replied up in the top. The fact that Kevin has spent a fair chunk of his time out of this lane has allowed Wicked to take it down, and he's just sticking in this lane trying to extend this gold lead. I think Wicked's going to play the split push game with his Renekton.
Well, Spirit Visage being built up by him, he did of course back off, and as he mentioned, towers falling all over the map right now. Still a 2,000 gold advantage, Dragon up into the 1 minute, but we see Shook jumping on towards J-Ree, already used that stun. He's going to have to use that ultimate to try and close that gap, but again, hasn't got the pace. Already used his leap to get into it. Possibly a mistake from Shook.
Just not enough burst, really, to shut down J-Ree. He does have a fair amount of effective HP, and it worked out in his favor. Kerp's gone on Froggen.
Froggen's going to be in trouble. He's got no flash available. He's going to get locked up. Quick Grand Skyfall from RNA. He takes the kill.
So very well played by Millennium once again. It's just constant focus on Froggen. They're trying to throw him off his game a little bit. A little bit of a battle for the white, which Kevin wins. And I think RNA, Kerp, and maybe the rest of Millennium realizing that Froggen struggled last week, and I think they're trying to push him on the back foot, trying to make him tilt a little bit in this game, and that's the first time it's worked out of 3 attempts.
And the thing is for Alliance, Froggen is the main shot caller. He's the captain of the team. So if he's starting to go on tilt, is he going to have the confidence, the discipline to focus on what is happening?
Even better, well, what Alliance are doing. 20 seconds until Dragon's up. Wickets come down. There's no Stand United. There's no Grand Skyfall. Alliance are going to have the advantage in the Dragon fight that could happen because they've got a better position, a better grouping. The question is, how will they play this one out? Because if they hesitate, if Millennium challenge, I think Alliance need to all in to get a kill or rush this down very quickly. Kevin's going to be here very late, and Alliance, they're dilly-dallying way too much. They're wasting time.
Yeah, they were scared. They lost the ping ward. They had no vision in the bush just above. And now already you see Kevin down there, and they can actually keep the focus. Look at the position they've got. They can keep pushing the middle tower, which is what Kevin's doing. Fantastic stuff. And again, this is the shot calling. This is the discipline that Alliance were lacking in week 1.
Somebody needs to pull the trigger now. Now that Millennium have the advantageous position on Dragon, Alliance either need to win a fight or they need to give up the Dragon. They cannot try to do both. Dragon's been started by Millennium, and I think the Solar Flare from Nif or a Flash Tibbers from Jerry, there's no actual Flash available, so Jerry's position is going to be very, very key. Now Millennium have decided they want blue buff. It's just this little chess game of who's going to get what.
Well, they're trying to steal it away. They do get it. It's Kraton that ended up with that blue buff. And now Alliance with them all stacked up. It's sitting like a juicy target. Jerry with that stun locked and loaded. Going to be tanking out. The Dragon's been pulled out here. Alliance are going for it.
Yeah, I think Alliance need to start with a Solar Flare. If Millennium group for a couple more hits, that's got to be the go signal. They're waiting for Dragon to get lower before they engage, and they will open up with that Solar Flare. Millennium, they're too scared. They're backing away. There's the Solar Flare.
There's going to be Solar Flares. Kraton, they lock on towards it. It's going to be Nif and Wicked diving on towards him. Has to use that barrier. Shug jumps on. Stand United. Look at the giant shield. It offers straight away. And now Froggen, he has to back out there because we saw Kirk diving on towards him. Wicked being that big shield in the front. They're going to try and turn this one around. Oh, Nif not landing that stun. That could be critical. And then everybody having to step away. Grand Skyfall coming out the backside. Froggen's going to have to run away from this one. Quickly pulls that defensive ball and runs for his life. Still no Dragon picked up. Millennium is sticking around.
Yeah, they've traded 1-for-1. Mid laner for jungler, and I think a little bit sloppy. You could call out specifics. Dragon's been started, and Alliance are not giving this one up. They don't want to let it go. Nif doesn't get the Zenith Blade.
Zenith Blade missing means they will back away. We can see the quick cork being popped by Kraton. And that surely means everyone will step off. Of course, the two people that died, which was Kerp and Shug, have both respawned. They're both heading back to this Dragon fight.
Yeah, and both of them are players that have to jump in and get in your face. So I think both teams played that fairly well. Now that there's full HP members from Alliance here, Millennium need to give this one up. I think Aranea may want to try steal. He's got his flash almost available. No, it's going to be taken. I think that's a smart call from Millennium, not to challenge when they were forced backwards.
Alliance take it. Kerp looking to try and get a quick burst onto Froggen. Does get the Ignite down. Didn't land the leash. That's not going to be enough. Pulls the defensive ball. He should be safe. Yes, he is. Walks away with about 100 hit points.
Froggen once again surviving the damage from Kerp thanks to his flash. His flash prevented those ethereal chains from landing. That would have been the damage that killed him. And that was a great play by Alliance. You know, they did the dance, and you could actually see both teams who were tentative and nervous around that Dragon. They didn't want to go in. They didn't want to mess up so badly. They managed to get away from it. This is actually a replay of the fight, and you have to give props to Wicked and Nif. They zoned out so many members of Millennium and almost got Creatine down. If it weren't for that Stand United, Creatine would have definitely died, and then probably Alliance could have closed out more. So, you know, good play from both teams. I also just want to touch on the fact that we did see Kerp stealing red buff while we're watching this replay. And I think the smarter decision from Millennium was not re-engaging once Alliance's members came back with full HP.
Well, it's going to be the second blue buff being taken away. That will be Kurt picking that one up. Of course, they did take it away from Froggen in the enemy jungle as well. So now down the bottom here, J-Re using that sweeper to clear out. Nif was looking to try and get that stun down on towards J-Re. They still haven't taken this bottom turret. They're 4-man stacked down here. And surely Millennium have to step away from this.
Yeah, Solar Flare's available, and look at Nif. I thought he was going to go in from the side, decided just to get the vision. Millennium can't defend this without committing Grand Skyfall and Stand United. I think they're just going to give it up. Smart decision from Millennium. They couldn't have got there quickly enough.
Yeah, Kerp is here. He's going to get spotted out by the Water Alliance. Going to be well aware that he's going to be potentially close to that tri-bush. They were setting up to maybe hope that Kurt made a mistake. Not going to happen. So top lane, two big bullies going on, still back and forward. It's actually only a 20 CS difference right now because you can see Kevin with that Sunfire Cape is starting to claw it back a little. This time he has Stand United available if Millennium were to chase.
Yeah, and I really just want to touch on the two items quickly for these top laners. The Spirit Visage has 10% less cooldown reduction in this patch, and the Sunfire Cape has had its damage lowered at the lower levels. As opposed to just being 40 flat, it's now 25 plus relative character level. And it's just a little string. Oh, that's an all-in!
Flash Timbers, Grand Skyfall, everything onto Froggen. Froggen taken so low, but he steps away. The Wolf may be enough. The Wolf takes him down at the back there. The culling coming out, not really landing. And now Tabs is in trouble. He has to flash away. Kevin continued to chase. He's going to have that stun up available. Dominus is going to run out in a moment. Wicked's in trouble. He gets locked up. He's going to go down. Not enough he can do about it. Aranea lives as well. Ignite Ticket will take him down, but it's a minimal victory. And it's going to be a Millennium pushing through and taking the tower.
2 for 1, and look at those HP bars from Millennium. They have so much to work with right now. They should be able to get both of these mid turrets before backing away. Alliance are trying desperately to heal off, and that was just the power of their composition. Grand Skyfall plus Stand United allowed them to just jump on Alliance, catching me completely off guard. I had no idea that was going to happen. You just look at the combo completely. Great play from Kerp, jumping in from the side and forcing Froggen backwards. The Wolf, I think, was being done by Wicked. That actually killed him. That last auto attack was just enough. And very good play from Millennium to chase down the members of Alliance to eventually close up multiple kills.
So it was a great fight for Millennium, and that actually puts them in the lead now. You can see gold-wise still behind, but 7 and 4 in kills, 4 and 3 in towers. Objectives are what count, and honestly, 1,000 gold at this stage, not as big a difference as it would be, say, in the 10-minute stage. So 24 minutes in, it's starting to look very good for Millennium. Their team play seems to be working. And let's have a quick grasp across the items because they're starting to develop all manner of...
Interestingly, a Hex Drinker here from RNA. He's scared of the magic damage burst from only Froggen. It's a little bit of a unique pick. We'll see if he gets some additional, effective HP, maybe upgrading to the more of Malmortius. But the one thing that I want to touch on that fight really quickly is that Alliance had done a great job up till that point of baiting out the Skyfall and the Stand United. And I think they maybe just forgot about it a little bit or mistimed it because it's uncharacteristic to how the rest have played. Kerp, I think he's just trying to zone here. He could go all in.
No, he isn't. He's not zoning because he's got the support of his team. Solar Flare having to be used. The culling coming out. Nif does get taken down. Needs the Ignite from Aranea once again, but he's going to get chased. Aranea will get taken down. Quick turn. Shockwave pulls in J-Re and Kerp. Kerp goes down. J-Re goes down. Jump across from Shook. Doesn't quite land the claws. He's going to chase on towards Kerp. Which one will he go for? Will it be the right one? He is going to get stunned up, locked up, and it is going to be Kerp dashing away. Shook's going to have the jump once again.
Here comes Wicked.
We do see Wicked coming around the side. Good stun once again. Shook's going to have another leap. Look at that.
He
Quick
got the
slice
stun.
and Dice doesn't get the stun down, but the leap comes out from Shook. The claws are in there. They get another kill. A 3-4-1 exchange.
That's a mistake from Kerp. Kerp should have just zoned. He managed to jump in there, and yes, he got a kill, but that wasn't going to be enough. Alliance were able to respond. They were too close. I think Millennium got a little bit greedy on that play. It's allowed Alliance to get, further ahead. They've had the gold lead for a while, and they're going to go for Baron. Baron's getting dropped. Super Mega Death Rocket is available from Creatin if he wants to try steal. He's deciding against it right now, and Alliance now 3,000 gold lead plus Baron. They're in the lead.
Finally, it's looking good for Alliance. Can they take their first victory? 0-4 in week 1. The Super Week, this super team thrown together, superstars, all handpicked by Froggen, was struggled so hard in week 1, but up against Millennium. Maybe they're going to turn it around. Ironically, they would tie with Millennium at 1 and 4 apiece if they were to take victory here.
Yeah, but they are still a little while away. It was at this period of the game that Alliance really showed all the cracks in their gameplay last week. They tended to get ahead early. This time, however, we're seeing coordinated plays. They're challenging for dragons. They're responding to towers. And what I really like about Alliance's play right now, dragons available. They've got good vision. They have an informed decision where Millennium are. And they've picked another dragon up completely uncontested here, extending that gold lead to roughly 5,000 gold right now.
They are still behind on towers, though. We did just see Kurt shoving on towards that top lane turret once again, getting some damage down on towards it. Wicked is heading up there. So while they have this Baron buff, not really doing a great deal with it. They're simply stopping, blocking off all those lanes. They're probably going to have around about 2-minute gap. You can see it's just under the 3-minute marker right now to actually choose one of those inner turrets to go for. But honestly, I don't see them in a position to do that.
They need to be a little careful, because if they do commit to a tower, they need to make sure they don't get jumped on or flanked by the Pantheon ultimate and the burst of the LeBlanc. And the key to that is going to be even more warding. They need to use those sweeper lenses that they've got, 3 of them for the time being, clearing out all of the wards that Millennium have placed down, and then setting up their own ring of wards.
Well, we just saw 4 members of Alliance pushing through that middle lane. It is going to be 5 members now, and a Millennium had backed off actually briefly. They are all 5 members defending this one. Tabs gets a couple of shots on towards the turret, but that is all it's going to be as they have to stand and wait for that conga line of minions to come back in there, quickly being blocked off. Aranea, Kerp, everyone throwing everything at that minion line to make sure they get clean of it, but it is going to be the inner turret for Alliance.
Millennium don't necessarily want to fight while Baron's there, but they have to pick a fight if Alliance get to the inhibitor turret. They're starting to fall very, very far behind in gold, which would mean the power of that all-in of LeBlanc, Pantheon, Shen is going to be mitigated by the sheer defensive statistics that Alliance could start to generate. If Alliance wanted to defend, oh, that's a lot of damage. They can't do it now.
They can't do it. The Mimic was pulled out from Kerb. His passive there has to back straight away from that one. And well, are they going to keep on pushing through here? They know that the mid lane is not going to be there. It's going to be a 4v5. They've got a small window of opportunity here.
I don't think Millennium are going to be able to jump on them just yet, because of the fact that they need to basically flank with that Pantheon and LeBlanc. When they're defending on this area of the map, it has to be like a flash Tibbers. Decent damage, but the chain didn't land, so you didn't get that secondary proc of Sigil, and you actually see Tabs just gets away. Still unkilled. Much better performance from Tabs and Nif in the mid-game, in their 5th game here in the LCS.
Solid performance, but again, Millennium have that decision to make. There's a big conga line of minions all coming in. Grand Skyfall coming out, they're going to go for it. Who are they going to be focusing on? Looks like it's going to be Wicked, not really the target they should be looking towards. The culling coming out, and quickly Millennium have to step away from that one. The regen of Baron working out well. The Chomper's getting thrown down, and it's going to be the 3rd inner turret for Alliance with this Baron buff.
Yeah, the flash Tibbers from J-Ree had 0 impact there. He only managed to catch Wicked. Aranea landed from the Pantheon ultimate and walked away. Shockwave is still up here for Froggen and Alliance. They're keeping the siege on. Creatin's doing the best he can to defend by killing the minions, but it's not enough.
Well, they've taken half the hit points off that turret already. There's top and minion middle lane all being pushed in. Wicked tanking out that turret. Kerp once again taking a burst of damage. Takes a yet more damage from Tabs. Has to back away. It's a 4v5 brief defense on the tower.
Now tower is most likely going to go down once these minions arrive. Alliance are sticking around. Now remember, Shockwave is still there. If Millennium group up, Alliance can drop them down. And again, just an evolution of the Alliance gameplay. They take the tower. They don't have Baron. They don't want to fight a 5v5, so they back away. I really like this play.
Clean decision making seems to finally be working for Alliance there. The moment the Baron buff was about to finish, they stepped away because they knew Millennium would just go straight for it. So Millennium, they're on cleanup duty now. They have an exposed inhibitor down that bottom lane. All the middle and top lane have to be pushed out, and that's exactly what Creaton's doing.
And that was brilliant usage of that Baron buff. They secured themselves 4 towers. They basically got a couple ultimates down from Millennium as well. And they've backed away, spent their money, increased their item pickups. And what you're noticing between Aranea and Shook is this is just all-out damage. Last Whisper, as well as the Elder Lizard, as well as a Hex Drinker completed for Shook. He really wants to get the reset and carry on causing havoc in the back line.
And Kurt, meanwhile, standing in that bush, he's hoping that maybe Nif's going to go up there, try and ward out that buff, but he's not going for it. None of them are going for it. All of Alliance going down the bottom. Kerp is just wasting time in that bush.
Yeah, at this point in time, Millennium don't have the vision to make informed decisions. They've got a couple of wards deep on this red buff area, and I think they're about to spot members of Alliance out. If Nif carries on this path, he may actually get taken out himself. But I think Millennium need to invest in a little bit more wards, try to get some more defensive positions, and then use their ability to react quickly with those ultimates to kill somebody and push backwards. Alliance right now, they've got positional advantage. Aranea wants to come from the side. Look how far up he is. He will use that Grand Skyfall.
He desperately wants to jump onto this one, but I'm not sure if it's going to be the right move. He's going to go for it. Wicked's the one at the front, and he should be. And immediately, Nif goes straight in. Solar Flare catching on Kevin and J-Ree. The damage all being absorbed by Nif and Wicked, and that's exactly what they wanted. Shook comes jumping around. Stand United being burst out there. Kerp tried his best to get on the back line towards Tabs, but it's not happening. And Froggen comes in. He takes him down, and they are just cleaning up the Millennium teams now. Shockwave pulls Creaton down there. Creaton do what he can to get out towards Froggen, but it's not happening. in. Alliance clean sweep through Millennium. It's a 3-0.
That's the game. They've got a minion wave here as well, and they've got enough damage to take the Nexus turrets down. A great fight for Alliance. Wicked and Nif destroying the Millennium background.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. This is going to be the first victory for Alliance. They are going to get a win in the European LCS. No longer will they be the only team to have a deficit on their records. 1 of 4, Froggen leads his team to victory.
What a marked improvement from week 1. There was clear calling, there was objective play, they defended, they aggressed. There was one mistake where they got caught out in the mid lane, and look at the joy on their faces.
Yeah, this is going to mean a lot to these teams, of course. It's the group hug that we're used to seeing from Evo Genius. Is they have to try and absorb this victory because, you know, there was a lot on the line. These guys took a lot of abuse last week and across all social medias, no doubt about it. But look at Tabs. Such a horrendous performance last week, but 4-0-3 this week.
I have to say though, Tabs and Nif still struggled in lane. I really have to call it out that they fell a little bit behind. Actually, I think all of the lanes struggled. You know, Kevin was behind Wicked. It goes to the picks and ban strategy. You know, they have weaker lane champions than their opponents. And even though RNA had a couple of good attempts, it wasn't enough. But you can see the crowd there cheering on. A deserved victory here for Alliance.
Completely deserved, of course. You know, with a team, with a match like that, there was a lot of decision making that had to happen throughout that game. And of course, Alliance, we called them out on it at the start of the show and throughout, obviously, last week as well. What really was the biggest moment in that game? What stood out to you the most?
I actually think the mistake that Alliance made is the thing that I take away from this, where they were pushing down the mid lane, they maybe forgot about the Grand Skyfall and the Stand United. I think it's the only criticism I can make. It was a great play by Millennium. Curb flanked perfectly, Grand Skyfall landed, they chased down Alliance well. It was a good play for Millennium, a bad one for Alliance, and I think they can learn from that one. And, you know, talking about the plays, for you guys at home, we're actually doing a thing at the moment, hashtag LCS Big Plays. Just tweet at LOL Esports, use that hashtag, and we might use those cool plays and some special features.
I mean, for me, it was all about the positional advantages. Alliance seemed to work it wonderfully. They planned so far ahead, 2-3 minutes ahead every time they wanted to go for the objectives. Of course, the blue steal early on. You think of the bottom tower. You think of the pressure they put around the 2 towers, forced Kevin to go down bottom. Suddenly, free dragon.
You know what I love is during the laning phase, shook ganks were used to get Stand United. Once that Stand United was down, they backed off, healed, regrouped, and said, hey, now let's go for dragon. And they did that twice. It was something, like, it was very clear that Alliance had thought about this. They'd internalized the composition that was being run by Millennium, and they said, hey, we know how to play against this. So very, very well played, especially when you consider that sort of Pantheon Shen combo is not something you see frequently. You know, that's a fairly unique kind of comp, and Alliance reacted well to it.
Well, it is time to take a quick break, and when we return, Shocks will be speaking with Froggen from Alliance. We'll finally get to hear from him and find out what it is like to win his first match. And of course, we're going to then have the rematch, our very first rematch of the European LCS. It will be Ro8. We'll be looking to take another win from the Super Hot crew. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
We can kill him, we can kill him! Wait, back.
I'm coming.
Nice!
Nice, guys, nice! Keep it up. Winner.
Good job. He flashed.
Good job.
Can time flash.
Did anyone else?
I used
No,
flash.
there is nothing. Yeah, they have a ward. But it should be out in like 10 seconds.
That's good.
Welcome back. We are here with Froggen from Alliance after that first win. It was unexpected that the first win would only come today, but you guys did it. What are the first thoughts that went through your mind when you finally got that Nexus down here in the LCS?
I was just really happy about how we actually played the game because we won with objectives and good calling around the map, getting 3 towers, and basically just, I think we got all the dragons as well. So I was really happy about that. And we went a long way from last week, but we only really hunted for kills. So.
Yeah.
Now, can you tell me a little bit about the Orianna pick? Was it a counter to LeBlanc, or was it the plan all along to play Orianna?
It's actually a pretty good counter to LeBlanc because once you get one defensive item, you can always shield yourself. Like you saw, I went for really early Banshees, and she couldn't really do anything at all against me. So I have the better poke, and I have the better team fight. So Orianna outscales LeBlanc pretty hard. In lane 101, she actually also wins, but it depends a lot on the jungle. Like I was playing against the Painfin jungle this time, so I just chose to play really passive, and I used my flash every single time he used his man drop on me. So that's basically how it went down.
Yeah, talk a little bit more about maybe their picks. They had a global combo or Pantheon, almost global, and then the Shen, of course, which requires a lot of coordination for them, but also to play against, which was kind of the problem last week. So how did you go up against that?
I think actually we had a pretty good start from picks and bans because I think we outpicked them pretty hard. They didn't really have much damage once they went into mid-late game. So we're like, okay, we just got to survive early game, do objective calls the right way, and then we can basically win pretty easy.
Now, one thing for me, because now I've been in a situation where you lose, and you read everywhere where people say you do this and this wrong, and like us casters, we talked about, you know, what went wrong for the team in week 1. What do you actually think was the issue week 1?
We had a lot of different issues. I think mostly from scrims. We felt too overconfident, and we actually didn't work at all on how we should play the game because we basically stomped every single scrim. Like we basically just went for kills and then we stomped them in laning. Like I don't really want to sound cocky, but that's how it went down. And we didn't really do any objective controls. We didn't do anything at all. We rotated like pretty damn bad around the map in every single game, but we still managed to win, so we were pretty confident going into this. But all we have to do is like analyze our own play and then work from there. I don't really care what other people think. If we know our own issues, we just have to fix it instead of like thinking about what everybody else is thinking.
How do you do that though? Because if you're winning all the scrims, you can't go ahead and say, can you please let us lose in the next scrims?
No, it's like actually once we started working out on objective control and way more like team things, we ended up losing a lot more scrims because we were horrible at it and we didn't go for like winning early game. So we were really horrible at it, and we actually ended up losing a lot of scrims as well, and we could learn a lot from that. So this week still, we went over a lot of replays where we like did best of 3s in the afternoon, and then we watched the replays, and then like everything we should have done differently, and then we learned from there, and like it worked pretty good this match.
Definitely worked really well this match. Now, we're on 4.1. What is actually your take on this patch? What do you think of the tower changes? Do you think it's a good change or a bad change, or do you think it's going to benefit you guys?
I don't really have too much of an opinion about 4.1, and I don't think we have seen the full potential of the patch because Yasuo is disabled, and that's like the biggest change in the patch. And since we can't see him, there's like not really that much change from the last patch.
Maybe you guys don't have any time yet to think about the patch because you were so concentrating on making the game better for yourselves as a team. And I want to ask for your perspective personally. We had the great story coming in. It's Froggen's team. He's built this. It's going to have to perform. How did you experience last week when you have those defeats? Do you take it very personally that the things went wrong?
Not at all. Like, I know people are like talking shit and stuff from everywhere. If you go 0-4, like it's obvious. Everybody is going to be like, okay, these guys are bad, like, they all said they're going to be #1 and stuff. Like, obviously, that's going to be shit talk if you go 0-4 then. But our main focus is still we have to be ready for the summer season, and that's where the World Championship qualification is. So basically, all this is just practice for us till that happens.
I absolutely love that attitude. And from here on now, though, you have the first win. Do you think you guys will just keep winning now, or do you think it's going to be hard as well, or is it just practice, it's going to be stronger, or do you not really care at all about this split, or do you actually care right now about showing to the fans at least that you guys are a very strong team in the first split?
We will do everything to win. Like, of course we care if we go #1 or if we go #6. like I need to care about that. But like the main focus is still like we need to practice as good as possible and like keep everything out. So.
What's the main pitfall you have to avoid? Is it comes to the game itself, or is it maybe related to the atmosphere in the team?
I think, like, let's say we lost this game and we like keep losing. We go like 110 now, for example. Like, we have to like make sure that we're not getting angry with each other, that we're not like taking it to like, oh shit, we're so bad right now, we're never gonna make it. That's like the worst thing that can ever happen. We just have to like keep practicing and keep focus on like the problems we have instead of doing everything else, like reading other people's opinions and stuff. We have to like do it ourselves, analyze our own problems, and then we have to work from there. And as long as we keep focused on that, I'm sure it will work out.
Not let anyone tell you what your problems are, but work on the ones you think you have. Thank you very much. Congratulations on that first win. Very nice victory versus Millennium. And now it looks like we are nearly set for Ro8 versus the Super Hot Crew. So take it away, D-Man, in that fantastic shirt.
Thank you very much, Shocks. It is time for our first rematch of the LCS. It is, of course, between Ro8 and the Super Hot Crew. And the last time they met, it was the innovative picks of Ro8 that brought them to a win in 31 minutes. However, for the Super Hot Crew, they tried to run Nunu. They tried. Try is definitely the word to use here because it didn't work out too well, alongside Jungle Caitlyn in that bottom lane. And honestly, it was down to Ro8's superb defense.
Yeah, at end of the story, man of the match has to be Jankos. He defended that heavy early pressure. He was dealing with a Caitlyn Nunu from Super Hot Crew. Gragas roamed down as well. And because of Jankos' defensive play in his stall, it allowed the Malphite Pantheon combo to destroy the Super Hot Crew. He went 14, 8, and 21 over the course of the 4 games. And out of those 8 deaths, 6 of those deaths were in one game versus the Copenhagen Wolves, which they did end up losing. And he only died once in the other 2. I'll just quickly rattle off his scores. 5-1-4 versus Super Hot Crew, 5-0-6 versus Millennium, and 2-1-7 versus Lee Sin. Just very quickly, the whole Ro8 squad impressed. They had good lane movements, they had depth in picks and bans, they challenged for dragons. They're my new Dark Horse team.
Absolutely, they did fantastic in week 1. How will they do in week 2? Because, of course, they are up against the Super Hot Crew, who themselves went 1-3. You know, they really said just getting 1 win would be a dream in the LCS, but they did manage to make that already in the first week. But, of course, that was only 2 days after they qualified, because, of course, we called them against Meet Your Makers. They went 2-0 in that game in the qualifiers to get here. And that win, well, it was a convincing win against Alliance, who we just saw take victory over Millennium.
Yeah, so there's 2 things about that. They beat Alliance, who were underperforming, and they demonstrated an ability to win, and it was convincing. So you cannot take anything away from them. Now that the team has had a full week to prepare for this game, I'd like to see how they're going to handle it. See if they're going to try another surprising combo of that Nunu Caitlyn, which we've already spoken to them about. Impaler wasn't too happy about the Nunu pick. And I think for the Super Hot Crew, the standard players have to be Mr. Rolls and Mixer. They pushed around a lot of duo lanes last week, and they helped the Super Hot Crew get off to a strong start in multiple games. Even though their overall stats of 29, 32, 41 is not the most impressive, Mr. Rolls had a game where he went 10, 0, and 7. On the same token, Mixer managed 1, 4, and 12 in one of his games, and unfortunately has a lot more deaths to his name later on. I'd like to see them maybe not giving up as many kills in the mid-game, and that can help Super Hot Crew pick up some wins.
And of course, with pride on the line, the Super Hot Crew will be looking for some ballsy gameplay and strong champion picks to wrestle away a win against a very confident Ro8.
When we will play Ro8, I think we will just pick strong champions and try to outlane them.
I think we're gonna play exactly the same like the first game, just to try them out. If it's gonna work, then yeah, fine, but if not, then we can just change something for the first game against them.
They got very few champions that they can play. Like pretty much they are playing every time the same champions.
In bot lane, we don't really have to think that much about the early game, but the 2v2 mid and 2v2 top, we definitely have to work on that as well.
I think it's safe to say that we are a better team right now. I don't want to sound cocky, but I think that's true. We are playing a little better right now than them.
Hopefully, next time we're just going to go in, be a bit more ballsy, be aggressive and force them to react instead of vice versa.
And of course, we'll see whether they do force them to react. They tried it last time. Impaler himself said it on didn't quite work out for them. So, of course, we'll see whether it works. Start checking out the starting lineups, though. The blue side will be Ro8. So, in the top lane, it's going to be Zazas, Jankos, the jungler, Overpower in the mid lane, Selva as the AD carry, and Vanda in support.
Of course, on the red side, wearing their home colors, it is, of course, the Super Hot crew. Mima is up top. Will we see him on Rengar? Impaler in the jungle, Moops in the mid lane with Mr. Riles and Mixer as your AD carry and support.
So we had the chance to talk to these teams before we obviously get onto the stage. And, you know, talking to the Super Hot crew, talking about this game, this rematch, it wasn't Impaler's choice to go Nunu.
Yeah, this is an interesting thing that, you know, we brought up during our prep for this game, is that the Super Hot crew decided they wanted to play that fast push. They wanted Gragas, they wanted Nunu, they wanted Kate. And they tunneled so hard on that composition that when Malphite was locked in, they still went, okay, let's still lock in Nunu jungle. It's hard engage. Sure, nothing can go wrong. So there's two things to that. Number one, they need to be more reactive. That's the weakness to their thing. But number two is Impaler, he didn't want to play Nunu. But as a team decision, the team said, this is the comp we're going for. And I have a lot of respect for that because they tried a comp, it was counted. Now we're going to see if they can learn from that and be more reactive in the picks and bans phase.
So as the picks and bans do get underway, we see Gragas and Kassadin being banned out there. They don't want to see Moops on Gragas, was fearful last week, of course, and Vi being taken away from Impaler.
Annie was also banned out the last time that these two teams played, and I almost expect the same thing to happen. I think both Ro8 and Super Hot Crew may leave the Thresh to go through, and we should see one of them picking that up. That's my guesstimate.
Well, Elise also taken away. This is one of the things we were talking about the other week of what Impaler can do when Vi and Elise are taken away from him. Where will he go? He went with Xin Zhao before.
That's what I want to see.
Will he get locked onto that? We'll see.
I like Impaler when he's playing an aggressive, in-your-face jungler. He did it against MYM, it worked for them, and I would like to see Impaler defaulting to that. However, with the changes to jungle items, we could see jungle Wukong, we could see jungle Pantheon. It's opened them up to a few other picks that we've already seen in the LCS, and I think maybe with a slight difference to the longer laning phase, allowing those champions a slightly more time to farm up, it might work out, and I'm super happy to see the Annie banned out, Thresh locked in.
Yeah, some fast picks there. So Thresh getting locked straight in. Lee Sin was the other final ban as well taken away. So Annie not going to be leaking through this time around. But what are we expecting here from these two, Mima and Impaler?
Dr. Mundo is my assumption for Ro8. And the reason I say that, it's a teleport flash as his summoner spells. It's the de facto summoners that we see on that pick. And with him still being available, I think that could be a route to go. Something else that we haven't considered for Impaler is maybe an Olaf in the jungle. It also suits his playstyle. It's something that can work fairly well for him. And if Shyvana's locked in even after the nerfs, I think this is Mima saying he feels Shyvana is still better than Rengar in this current gameplay state.
Yeah, I did manage to speak to him and I was like, Mima, Rengar's available. You're going to get to play him. This is great. Finally, you can do it. He's like, no, because he just got completely destroyed in 4.1. So my champion is finally there and I can't use him.
Yeah, there's a number of reasons for that. And I actually think I want to put an argument for that. I think the changes to Sunfire Cape and Spirit Visage, the lower damage plus the lower cooldown reduction, is as a factor in why Rengar is not quite as effective, as well as
it's
some
the
of the
items,
changes to his Q
but,
as well.
But the thing is that the same items affect Shyvana, so it's interesting he's going with Shyvana. Of course, he's going to be up against the Renekton. We do see another Pantheon pick. Will this be overpowering the mid lane again?
I have no idea right now. I think with seeing the junglers that have all been banned out, with Vi gone, with Elise gone, with Lee Sin gone, and seeing that Renekton's been picked up top, I don't know where they want to put that Pantheon. A Pantheon Renekton gank is terrifying. There's a lot of damage, and you can see that because Shyvana was picked in, even with the changes to the Burnout and the Flame Breath, if she builds the Blade of the Rune King first, she still has enough damage to bully around the Dr. Mundo. And that's why I've seen that, you know, sort of that change been moved around.
And what I also want to notice is what's developing here that I can see immediately is Ro8. You're going to go for that early pressure, that early damage. Shyvana's going to take at least 10, 11 to get going. Mundo maybe being picked up, yes. So that could be Mundo top, Shyvana jungle.
Definitely could be the case. We like to, you know, we keep harping on about Impaler's champion pick, and the reason we keep going back to it is because he's an integral part of what helps Super Hot Crew win. He's very instrumental in getting their lanes going once he's got a couple of levels worked up. So Dr. Mundo top against that Renekton once again. We're going to see this matchup where Renekton is a little bit more of a bully early, but once team fights roll around, Dr. Mundo's going to have much more of an impact as they scale through the game.
Of course, Nami was also selected in there for Mixer. We'll see with Mr. Rales on Lucian being pretty much his champion of choice. He's the one that's got the wins on that. Or one more, not so much the wins, he's only got the one win, but more importantly, the one that's done very well on it despite those losses. Caitlyn and Oriana maybe, which means
Pantheon mid then.
They're going to change it.
That'll be Pantheon mid.
Olaf. It will be Pantheon mid.
Okay, so we'll see how this gets locked in. I just want to quickly touch Lucian's 10-0-7 game was on Lucian.
Yeah.
I also want to touch on the fact that Celavar's locked in the Caitlyn. He is so scared of Shyvana and Dr. Mundo getting in his face. If you pick Jinx with absolutely no escape and less range in the early to mid game, well, Huey.
Mordekaiser getting locked in. So where the hell is this going?
That's going mid.
That's going mid.
That's a heavy push. He wants to try to control the lane, and I'm so happy you changed that, because if it had been Olaf, it would have been a physical damage team with Renekton, with Pantheon, with Olaf, that you just stack armor, and that's it. You can do nothing against it. Now that you've got Mordekaiser in there, the longer the game goes, he's going to be able to just melt a carry, throw it down onto Lucian, get that Children of the Grave ultimate on, get the clone from Lucian, and then take control. So I love that. And again, week 2, game 2, we have another champion that's never been played in the LCS.
So what are they going to do to counter this one? Thinking of Oriana, they also had Lissandra. It's a bit of a mix of the two. But it is going to be, this time, Moops on Morgana, as opposed to, it was Vander that played it before as support.
Yes, so Vander played it as support last week in the last game of Super Week for EU. Moops is a well-known Morgana player, and part of the reason for this, once Morgana gets some levels in that black soil of hers, a W, she can counter push quite well against Mordekaiser, and the black shield is going to be so key. Mordekaiser's ultimate hits for a massive chunk of magic damage early, then drains HP further on. You throw the black shield on the target that's been affected, and because it's magic damage, it burns through the black shield, doesn't give you the clone. I like that pick, in addition to the single target stuns of Pantheon and Renekton. Hey, you can't be CC'd as long as you've got a black shield on. So I like the reactive pick from the Super Hot Crew.
So what are we seeing between these two teams? Because I'm seeing a very late team from Super Hot Crew and a pretty early team from Ro8.
You've summarized it. Ro8 need to be able to get kills early on with the strength of the Renekton roams plus Pantheon ganks. And if they're unable to get ahead, I actually think Oriana and most of the Super Hot Crew are going to outscale the Ro8 team.
Well, as the game load in, of course, the players take to the field. Let's see what you guys at home have scored for this match. It seems that 76% of you have voted for Ro8, and that's no surprise, honestly, because Ro8 have already 1-0 up in this series.
And I also think the way that they played is a testament to that statistics. You know, they've got 3/4 of the vote. They won 3/4 of their games.
Yeah.
They have very good objective control. And I think actually having a Pantheon that can respond, and the way that we've seen Janko's ganking, this is going to, benefit them and work with them very well. But they cannot afford to not get kills early. They can't afford 2 ganks with that Grand Skyfall like Aranea did not working out for them. They have to stack it up.
Because if you cast your mind back to last week, the game, it was actually Super Hot Crew that were putting the pressure on.
Yeah.
And Ro8 counteracted it. It took a while for Jankos' Evelyn to get going in that lane. He was simply having to hold out and play defensive duty. We'll see how that works out, of course, because as we do take to the Summoner's Rift, it is going to be Ro8 as the blue team with that Mordekaiser in the mid lane up against the Super Hot Crew, who themselves are going as a 4-man bundle piling down towards the bottom river.
Yeah, the one thing is, look at the grouping here from Super Hot Crew. If anybody gets caught by a bubble or a dark binding, people are going to die. So Ro8 right now playing very defensively, and I think this is a pretty standard position here where Vander's standing, so a tentative dark binding might catch. They don't hit.
Oh, that was so close. A whisker on Vander. Wouldn't even have known. He just saw the flash last minute, the graphic skimming by. That could have been first blood, because it would have just got followed straight up by the bubble from Nami, but instead Vander lives and they back away. So no aggression coming out from either team after that failed gank.
One thing I also want to talk about in terms of the compositions here. Ro8 have got this comp where they want to all in. They want Thresh, Renekton, Pantheon, Mordekaiser to dive into a fight. And Super Hot Crew, they want to be running at you. With the Nami passive of giving teammates, a movement speed buff from her abilities, plus Tidal Wave and Mundo and Shyvana, we're going to see incredibly messy, incredibly crazy team fights, because they want to be all in 5-man death balls every single time.
Of course, we looking at the starting items, everybody going with the vision wards, nobody going for the sweepers early on because they don't want to go for that early aggression. Overpower starting with the Doran's Shield, by the way, as well, up against obviously Moops' Doran's Ring. So standard start from the majority of these players, and both supports still going their door and shields.
Now, the reason for this as well, because you get more gold and you can earn it later on with the new GP10 changes in, you know, the 2014 season, you can afford to go for the early aggressive itemization. It's actually something that Crepo has been very vocal about and very outspoken that he feels it's great. Vander just dodging that bubble, immediately giving Ro8 a bit of an advantage in this lane thanks to effective HP.
So we'll see. Keep your eyes on this lane because both of these have been pretty aggressive in their first levels. And of course, it's been the super hot crew, actually. They've got first blood, I believe, in 3 out of 4 of those games, there, of course. So they're going to be looking to try and be aggressive here. See whether we do see any of those aqua prisons landing from Mixer. Mr. Rallis will jump straight on it. But Ro8 themselves, very aggressive pair. And if you cast your mind back to last week, it was actually super hot crew that kept Ro8 pushed onto that tower. This time around, it's a complete roles reverse because we can see Silver and Vander, they're the ones shoving the lane. We do see Impaler taking away that blue buff. He's already cleaned out the red. No steals coming out from any supports this time around like we saw in North America last week.
And it's also a lot riskier now because of the fact the towers are a lot stronger in the mid and the top. Oh, they've caught Silver.
Silver's got caught out by the Aqua Prison, but he wasn't followed through too deeply by Mr. Rallis, and as you saw, death sentence quickly countering from Vander.
Yeah, if Mr. Rallis had committed, I think he would have been caught out. And I think part of the reason we haven't seen any of those coordinated steals is because you've got straight matchups. Because you don't have 2v1s, it is a lot riskier to invade your opponent's jungle and potentially be outnumbered by your opponent. So a little bit of safer play, and they have caught Mixer, and that's him going in.
He's gone straight into it, does put the flay down, but immediately reacts with the Aqua Prison, and Vander takes a good burst straight away from Mr. Rallis. So back and forth action, both hitting that level 2. It's going to be an aggressive lane. Let's have a look at this mid lane because we haven't had a chance to see this one for a very long time. Mordekaiser up against Morgana in the European LCS. I love it.
Mordekaiser's going to need levels right now. You can see in terms of, you know, his abilities, he's focusing actually on his W as the second point, throwing it onto that creeping death. It increases his armor, his magic resistance, and allows him to effectively split push like a burnout would for Shyvana, and he's just trying to keep Moops on the back foot. Overpower's going to continue doing that, which means Impaler could set him up for a gank because you push heavily and fast when you play Mordekaiser.
Yeah, he's definitely shoving him in there. Meanwhile, this top lane, it is Mima versus Zazas. Zazas came out heavily on top last time. That was, of course, the help of Jankos' ganks up against Mima. But Zazas this time on Renekton once again. It's what he played quite a lot last week. Mima, of course, on Mundo, another champion he's been pretty much renowned for. Jankos with the double buff, looking to maybe go for a gank in the middle here on Moops.
Now, as long as Moops has got his self-cast on Black Shield, he should be able to avoid the stun from Pantheon. It's a very linear approach for Pantheon and Renekton to come in. They're on-hit stuns, and you know, as long as they don't surprise Moops, it's very, very difficult to gank and kill a Morgana, and you never want to dive one. Public warning, PSA, public service announcement, don't dive Morgana. She throws down her ultimate, stuns you onto the tower, and you give up double buffs.
Yeah, you give up quite a lot as well. Aqua Prison lands on Vander, is not going to get followed up this time by Mr. Rallis. Didn't manage to get that on target. They are actually being pushed continuously on towards their tower. Silver keeping that CS small advantage, and this is the bonus right here of a Mordekaiser, taking those wraiths.
Yeah, and look at this. Because he's burning through the shield as opposed to his HP, he's actually not even losing anything other than a little bit of time. Once again, still maxing creeping death. He's going to go back into lane and keeping tabs on that. It's currently a bonus of 20 armor and magic resistance at level 3. That'll scale to about 30, which is quite high when you consider he can throw it onto either Renekton or Pantheon, who will already have some sort of damage that they can deal when they get into these team fights.
Jankos is continuing to roam, puts that ping ward down. We'll see how long that one lasts. I think the people have pretty much wised up to that bush position these days with that ping ward and are scouting it out nowadays instead of it just being left there untouched for vast amounts of time. I'm interested to see how Impaler's going to react to this one because Shyvana's generally will speed farm.
Yeah, they've got the ability to. Remember that in this patch, the burnout numbers have been dropped fairly significantly, as well as the Flame Breath, although Flame Breath does scale. As it stands, both Impaler and Jankos have spent their time in the jungle, and as you've highlighted already, because of the fact that Shyvana's better at farming, better at pushing a little quicker at it, she's already got herself a small CS advantage, and this is the first real counterplay that we've seen from either of these teams. Some very deep wards from Impaler, and he's denying the Wraith camp from Overpower.
Yeah, which is Well, that's certainly going to be required now if we're going to keep seeing him walking around there. Of course, that would hamper Jankos, and well, Overpower was coming around for it. He's going to go face check straight in towards Impaler, and Impaler immediately puts that Burning Agony on. Oh, that point is not going to quite last max range, almost getting on towards Overpower. That may have been the death of him.
Yeah, Overpower, realizing that he couldn't take the fight because of the support from Moops, he didn't cast a single ability. He couldn't get any of his shield back, he couldn't get HP, and I think a little bit brave to try the same route, and they've caught, oh, Saliva!
Flash onto Saliva, quick catch from Vander. Actually, the Flame did keep them at bay. The death sentence didn't quite land, though.
No, not that time round, and just as I thought Saliva was going to get caught in that bubble, he does throw the flash down, so well played in that regard. And I think, you know, with both of these mid laners now hitting level 6, both Impaler and Jankos have to be very careful, because there's actually a lot of damage that can come down from both Morgana and Overpower at this stage in time. Even with Impaler's Dragon's Descent, the defensive statistics could be burned through thanks to the burst of Mord plus the execute of Pantheon. But great play by Impaler to once again build his little CS lead.
Mima was heading down there. I think they were unsure of the position there because Impaler had a little bit of help on that red. Mima was heading down, wasn't sure whether we're going to see Jankos suddenly appear around the side, but instead he was safe. Overpower, though, continuing to take those Wraiths, which is going to keep that farm catching up. And Moops, of course, now that he's starting to hit 7, that the soil is going to be doing a hell of a lot of damage, which is why we're starting to see him push on the tower.
And of course, remember, with Morgana, fairly recently, it's a couple patches ago, that Tormented Soil was actually changed. So instead of reducing magic resistance, it now deals damage based on missing HP from your opponents. So ideally, you want to get a couple auto attacks down onto the minion wave, then throw Tormented Soil to really get it going a little quicker. What it also means for champions like Renekton who build HP, Tormented Soil is going to hit a lot harder once you get to these team fights and you lock him down in place by a bubble or a binding or something similar like that.
We are 9 minutes into this game. We do see the BF swords being picked up by both Saliva and Mr. Rala, so both AD carries wanting to stack out that damage. And of course, it does mean there's a very different build coming out from the two supports. Vander going for that GP10. Meanwhile, it looks like the sight zone is being pushed for Mixer.
And I think that's because of the champion picks. Because of the fact that Vander and Saliva, if they land a good hook or flay, could potentially kill the duo lane of Super Hot Crew. They need that additional HP. They need that additional survivability. Nami also, you know, doesn't have the same Dark Passage Lantern that can be thrown down from Thresh. So a little bit of a change. I also think that Vander needs to get the Ancient Coin as quickly as possible. They need that movement speed buff to get away from Mima and Impaler and Moops when they throw themselves in a fight.
Good vision awareness there from Super Hot Crew. We've seen Impaler once again coming around, taking away the Wolves this time from Jankos. And Jankos is actually starting to fall behind quite heavily in terms of CS towards him. We see Mima. Is that ultimate going to be enough? Yes, it is. Of course, it is Mr. Mondo.
Now, if Mima can get enough HP to start another fight, we did see Impaler. He was sitting around the top tower of Ro8 with Xaxus going very, very deep, not having his dominance available. This is a potential kill here for Ro8.
Absolutely. He's got no vision either, so he's got no idea. He's going to try and back away, but that briefcase will catch straight on towards him. He's going to have to back in towards the bush. Is he going to have enough? He's going to try and turn the aggression around, but here comes Impaler. Xaxus realizing he's in trouble. He was the unkillable last week, but this time he may well be first blood. It's going to be Impaler comes around, and it's Mima that takes it.
That's a bit of a mistake from Xaxus. He shouldn't have gone that deep. I think having not enough vision, unaware of Super Hot Crew's positioning. Now all of a sudden, Super Hot Crew, they're trying to defend this dragon, and luckily, oh, Saliva's caught.
Saliva having to use that barrier. It's going to be Mr. Rala. The tower damage comes in. The barrier quickly blocks it out. Now we see Moops comes in, pops that ultimate. Is it going to be enough? Dragon does go down, but that's going to be Moops picking up a kill. Immediately Impaler now is down in there, but it's only a 2v3. We have got the support of Mr. Rala coming around the side. They're going to continue chasing. Teleport was cancelled by Mima there. They realize they're not going to make it. Back and forth action. It's still 100 gold dividing the teams.
So overall, thanks to getting 3 kills in total, that has actually kept that gold balance from being ahead of Ro8. Remember we talked about the bonus armor not being there for the bottom tower? If Super Hot Crew can get up to this tower quickly enough, I think with Shyvana's, you know, double bite as well as the damage Lucian can put down, they should be able to get this tower. We'll see how quickly they can melt it.
They are going to push on down. They're going to see, yeah, they will have to step away because, well, Saliva and Jankos were both returning. Remember, the Grand Skyfall was still available, so they could have set up a gank there. There was a counter that could have easily come. Super Hot Crew not pulling the trigger when they maybe could have got away with it.
Yeah, I'm just a little frustrated that as I'm talking about, they don't do it. This was the 1v1, and this is just Mr. Ral's great positioning, landing a lot of hits of the culling there, burning through Saliva, and that's just a straight outplay. In a duel situation, Lucian is a stronger champion than Caitlyn, so he's going to be able to 1v1 you. In actual fact, the bad recall timing here from Super Hot Crew may cost them this tower. There is no soul binding available from Moops, so he's not going to be able to lock him under the tower. And first tower of the game falls, it's in favor of Ro8.
It is Ro8 that do it, and like you say, it's just simply that timing. They backed away. Moops backed away himself. He went down to try and help out that bottom lane, and that means his middle turret's going to take some damage as well. That ward placement in the middle, that ping ward, which I talked about gets spotted so often, still gave them full vision. Nobody spotted it.
Yeah, a need to attack move through that bush, but we haven't actually seen too many roams. I think part of the reason that's standing up there, even though Impaler's been doing a pretty good job of invading, he hasn't actually gone over that period of the map just yet. Super Hot Crew, now they are forcing the numbers advantage in the bottom lane, trying to get the tower, but a very good defensive play from Jankos. Once again, defending the aggressive moves from Super Hot Crew has prevented that steal from happening.
Overpower continuing on these Wraiths. Poor old Jankos hasn't had a look in so far. Impaler does come around. He's making sure he doesn't lose out on that final one, the big gold to Impaler, which is why backed away from this one. Actually, looks like Jankos is going to take that one, so maybe he's just left that little bit of gold for him.
Even though Jankos has got a kill, he's fairly far behind in CS15. The wave clear of Pantheon is not as strong as Shyvana, so in the straight-up farming game, Pantheon's always going to lose out. We still haven't seen Grand Skyfall from Jankos, and he may need to use it soon enough. We've got a number grouping here, and Impaler may get caught out. Baron's blue buff's low, he's got smite.
He's going to give him in, maybe a smite fight, he will take it, and you can see Jankos is going to try and chase on towards him, but he's got no help from Xaxus because Maima is keeping him busy in the top.
Yeah, the movement speed from Burnout is just too much for Jankos' level 1 boots to deal with. So again, a very good invade, a very good steal from Impaler. Even though Impaler's doing quite a lot to actually keep Pantheon down, keep Jankos playing defensive, it's not necessarily transitioning to too much. They've only got the one tower. They, did get a couple of kills, but I think this is the first real roam that we're seeing from Super Hot Crew if they commit.
Well, it is going to be Impaler actually passing the ward by the red buff. Moops is trying to set something up, but good ward placement from Ro8. They're giving all the vision, and now we can see Overpower. He's going to try and sneak around there and steal away those minions. Gets that big giant shield on towards him. Will he get the last steal? Didn't see it. May well have done. No, Impaler will take it.
Now that's actually a little disappointing for Impaler because he knew that Overpower was going to move to the Wraith, and I think Impaler got impatient because he started the Wraith before Overpower roamed down. If he had just sat in the bush waiting, maybe something could have happened, but to be fair, there was a ward there from Ro8, so I think Overpower was well aware of the situation and no sweeping lanes to get rid of it.
Still just that 1,000 gold between them. Blue buff this time, of course. Moops will be taking that one. That's going to help him out in this mid lane. Keep that cooldown down. Keep that soil burning, and well, he's going to be wiping out those minions. And looking at the farm, it's starting to get some pretty big numbers, and actually even across the board. Of course, that 1,000 gold being the single bottom turret that has been taken down. Look at the bottom lane, just 10 CS between them. Mid lane, 10 CS between them. Top lane, 5 CS between them. Well, 6 technically. And it's actually Ro8 with the tiniest disadvantages all across the board.
What I think about that is that both of these teams have picked fairly strong laning champions. They do well against their opponents' picks as well. And with the exception of Xaxus making a bad call in the top lane and trying to farm between towers, he got caught out. He could have potentially accelerated or pushed Maima around a little bit more, but I think Bravado got a little bit ahead of him. That's some good damage in Overpower, but he's going to be able to walk away, heal it back up thanks to his lifesteal and his spell vamp.
Yeah, quickly gets that shield back up there. Impaler once again coming around for the Wolves. This time not going to find them because Jankos has already taken them. So we talked about how Ro8 need to be the ones making the aggression early on. Not quite worked out for them so far. Is Jankos going to fall behind here?
He already has fallen behind. I think if you pick a champion like Pantheon who was so strong in the early game, yes, maybe he couldn't, shut down Moops, but he's got an on-hit targetable stun against a Lucian or a Nami if he goes into lane. He can tower dive thanks to his passive, blocking a turret shot, He has the ability to make plays, but we've seen him farming, and I think that is a testament to Impaler. Impaler's stolen away so many buffs and camps that Jankos has been feeling like, oh, I'm falling behind, panic, farm, as opposed to gank.
What's going on towards that dragon? It is up in 20 seconds. We'll see whether the teams move for it. Of course, last time around, Sullivan did get caught out by Mr. Ralas as they position for this one. Looks like this time around, he is playing it overly cautious and staying well away with those big ward placements.
Yeah, that's definitely the way they have to do this one. You can actually see that Jankos was trying to maybe pinch Moops in that particular situation. Ro8 are going to have the advantage on starting the Dragon. However, teleport is available for Mima. So if a fight were to break out, Ro8 would need to make sure they're grouped tightly. Celavar is too far away to have an impact right now, but luckily, Super Hot Crew have not initiated just yet.
Overpower is playing defensive blocker. Trying to keep Moops away from this one. The rest of Super Hot Crew are coming around. It's actually Mima making his walk down here. He's not going to teleport. Maybe he's going to be a little bit too late, though, because that Dragon go down. Here comes the teleport. It's going to be Mr. Mima trying to catch on towards him. Death Sentence catches on Mixer. Sullivan doing the damage on him, but they've separated it. It's a complete split. Super Hot Crew all clumped together. Impaler having to jump straight across and towards him. Jankos running away from it. Jankos will go down. That's the first kill. Who will be the second? It's going to be Mixer cattle out there, but he manages to flash away from Sullivan, and now the Super Hot Crew close the gap. You can see the ultimate coming out. The box is going to be enough from Vander. Will keep them away, but it's going to be Dragon surely for the Super Hot Crew.
Yeah, Super Hot Crew have the numbers for this. The rest of Ro8 want to recommit. They managed to catch Moops, but they're not going in.
It's another death sentence, but like you say, only on Moops. Oh, Dark Binding flashing past the backside of Vander, and it will be the Super Hot Crew taking that Dragon away, which actually swings the gold into their favor, but only still 300 between the two teams.
That was played perfectly by Super Hot Crew. I mentioned the fact that Celavar was not near enough to the team for him to be effective, and as we said, Mima's teleport, if it can split up Ro8, and if Ro8 are not clumped together, that's going to lose them the fight. Not only did Mima get in and actually draw a line in the sand, but this is the fight we're talking about. Mixer's down on the bottom half of the map, completely zoning out Celavar, and Super Hot Crew, this is 4-on-2. You're never going to lose 4-on-2 no matter what team comp you've got. And even though Vander and Celavar tried to kill Mixer, they didn't get the kill. They forced backwards, and that was all stemming from the teleport in the middle, followed by a great bubble from Mixer to interrupt.
Well, Mima has got that ultimate available. If Jankos were feeling aggressive, gets spotted out by the ward. Actually, that could have been danger play because Jankos was looking to go for that. Impaler was up the top there, had his ultimate available, Dragon Descent, if he wanted to jump on towards him. Jankos, though, this time around will be taking that blue. He's not going to gift it across to Overpower, it seems. Will take it for himself, and that's going to improve that Grand Skyfall. Maybe he can start doing some bit more man drops.
Yeah, he needs to start using them. We haven't seen an impact from that at all, and I actually think that's the first blue buff, or the first big buff he's really had uncontested in quite a while during the course of this game. So we'll see what he can do with that additional cooldown. It's going to help him farming out the jungle as well. And once again, Overpower just carries on pushing. 200 CS to 167. The power of that Mace of Spades plus the shield that he's throwing down is just keeping Moops defensive, keeping Moops reacting to the wave against him.
Jankos coming around. Impaler hasn't quite got the timing on this one, but he is playing good defensive duty once again. It's the white he's going for, or the big Wraith, whichever you'd like to call it, and he has gone towards it, but it looks like it's going to be Mima getting caught out, possibly between the two towers here. Zazas is there, Impaler's ready and waiting to leap across if he's required, and he certainly is. He comes in there, can he turn his fight around? Mima has to flash out, that leaves Impaler on his own. Now he's going to 2v1, Mima's going to have to come back into this one, does finally pop his ultimate. Why he waited so long? He was waiting for Moops. Are they going to have the timing on it as Overpower comes around? No, they do buy each other time to back away.
Impaler was so greedy there. He's like, don't flash till I get white. Don't flash till I get white. Manages to get the jungle camp, goes over the wall, and Mima gets away, but he needed to burn his summoner spell as well as that ultimate. So he doesn't give up a kill, but I think pretty good play from Ro8. They're finally starting to gank a little bit from Pantheon, but I think it might be too late. I think Super Hot Crew are getting quite tanky now. Sunfire Cape plus Giant's Belt already on Mundo, as well as that Spirit of the Ancient Golem plus a Giant's Belt on Impaler Shyvana.
And of course, the needlessly large rod being built in towards that Zhonya's Hourglass for Moops. Not long until that's in there, and you know what happens when he gets that. The flash ultimates will be coming out from that Morgana. Nobody likes to see that one. Overpower himself, well, you can see he's got that Hextech Revolver in there. And immediately will be popping damage. It's going to be tough for him to honestly close the gap. That's why I'm trying to look. Like, while it's great having a Mordekaiser, you kind of want an immobile team. This is a very mobile Super Hot Crew.
Yeah, not only that, but he needs to get past the Dragon's Descent, the Dark Binding, as well as, oh, he has a Man Drop.
Man Drop will be coming through, but immediately Mima pops that ultimate, just speeds away from that one. It even has the balls to just turn it around and stick on him. And now it's actually going to be the Super Hot Crew. Now that they know the jungler is free to keep pushing on towards this middle turret, it will be theirs for free.
Yeah, nobody can react from Ro8. Rocket. They've got no other global presence. Super Hot Crew grab themselves a tower. They even catch Overpower and throw down some good damage.
Dark Binding and Cullen doing the damage on towards Overpower. Impaler comes around and takes away Overpower's wraiths. I would call them Overpower's routes because Jankos hasn't really been there a great deal. Death Sentence get thrown out. Salivar, taking a big chunk of damage straight away from Impaler there. He has to back away from that fight.
Now, Salivar's very low. He does have the ability to sustain with that Bloodthirster, but with Dragon coming up in a little while, Rocket are going to need to regroup fairly quickly and try to get some vision down. I think, we were touching on the fact that Mr. Roll should be pretty safe. He's got Nami for interruption. Everyone else in his team can slow down the melee champions of Rocket, and as it stands, Zazas is catching Mima.
Zazas being clever there, of course. Sunfire Cape completed by Mima, so while he didn't throw a punch, he did get caught out by the tower because that passive damage is going to have to pop that ultimate because Overpower was closing the gap, but is he going to be regenning enough? I'm not too sure it will. Zazas is going to get in there. He times it nicely and gets the kill.
Completely outplayed Mima. Landed every single ability he needed to, managed to get the Sunfire Cape damage for what was the better part of 15 seconds. Even though the damage is lower right now, that's a lot of damage, sitting 35 or so per second over the course. Now, Zazas is going to have a lot of time to most likely grab the second tower of the game for Rocket, and our gold is still sitting bang on even right now. Great play from both teams. They seem to be countering each other, and I think bravado and gutsy play from Zazas and Mima has cost them each a death.
Absolutely, both of them being a little overconfident, and Impaler actually thinking, yeah, I don't really fancy taking on that giant crocodile right now. He seems pretty beefy. Takes that tower down, he's going to leave it. Obviously, Mima making the call to saying, don't touch those minions, I want them.
Yeah, two things about that. Impaler maybe actually could have dueled, but he was down a Sunfire Cape, completed, and also he wasn't sure where Jankos was. By that time, you already start thinking, is the Grand Skyfall available? Could Pantheon join the fight if I engaged? And unfortunately for Impaler, Jankos was hidden. There was no vision on him. As it stands right now, Super Hot Crew with a kill advantage, only 100 gold. They're still trying to really feel each other out. We haven't seen a big team fight with the exception of that one fight around Dragon, and it may happen again shortly.
Well, speaking of that Dragon, both junglers just used Smite, so it's not going to be available before the Dragon spawns. Of course, I don't expect either of them to go fast for this one. Impaler is going to be knowing that. He's going to be not giving the call for his team just yet. Zazas tries to go in, they clear out that pink wall that was just placed by the Super Hot Crew, quickly counteracting that money they'd spent. Impaler using his skills to take down that ward that was placed in the bush towards the top.
I've seen this movie before, and Salivar's not there and teleport's available. Rocket need to group up properly. They cannot afford to get split up like they did last time. Super Hot Crew will be able to grab the tower, keep pushing the minion wave down, and then teleport to the fight. We'll have to see who starts it, as Jankos has taken so much damage.
Quick Dark Binding, Aqua Prison, Culling, all dropping on towards Jankos. He can't get in this fight, he can't be involved. The box being used, that gets counteracted. Impaler goes deep, he's going to get dropped off. The Morgana shield's not going to be enough to pop this one off. Moops his ultimate Wildo, and that's going to capture on towards Impaler. Impaler stopped in his tracks, but look at this. Moops is in trouble. He gets locked down. Rocket turning this fight on its head. They quickly take a two-man. Mr. Rales can't get involved after the ace in the hole, and that's the Dragon for Rocket.
That's the strength of Rocket. They did group up. They pulled together, and unfortunately for Super Hot Crew, Impaler jumped into a 5-man Rocket without the support of Mima. Mima was a little bit late to the party. He was also about half a screen away, so they didn't have that dive buddy composition that Super Hot Crew needed. Now this is allowing Rocket to get on this inner turret, and there's not a lot of CC. It's going to be defended for now, but I think Rocket are going to stick around.
Yeah, it's only a matter of time before they lose this one out here. Rocket may back off here, it seems, with that ward placement from Salivar tells me that they will step away from this one. Let's look at this Dragon fight.
So two of the things that I really want to highlight. Look at the timing Impaler jumps in, and if you look at the top left corner of your screen, Mima's only just spawned in. Mima's only going to the fight once it's over, and once the Black Shield has been burned, the focus damage from the rest of the Rocket crew allows Children of the Grave, that's Mordekaiser's ultimate, to give them a 6th man. You've now got the Shyvana dealing damage, you've got the extra Ghost that's even going to get some very good damage applied to the Dragon, and I think Super Hot Crew, they went too quickly. They needed to have Dr. Mundo and Shyvana together on that fight, and it simply wasn't the case.
So red buff being picked up by Mr. Rales, and honestly, actually, if you look back at that fight, you saw all the damage was focused on Jankos, took that Dark Lantern out of there, everything's safe, and so much was thrown at him. The column was used at the very beginning of that fight, like you said. So Rocket swinging the advantage back in their favor, turning that gold advantage towards them, and now they are just closing on under 40,000 gold minute. At the moment, still 2-2 to the towers. Very close, even game, and That's team fight apiece so far. Super Hot Crew winning out in the first one, Ro8 in the second.
I really want to highlight something that it just dawned on me. If you cast your mind back to game 1 of the split between Fnatic and Gambit, where Diamondprox was playing jungle Shyvana, and he spent the whole game counter jungling. He was in the jungle, he had a massive CS lead, he was controlling Cyanide, but didn't translate it in team fights or into objectives in the game. This is exactly what's happening here. Impaler's had a very good lane phase. His first 20 minutes were all about him. But it didn't amount to towers, it didn't amount to dragons, it didn't amount to kills. And that's why I think Ro8 are clawing themselves back into this game. They've got enough time to at least become relevant, but now the tick is on because Ro8's comp may fall a little behind.
Mimo realizing he can't stick around here. He drew 2 members, though, down towards that bottom lane, which gives them that numbers advantage in the middle, but it does mean that Mr. Rales runs off towards that top. So it is actually Selva, in terms of AD carries, that have edged ahead in terms of CS. But when you're talking about 274 to 244 with kills apiece, this is actually big gold numbers between the two. 9,800. It's a 700 gold lead, though, being built up. Mr. Rales is falling behind.
Yeah, he's been struggling a little bit, and I think the fact that Selva's got the extended range is playing into his favor. Super Hot Crew have had fights that are a little bit all over the place, and I almost feel like Mr. Rales hasn't actually had a super impactful culling yet. The one thing that you are noticing is the gold in the junglers. After me talking about how badly Jankos has suffered in the early game, he's only 100 gold down, thanks to the fact that they've got those dragons. He's been involved in, the kill and the assist, and of course, it is helping him out at the moment.
Helping him do all sorts of things, and at the moment, he's looking to make a man drop and going in towards that red buff area. We'll see how the split push starts to work out, because that's what seems to be developing here. Overpower's going to be shoving that top lane, and we've seen this before. NIP have definitely seen this before. They're going to be playing later tonight, and maybe having shivers as they watch this game, seeing obviously this could have been their position in the LCS, but Zaza split push in the bottom, Overpower split push in the top. This is exactly what they did in that game.
And what works out very well for Ro8 is both of those champions are very difficult to duel. So what that means for Ro8 is if this split push is to be countered, Super Hot Crew have to commit multiple members. They have to throw a number of people at those individual very strong champions, and it's going to allow the Caitlyn, Thresh plus Pantheon to potentially push a lane. And because you have to commit multiple members to a fight, if Super Hot Crew don't put enough members down, you may actually see that Grand Skyfall coming in. There's no tower to fall back on here for Mima, and it looks like Jankos wants to come from behind, but I think Mima's not being fooled twice in a row. He's backed away this time.
Yeah, he'd already used that ultimate, didn't want to get drawn into a fight knowing that potentially they could have it, because talking about vision, there is not a great deal for the Super Hot Crew right now across the map.
They're playing very brave, and I think they're playing like they have a slightly bigger lead than they actually have. I think that's what the vibe that I'm getting. Both of these teams have not had the level of vision control that we've seen out of Alliance in the previous game. And I think with only one sweeping lens here for Ro8, and considering how deep they're pushing, I'd like to see that changed. I would like to see them getting a couple more sweepers and maybe even putting some more wards down. And with a minute left on Dragon, you can immediately see that all of Ro8 are now trending themselves towards the mid and bottom lane, looking to get Super Hot Crew's mid tower and potentially the next Dragon as well.
If they can sweep up those objectives as it stands, it is going to be Mima going in towards that top. Teleport available for him, of course, but it is Impaler that's just cleared out those wards in that mid lane. Hasn't got a pink on himself. We're going to be waiting for Mr. Rales actually to come down. He's got the pink ward on him, so he's going to be the one that's going to be looking to get down towards that Dragon, but he's going to be a little bit late if he's taking down that bottom lane wave.
Yeah, I also think Ro8 may not necessarily dive on it instantly. It's still 20 seconds, and I almost feel like the tower may even be slightly more important to them. It does look like Impaler's got some pretty good wave clear, but look at the range in Caitlyn. That was a very easy takedown. There's not enough defensive people there for Super Hot Crew.
Yeah, despite the fact the Aqua Prison did land, nobody else reacted to it. Impaler didn't want to get too close to that one. And don't blame him, really, when there's the AD carry and the mid both staring at him. So it's going to be Ro8 with positional advantage moving towards this Dragon.
Well, Episode 3 is about to take part, the Battle of the Dragon. First fight went in favor of Super Hot Crew. Second fight went in favor of Ro8. And we talked about how both of these teams want to have 5v5. They want to be grouped up. They want to run at each other. Now the fact that Mima is actually a little bit closer to this team, and the fact that Overpower is not with him, not with the rest of Ro8, I actually think Super Hot Crew's in a better position right now.
And Overpower's going to try and maneuver. You can see he's already going around the back of the Dragon bit, doesn't want to be too close. In fact, he's teleporting back. This is brave, because
If Super Hot Crew get whiff of this, they're going to go in.
They have no idea. They have no vision of it. He's gone back. What's he bought? He's got the Void Staff completed, along with that Zhonya's and the Gunblade. So he's got a lot of damage if he comes running into this one. But Super Hot Crew, they're going to start the Dragon off before he gets there.
Yeah, Super Hot Crew, they needed to have gone now. You can see Overpower may be able to get in here to get some exit frags if Ro8 can interrupt the rest of Super Hot Crew. This is great stall here from Ro8 because Super Hot Crew have not committed. They haven't alled in. And if Mr. Rolls is alone in the back line, he may get popped. Here comes the Skyfall.
Man drop, they're going to go towards Mr. Rolls. He's flashed away, but he's well away from his team. Impaler's taking a giant bunch of damage there. You can see the ultimate coming off from Maima. It's not going to be enough, so Moops does get taken down as well. Sullivan with the Ignite running is not going to be able to take him down, and well, Super Hot Crew just dropping like flies. Great Aqua Prism does save Mr. Rolls' life, but Super Hot Crew once again removed from the fight, and a great pincer move from Ro8. A Dragon and 2 kills, easy.
Hesitation is what cost him there. We talked about vision. Super Hot Crew did not have wards in the jungle. They did not know Overpower wasn't there. And I don't think they were able to feel out Ro8 enough to say, let's go for it. Let's dive onto that Dragon. And that's what cost them the fight. Overpower comes in from behind. They use the Grand Skyfall brilliantly to zone out Mr. Rolls. And look at the panic. This is now 4 members of Ro8 sitting basically on 2 members of Super Hot Crew. And once again, focusing down Shyvana, burning her out, getting that Children of the Grave, and effectively giving the Ro8 composition a 6th man to deal damage.
And that's a worry for me, because that was Mr. Rolls and Mixer both up against Sullivan. Sullivan was just 2v1ing them there and survived. And, you know, they've got the damage, the lifesteal to survive through it and beat them both.
And there's 2 reasons for that. The fully stacked Bloodthirster, as well as a Last Whisper. He was able to sustain through the damage. And because Lucian was playing so far back and not really all-inning him with his passive, the double shots, etc., it just allowed Sullivan to zone them out. And every time those fights has happened, it's because one team's been a little split. Jankos is in trouble. I think Maima's going to run him down.
Yeah, I don't think Jankos maybe get away from this one. Zazas is coming in. Is Maima going to be able to follow through? The rest of the team are coming around. Impaler's going to come in there. Actually, Jankos jumps in, takes the lantern, slides himself out of there in style.
Once again, great pickup here on this Thresh. That was a first pick Thresh here from Ro8, and Vander has done great work with it. Has yet to give up a kill. He's had multiple saves with that Dark Passage lantern. And remember Jankos' Pantheon, we talked about how he sort of gets a little weaker as the game goes on. He's got a massive amount of HP right now with that Warmogs. Going to stack it up and going to get a little bit more defensive MR and armor, and he's going to be difficult to burn through for Super Hot Crew because they don't have necessarily upfront burst as long as you can interrupt Morgana a little bit on those Soul Shackles.
So Zazas is back in towards his top lane, has died in this game, something he only did once, I believe, last week, because he was pretty much impenetrable throughout most of those games. As it stands, though, Ro8 again wants on the push. This is going to be the top wave they're going to shove for, though, because Zazas was already working down that wave. The red buff's not available. They're going to wipe out that pink ward, but they know they've been spotted, and they don't want to get caught out by Super Hot Crew shoving straight down the mid.
Yeah, Super Hot Crew need to be able to split Ro8 up. If Ro8 stay grouped together, the combination of abilities is enough to beat them in a fight. But if you can force Ro8 to diversify their numbers and spread out in like a spiderweb form, that's what Super Hot Crew has to do. They cannot afford to get caught out. The hook lands on Maima and Ro8 are going in.
Well, it's not going to force him to use that ultimate just yet. Maima being that big tanky front line, and Ro8 did a great job of repositioning themselves, making sure they didn't get shoved into those waves.
Now the top wave is pushing in favor of Ro8. It's getting closer to Super Hot Crew's inner tower, but the bottom wave is going towards Ro8. The way Vander was sitting over on the side, he was trying to wait for Super Hot Crew to push down, and you can see that he was just anticipating a death sentence. Didn't work out this time though, and once again, like tense, looking for 5v5s. It's how both of these team comps work.
Vander with the 0-0-5 is seemingly quite far ahead in terms of build over Mixer right now, because he didn't have that talisman early on. He did go for the Ancient Coin much later, but he's certainly got much more support items. Obviously, both gone for that Boots of Mobility, both trying to fly around the map, trying to help out their teams. And Vander has been making the plays so far for his team.
Yeah, Vander's been very impactful during the course of these fights. His boxes have been very well placed, and I think that Locket of the Iron Sorrow, once again, just it really speaks to the way Ro8 want to play this. They want to get into the fight, pick a target, even if it is somebody as tanky as Shyvana, who's got, you know, over 3,000 hit points. With Children of the Grave, with that ultimate from Mordekaiser, you give yourselves that extra man. And if you can get that a proc, if you can get that man on the field, all of a sudden, it's basically a guaranteed team fight win. So Ro8 have been playing it well. as long as they stay grouped up as they have for the last few fights.
We're starting to see what I was expecting to develop now as this game starts pushing on. Jankos is starting to be the man that split pushes because he can man drop into that fight. He's starting to shove those waves. You can see both top and bottom continually being shoved onto the Super Hot Crew while the rest of the four-man sit in the middle.
Yeah, and think about the previous Dragon fight, how Jankos used that Grand Skyfall to split up the members of Super Hot Crew, make Mr. Rawls panic, panic, panic. Oh my god, Pantheon's coming for me. I need to deal with this. I think Ro8 have the power of putting either Mordekaiser or Renekton there as well because they are so incredibly powerful. And with, you know, Jankos' last back, he's picked himself up a Black Cleaver. He's now even difficult to duel. He's got a lot of HP, he deals a lot of damage. And if you don't, you know, engage him correctly, his stun and his burst can be troublesome.
Well, the bottom tower may well go down here. Finally, Maima's got himself some free time and he should have that wave to take it down. You can see that though, he's got Jankos heading down there. Vanderwood's coming down with him, but I think he may well be that hit and run before they get there.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage on this tower. Stuns coming in. Jankos not going for the kill. He's actually defending the tower, and I think that's smart play. Maima still playing a little bit brave. There's two members right in front of him with hard CC. Yes, he's a strong Dr. Mundo, but he shouldn't underestimate his opponents.
Actually baiting towards the Baron here, Super Hot Crew, seeing if the Ro8 were going to fall for it, and they were just not having any of it. Instead, Sullivan shoved straight towards the inner turret.
Yeah, I think Ro8 are making the right decision here, trying to force down this inner tower. And in a 5v4 situation, the time it'll take that teleport to get in, we've seen how bad that has gone for Super Hot Crew in the past. If Maima gets to a fight late, it could be over before it begins. Overpower's not trying to. They want to find Maima. They're looking for Maima, and Overpower's going to get him.
They may well find him. He's going to instead go towards that bottom bush. Instead, that means the blue buff. We see Maima's briefcase is flying in there, not going to be able to catch on towards it. Overpower will take that blue buff away, and the Super Hot Crew left defensive-less.
I'm going to stop getting excited. Every time I think something's going to happen.
You should.
Yeah, every time I think something's going to happen, they're playing this very safe right now. Dark Binding goes wide. Dragon has respawned. You can see Ro8 are already on it. They're starting this one up, and even though Overpower's to the side, I think this is what they want to do. Super Hot Crew, they're not committed to the engage. They just give a couple of love taps. Well, and even I didn't believe that fight was going to happen.
The thing is, when it comes to the fourth sequel, they really knew it was going to be over because Jankos, he's just so tanky, so much damage, that he took that Dragon before Super Hot Crew could even get a position.
Yeah, they've got so much burst they can put down, and they've also got very good range. This is Team Ro8, of course. So I think Super Hot Crew, I think the only way they can get a good engage now is to actually flank members of Ro8 and burst somebody down quickly with a good Dark Binding and some good damage from Lucian. As it stands, Super Hot Crew split up. Once again, Moops needs to be in the middle. He needs to be in the middle of this fight if Ro8 started, but as per usual, they're going to steal the red buff, back away, and farm their way to victory.
That actually surprises me. I think Ro8 could have just gone and bullied their way up towards that top tower. You can see the minion lives both congruent into each other in towards the top, and I think they could have gone in there instead. There's been a call from Ro8. Rightly or wrongly, they have gone back. They're going to take away the red buff. It was a battle for the red buff that was happening in there. Blue buff also being taken away. So Ro8 simply saying, we've got a lot of jungle available, a lot of gold down there. Let's clean all that out first, get those items completed, and then return and once again push in there. And look at that gold starting to build up. Overpower, giant lead starting to develop over Moops here.
Yeah, I completely agree with what you're saying. I think Ro8 are far enough ahead that they can commit to big fights, even if they're a little bit risky. And ironically, they were playing as though they were ahead earlier, and now they've decided to play this one passive. Ro8's a team that can play until they're able to find the win button and push it. It's how they beat Ninjas in Pajamas during the course of the promo games. They waited till late, waited until, in fact, Overpower could one-shot with Kayle, and then went, now let's fight. And he can do a very similar thing with Mordekaiser. He's got a Deathfire Grasp, plus all the ability power of the Void Staff, the Hourglass, and that Hextech Gunblade. If he gets onto Moops, Mr. Rolls, or Mixer, that is basically an insta-give when you combine all of the burst damage.
Mr. Rolls did just buy a Negatron Cloak, but I'm not sure that's quite going to be enough now. If Overpower gets close to him, he will go down incredibly quickly. So, what are the Super Hot Crew going to do to try and counter this? At the moment, it's looking like, well, Baron's already started out. That's what they're going to have to do. And Maima, he's down the bottom.
Yeah, Super Hot Crew need to flank in a team fight. That's the only way they can get in here. They're already 6k gold behind. That's Moops, he's dead. He's been popped.
But Moops was just destroyed by Overpower in seconds off the screen there. There's going to be the ultimate coming through. Will Impaler be able to win out this Smite fight? I'm not too sure. Yes, he does! He gets it! That may keep the Super Hot Crew in this for a short time, but they're already 2 men down.
Yeah, the 2 members down, and the teleport was cancelled by Mima. He's now realizing that their mid-inner turret is going to be sieged up from Ro8, so he started recalling, actually cancels it. I think he's going to try and split push. I don't know if this is smart because Ro8 have enough members to get to the inhibitor turrets.
Yeah, Ro8 already going to be taking down this inner. It was actually Overpower was backing and just said, you know what, I think we can finish this game. You can see the Ro8 is going to turn around, they're going to shove straight through the mid.
Yeah, that's the right thing to do. Ro8 have a numbers advantage. Super Hot Crew cannot defend with only 2 members. They've got the inhibitor turret, they're now on the inhibitor. Still 25 seconds before Super Hot Crew respawn. So Ro8, get the inhib and back away. I don't think that was the right choice from Mima.
Yeah, giant creep wave was coming through. Ro8 were thinking, constantly thinking about maybe going in for that one, but the Baron turnaround may have saved Super Hot Crew briefly. Let's check it out.
So this is the pop. I mean, I'm anticipating 1, 2, 3. I mean, what more are you going to say? You know, DFG comes down, it amplifies the magic damage.
That was in slow-mo, by the way.
Yeah, that was in slow-mo. It amplifies the magic damage, and then when you follow it up with Hextech, Gunblade, and all the rest of the burst from Mordekaiser, he can do that to a number of champions.
That was a very, very good Aqua Prison that prevented that.
It definitely was. You can still smite through it. Yep. Suppression's the only thing that interrupts smite, so I just think, you know, those 50-50 smite battles, it does come down to whoever can get the higher burst, and well played by Impaler to at least close the gap, but at the end of the day, you know, advantage Ro8. They get the inhib, and I thought about it a little more. I'm being overly harsh on Mima. 3v5, they wouldn't have been able to defend the inhibitor turrets or any of those turrets, so at the very least, he grabbed 2 turrets and some additional gold. So maybe, you know, questionable if you want to try to defend 3v5, but overall, I think right decision to make.
But it does also amplify the damage that Overpower has, because there was a Zhonya's Hourglass available for Moops. He didn't get a chance to click it in time. There was nothing stopping him. No stun, no CC. He just missed it. He just was kind of surprised by the damage there. And I think, obviously, with the Rabadon's, the Deathfire Grasp only just being picked up, was probably caught off guard.
Yeah, caught off guard by that burst. You do not anticipate that. And by the time he moved his finger from his spells to his items, I think he was probably dead. But talking about the pick, Morgana's had very little impact in these team fights.
Yep.
He survived the laning phase. The Black Shield is theoretically powerful, but not against the burst that Overpower's been able to build up. And even though the Super Hot Crew are scaling well and Mundo and Shyvana are going to become scary, because Overpower can just remove 1 member, it's going to be team fighting. This is a Grand Skyfall.
The man drop coming in the backside. Who they catch on towards? Mixer's taken very low. Impaler having to use that Dragon's Descent to try and get out of it. Mima, the most tanky member, just destroyed in there. And now Impaler, he gets stunned, locked up, flashes out of it. They're trying desperately to run away from this one, but it's Ro8 that are doing the chasing, and they are jumping on towards it. Zazas, can he get that stun down? He's not going to quite catch it. The Aqua Prison landing from Mixer.
And there was a practical demonstration. The Black Shield would have blocked the stun anyway, but a flash was used. Ooh, Ace in the Hole goes down just for some additional damage. And Ro8 have got a better skirmish team. They burst down Mima with a Warmogs, with Randians. They got through him thanks to all that damage. Ro8 now with super minions in the mid lane, a massive minion wave in the top lane. They've set their targets in the bottom lane. It's complete map control.
Ro8 are certainly the team that know how to do the late game plays. They've done it so many times already, just getting into the LCS. And now, while they're here, it seems to be working wonders against the Super Hot Crew. But they are defending once again on this final inhibitor turret. Can they keep them at bay? There's a giant wave on the top inner turret as well, which may take it down for Ro8 all on their own.
Yeah, Ro8 right now are in a position where they can pick any fight they want and they can basically win. The fact that Overpower's got all of these items available, it fulfills a very similar role to that super late game KL. He bursts somebody down, and even if he doesn't kill them, they are so low they have to back away from a fight, and that immediately gives you that advantageous 5v4. Super Hot Crew needed to come in from the side. It's something that we see SK do last week against Copenhagen Wolves, where Freddy Shyvana, he dove in with the Dragon's Descent, managed to split the team up because of that sort of flanking maneuver, and unfortunately for Super Hot Crew, they haven't been able to do that for the last 25 minutes.
Well, it is Overpower that's just gone back and got himself another needlessly large rod. So Rabadon's Death Cap will be following shortly. We already saw how quick he can pop moves. I'm kind of fearful for anyone in the team now of how quick he may take them down, because this Mordekaiser is becoming a beast. You know, its first play in the European LCS. I don't recall it being played in North America last week either. And it is a monster.
So for the record, Mordekaiser has 558 ability power, and his Children of the Grave ultimate steals at base 34 plus 22% of a target champion's maximum health. Look at the HP on Mima right now.
Steal them back.
56% of his HP, and you've got Mima sitting there close to 4,500 HP. That is an immense amount of ability power. That's why he's going through these tanks. Smart pickup. If you can get 558 ability power, of course.
Yeah, and he's 107 up against a 041 Moops, who is famed for playing Morgana. So Morgana not really working out towards him, and so far he's almost 100 CS behind as well. But when you're talking about 400 plus CS, numbers don't really count too much anymore. 1 minute 30 you see on Baron, but that's not what Ro8 are interested in. Sweeping lenses being used out there. They're pushing straight for this exposed inhibitor.
Yeah, inhibitor has respawned, and Ro8 want to get control of it, then most likely either push the top lane or push for that Baron. As it stands, Super Hot Crew, they can't take a straight up fight because they're 11,000 gold down, well 9,000 rather, and unfortunately they just get burst out far too quickly. Xaxus is tanking, but that's good damage from Mr. Ro8.
Yeah, Mr. Ro8 taking half the hit points off Xaxus there, not using that Dominus to try and keep that regen going. Dark Binding may well have caught him out there, and Ro8, well, they're backing up.
And that's why Celaver changed to Caitlyn instead of Jinx. Jinx was available in picks and bans. He picked Caitlyn for the long range on auto attacks and the ability to use that 90 caliber net to get away from threats. Worked out perfectly in that situation. And Super Hot Crew are feeling brave, and I think unjustly so right now. They've got to be careful they don't get dove on by Ro8, who can just throw Grand Skyfall behind like they have done in the past few fights.
Well, they have the bottom lane pushing itself. They have the top lane that will push itself in a moment. So Super Hot Crew trying to keep the pressure on here. Maybe it'll work out for them. They're what, 6,000, 7,000 behind in gold. They have a minion wave coming in there, but where is Mr. Ro8? Miles away at the back. Grand Skyfall coming in. Who's it going to land on? It's going to be straight in towards there. The Culling coming out, and it's going to be Jankos taking a lot of the damage. Mima just gets destroyed. Moops tries to pop that Zhonya's Hourglass. Will catch 5 members with that ultimate, but instantly it's a triple kill for Celaver. They're going to continue chasing, slice and dice through the minions. Doesn't quite catch the speed on towards Impaler. They will back away, but Ro8 can run through the base.
I'd like to highlight that Children of the Grave from Overpower, his ultimate was not even used in that fight. They have so much damage and so much CC. They locked up Super Hot Crew, and this is going to allow Ro8 to get on the inhibitor and most likely the Nexus turrets as well.
And you said it, Super Hot Crew just lulled themselves into a false sense. They're pushing on. Grand Skyfall straight behind them. Nexus turrets will be going down, and it's going to be Ro8 once again taking victory over the Super Hot Crew in clean style. 48 minutes into the game. And wow, what a Mordekaiser from Overpower.
Unbelievable play from Ro8. They struggled early on. Fact of the matter is, it was a slow laning phase for them. For the first 15 to 20 minutes of the game, Super Hot Crew were ahead. And then they just used that superior team fighting to consistently beat out the Super Hot Crew. They're now 4-1 in the LCS, tied for wins with Fnatic.
And let's just go through some of their stats. 5-1-5 for Xaxus in that top. That one death was the first blood, of course, when he got a little bit carried away and caught out by between Impaler and Mima. 4-1-4 for the AD carry, Celaver 0-0-10 for Vander in support, and of course 1-0-9 for that Mordekaiser in the mid lane. And just fantastic play once again from Ro8. They really are showing themselves to be a great team that have joined the LCS.
The one thing I want to comment on that I think I really like from this is we've seen Overpower playing Pantheon mid last week. Now we see Jankos picking up Pantheon in the jungle and playing him well in the mid to late game, which is impressive. And we touched on how the champion pools for Ro8 are very impressive. They have extended that even further. They're showing the ability to play in the meta. They've changed from patch 3.15 to 4.1, and they're doing the same things on the same level. Great control, great coordination, and barring one team fight, it was all about them.
So where do we go for Super Hot Crew? Because again, they started off well. It seemed to work out well for them. They were kind of losing out in that bottom lane a little. Not really there. Is it the mid lane? Do we see that Mordekaiser Morgana? Wrong pick for maybe Moops?
Actually, I feel like Vision is probably the mistake that Super Hot Crew made in this game. That second Dragon fight where they didn't jump on Overpower when he recalled. Overpower backed away and they didn't jump on Ro8. They didn't have Vision in the jungle. They didn't even know Overpower wasn't there. And I feel like their composition was actually pretty good. If they had a little bit more information to work with and pulled the trigger more in the 15 to 30 minute bracket, I feel like they could have made some things work a little bit differently. So if I were them, that's what I would take away.
And speaking of pulling the trigger, you know, the decisive plays from Jankos, because you think of those man drops that came in there, the entire Ro8 team reacted so quickly. So it's like, I'm going, and everybody piled onto the same target.
Yeah, there's something we did game one, and I'm going to do it now. That 1v1 of Overpower popping Moops, hashtag LCS big plays. I want that in slow-mo because that was just, you can't let Mordekaiser get that far ahead.
Absolutely. destroyed him. Well, it is time for us to switch places. When we come back, we will be talking with Shox, talking to Overpower, of course, from Ro8. So we're going to talk and hear all about that Mordekaiser. And then, of course, Joe and Deficio are going to be bringing you the battle between the young contender, Young Buck, and the veteran Kevin versus the Copenhagen Wolves up against Millennium. We'll be right back. That gets counteracted. Impaler goes deep. He's going to get dropped off. The Morgana shield's not going to be enough to pop this one off. Moves his ultimate Wildo, and that's going to capture towards Impaler. Impaler stopped in his tracks, but look at this. Moose is in trouble. He gets locked down. Ro8 turning this fight on its head.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Demon and I are joined by Overpower from Team Ro8. We saw that Mordekaiser and it was fantastic. Tell me what led you to pick him.
Just a fun hero. I don't know what to say. Like it works against Moob's champions pools. So yeah, why not?
So that's actually something that you guys mentioned in the feature beforehand. You talked about how Super Hot Crew's champion pool is quite limited. So did you know ahead of time, obviously, what you were going to counter? You kind of knew what you were angling them in towards picks-wise? Do you know what they're... Obviously, did you expect the Shyvana jungle, the top lane Mundo, the mid lane Morgana? These are all kind of picks that everybody knows that Super Hot Crew play.
Yeah, we expected all the picks which they picked. We expect kind of Ziggs, not Morgana, but yeah, we kind of expected Morgana as well, so it worked pretty well for us.
Tell me a little bit about the mind games during that champion select, because last week you beat them with Pantheon mid, the Super Hot Crew. Was that a factor in that picks and bans? Like, we might bait them out if we do this.
Of course, it was our little secret to pick the Pantheon for the jungle. But since America picked Pantheon for jungle, we thought they might think it's actually jungle Pantheon.
So let's talk about the turn of the game, because it seemed that obviously Jankos was taking his time at the start, didn't really have too many ganks with the Pantheon, which you would normally expect. Instead, towards the end of the game, were you surprised when you were so far ahead that they were pushing down that mid? Because it just left it open for you guys to jump on them.
We wanted them to jump on us in the late game because we can just Deathfire Grass, my ulti as Mordekaiser, and everything in one target so we can get the clone. And then if we get the clone, then it's easy win for us, I think.
But effectively, you didn't even get the clone off that many times. It wasn't really necessary. And I know I asked you in the beginning, but I do want to know a little bit more about how you played out Mordekaiser and how you want to build it and what is necessary for you to get rolling in a game.
Just fire as much as you can.
And of course, obviously, you know, you're 4-1 now in the LCS. But as we just said off camera, you haven't yet played Gambit. You're playing them tomorrow. What are you expecting from these guys? Are these teams you're fearful of, or are you just thinking, we're pretty confident now in the LCS?
I expect to lose against Fnatic. But I expect we're going to win against Gambit. But yeah, against Fnatic, it's going to be a tough one game.
Well, we will see, of course. And for now, we're going to hear what the fans have to say on Twitter. Of course, earlier in the show, we asked you which champion was the most exciting to see during week 1 of the EU LCS and why. And luckily, we have Overpow here because Ro8 has been playing some crazy things themselves. But the first answer is from @I'mNeverial. LeBlanc was so interesting because she is so volatile and skillful, so much potential, but so fragile. It's like an art. Get fed or feed. What's your opinion on LeBlanc?
I don't like her. Too many skill shots, you have to think too much while you play her.
Yeah, and she's not done that well either. I mean, you think of every time she's been played so far in the LCS, other than Bjergsen in North America, who, well, in fairness, did some very good plays. But,
I thought you were going to say something else.
It's another European player doing well. What can I say?
The second tweet is from @VoltuxLol. The Galio pick was the first real demonstration of how the support changes have opened up new options for the bottom lane. Of course, it was N-rated pulling out that Galio.
Yeah, and Trevor said it at the start of the show. That was actually one of his plays. And what do you make? I mean, have you seen, has Vander ever thought, hey guys, I want to pull out Galio? Was that something you guys would actually accept?
We will never let him Galio support.
The last tweet is from @LolRyu Kurogain. Trundle was a break from the normal in the EULCS, and I hope to see more of him to take a bite out of the super tank meta, and maybe with the changes to Shyvana, and he might be something that we'll see a lot more.
Yeah, Trundle definitely was a champion that worked well, and actually it's something they took off Cloud9 EU, who've become Cloud9 Haprix or whatever they are. They're going to be playing later on in the week. But it was a great champion choice. I mean, have you guys ever thought about Trundle in the top lane? Is it something that Zazas has maybe won? Because obviously he's played Renekton pretty much every game so far.
Trundle is really good against most of the top laners right now, but he's kind of bad against Renekton. We tried Trundle.
People getting excited.
Yeah, okay. We tried Trundle. Works pretty good against Mundo, Shyvana, and some other champions. I don't remember, but it's really bad against Renekton, so we didn't want to pick this game, but I think you can expect some Trundle picks.
Okay, well, very interesting. Thank you very much. Those were some great answers, and of course, we'd love to hear more. Remember to follow us @LOL Esports and use that hashtag LCS. And now it's time to send things over to Joe and his young Padawan Deficio at the caster desk, where the Force is with them. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Shocks. I'm Joe Jabba the Hot Miller, and I'm happy to be joined here by Martin Deficio Lunge here in Cologne.
Thank you, Joe. And we would love to have you guys join us here in our studio audience. To find out how, head to lolesports.com and click on the tickets link at the top of the page.
Well, it's time to get into our third match of the day, to begin with the Copenhagen Wolves taking on Millennium. Now, last year Millennium just missed out qualifying for Worlds and have had a pretty rough start to the 2014 season. However, Aranea and crew remain hyper-focused on bringing it back.
And it's going to be alternate, going 5-0 in the European Summer Split. They are the top of the table, and they looked dominant right there.
5-0 on DreamHack was like the dream start for us.
I felt like a boss. We won like versus everyone in pretty confident way, so we were really happy.
We just wanted to be as good as possible. So when we saw that they went 5-0 the first week, we felt that we couldn't go to Worlds.
But after that, like our mid laner Forlord, he went on vacations for like 1 week or something like that, or almost 10 days. And then like Kriton broke his hand, unfortunately, and we had to play without our star.
It sucked. It just sucked. Like I still can't believe how it happened. I don't know even what to say because like I'm just speechless when it comes to my hand.
I'm pretty sure we would have ended top 4 last season for sure if we didn't have those issues.
100% sure. We will make for Worlds if Kriton didn't break his hand and Forlord didn't went on vacation.
The Battle of the Atlantic sways the next way to the even, and it looks like it is going to be taken by Alternate here in the second game. 2 clean sweep against CLG. Alternate upsets, I have to say. CLG 2-0.
In Battle of Atlantic it was fun because it's the few times you can actually play teams from other regions.
Definitely that gives us confidence to join the LCS like stronger.
Of course it helps because it's the first time we play together on offline and we win.
But still, like LCS is another world, LCS is another season, and we have to focus so much on every single game right now.
Millennium, the team that were formerly known as Ultimate, vying for the Spring Split crown.
And that is going to be Fnatic taking the game against Millennium.
They go 1-3. This is their last game now for week 1. I think they can take a lot away from that game.
I felt we could go 2-2 at least in the first week, so maybe a little bit disappointing.
We had the strongest opponents, in my opinion, Fnatic and Gambit, and we actually got surprised by Ro8. But I still think that we played really good, and we're gonna do better and better within weeks.
Our goals are still the same. I think in the end we can still get top 3, but we need to work on the stuff we did badly this weekend.
I think it was Lemon Dogs who went like 1-4 or 2-3 or something like that, and they ended up winning the summer split.
As you can see, in the end, it doesn't matter how you start, but how you finish.
Some wise words there maybe coming out of Kriton at the end. It's not really how you start the season, but how you finish it.
I mean, yeah, that is true. Perfect words.
Well, we'll see if they can change things around in this one. Of course, it is Millennium taking on the Copenhagen Wolves here next. We're going to start with the Copenhagen Wolves on the blue side. They currently sit 2-2 with a win versus Alliance and Ro8. However, 2 losses to the names against Gambit and SK Gaming.
And when I look at this Copenhagen Wolves lineup, I mean, obviously I have to put in the I love Copenhagen Wolves one. But when I look at this lineup here, Amazing is the guy who stands out for me. It's a lineup, though, without any superstar itself, but they're just all very good players. They work together well, but Amazing is like one of the most important ones. Generally, junglers right now, they need to have the good early game, they need to put pressure in the lane, they need to help everyone, you know, transition into the mid game. And right now, Amazing, when he's been playing Lee Sin and Elise, the early game junglers, Copenhagen Wolves actually win the games.
Yeah, and actually struggled if you look at the other side of that one with the likes of Olaf and Vi, the more team fight-based champions there in the jungle as well. And has, over the 4 games, picked 4 different junglers as well, showing the variety that he has.
Generally, Copenhagen Wolves has a very big champion pool for every one of their members. Kautot as well has 4 different champions played in the 4 first games. So it shows that at least they know exactly what they want to play, and they're also not afraid of expanding it a little bit, and it makes it very hard for the enemy team to do something against them in the champ select. And again, with Amazing, and he's 4 different champions though, I have to criticize a little bit. Maybe he has actually 2 little early game junglers, or like early game aggressive junglers. He could potentially have something like, I would say a Sing Sao. It hasn't worked out for Super Crew, but it's not a bad pick. it wouldn't actually surprise me to see him maybe play it.
Well, talk about the bottom lane a little bit for us here. I mean, this is a very aggressive bottom lane, you know, Unlimited and Forgiven. They've done pretty well together so far. I mean, this is the two that really, you know, we look back a little bit and we think obviously at Reckless, the AD carry role, they brought in the man on your screen right now, Forgiven, and to be honest, they're incredibly good.
I mean, it is one of the best bot lanes, in my opinion, in Europe. Pretty much every game they are ahead, they manage to pick up a kill early, and they're so aggressive, and again, they just think the same way. I talked a little bit with them, and they're like, yeah, we like the same champions, we like the same play style, and if we can like avoid getting any jungle help, it's a win for us, and if we can just do 2v2 and try and win that way, we know that Amazing can then go to some of the other lanes and try and help them and get them ahead, so Copenhagen Wolves can snowball the game.
Well, their opponents in this one, of course, are Millennium, who are currently sat 4. Almost said 3 there, but that, of course, did change in our first game of the day. They picked up the victories against SK Gaming, but have lost then to Gambit, Rocket, and Fnatic, plus that loss that they took, and the first win, actually, of the LCS, obviously, for Alliance.
And now, funny enough, with Millennium, it's pretty much the same story every single game for them. The early game is fine, the laning phase is fine, they get out, you know, to the first dragon fight, and then the first dragon fight happens, and things goes wrong. Pretty much every game is the same for them right here. The general team fight, even if you look back at the SK game, when they're 25,000 gold ahead, they actually still didn't even win conventionally before the very last team fight where they managed to end the game. And that game was like 45 or 50 minutes long, just because they couldn't finish or win the fights. So Millennium, for me right now, is in a position where they have to look at the picks they have, and they also have to look at the calling in the fights, and trying to find out why are we losing these fights.
I want to talk about the man in the middle with the trackball, Kerp. You know, he has performed very well so far. I mean, it's hard to say very well when you're 1-4, but at the same time, I think he's been almost the glimmer of hope in some of those games for Millennium.
But that's also the game plan for Millennium. They want Kerp to be fed, and they want him to make plays. So Aranea is using a lot of time and a lot of resources on ganking mid lane. We saw it against Alliance just earlier today when he jumped in on Froggen a few times as well. They want to do everything they can to get Kerp ahead so he can roam around the map with, for instance, a LeBlanc and try and do something. At the same time, though, this is what they did in the first split. With, in the last split, with Lord in the start, where he played Lissandra, and they made sure he got ahead early, and then he went around on the map, and he kept making plays, did great engages for the team fights. Maybe they're missing him a little bit, I'm not too sure, but for me, though, even though they are 1-4, Kerp has been doing a fine job.
And to talk about then the top laner, the man that came in that kind of initiated this whole switching of roles, Kevin. We've seen him going into a very much pure tank role in some of these games, in most of these games even. How does that actually affect the team fighting ability of Millennium? And you know, the fact that with him being a pure tank, they maybe don't need to be focusing on him, but the man in the middle, Kerp, who Millennium are putting so much pressure on.
Yeah, I actually think it hurts them a little bit to have Kevin play these champions, because again, they put so much on Kerp, they want him to make the plays, but it's easy for the other teams to target out Kerp and in the team fight and just say, Kevin is playing like Shen or Tank Gragas, we don't care about him. Kreaton is in the backline, we don't care about him right now, let's get Kerp. If they manage to shut down Kerp early in the fight, a lot of the damage from Millennium is gone. So, right now, I think they need to put Kevin on some more either split push heavy champions or more team fight based champions, and they just leave out the pure tanks.
Well, let's have a look to the starting lineups of this one. Starting on the blue side with the Copenhagen Wolves there, of course, Youngbuck in the top lane, Amazing in the jungle, Coutard in the mid lane, Forgiven the AD carry, and Unlimited the support.
And on the red side, it's Millennium with Kevin in the top lane, Aranea in the jungle, Kerb as the mid laner, Kreaton on AD carry, and support is Jerry.
So let's talk about champion select here, because we do have a few crossovers. I think we can say the top lane, obviously, with Shyvana having those hits, the fact that Mundo, Renekton are two very highly contested picks right now.
Definitely, I mean, it will be interesting to see if we're going to get a Trundle, for instance. I could imagine actually Kevin pick up a Trundle, get a bit more presence in the fights. But for me, though, the big, like, ban-wise, is going to be towards Kerp.
And just to give you a quick note on this one, Millennium actually lose a ban in this game because of Aranea quitting out of their game earlier on against Alliance. So Millennium will only have 2 bans here against the Copenhagen Wolves, just so you guys know why they're not actually banning out here. That's not tactical, unfortunately, for them. But Mundo was the first ban, and actually with 2 bans, that can make them even more important than when you've got 3.
Exactly. I mean, just touching quickly on the Dr. Mundo one though, he right now stands alone as like the top pick, because Shyvana was Shyvana Mundo, now Shyvana is nerfed. Nothing happened to Dr. Mundo. He's not changed at all, except for maybe Spirit Visage was a slight nerf to him, but it was same for everyone. So right now, Dr. Mundo is just, I expect him to pretty much be gone in every game, or at least picked as one of the first like we've seen before, and without a real counter pick.
Well, we see Annie taken away from J-Re and the Vi from Aranea as well. He's really been liking this Vi play. On the other side, Kale going to be picked off as one of the 2 bans that Millennium have here, and also getting rid of Elise against Amazing. And that left Lee Sin open for first pick.
And now we have the early game jungler on Amazing. We touched about it before, how strong he is in these and how good he is at making Copenhagen will snowball. So Lee Sin for him now, and with Vi gone and with Elise gone, I'm not sure what Aranea is actually going to pick up. Maybe the Pantheon again. He didn't have too much success in the last game, but it's kind of the only early game jungler he has left right now.
I'm interested to see what comes out in these top lane as well, with the fact that Mundo is banned out in that one. Obviously in the middle lane, Kerp has shown already that despite his trackball, he can still move around the map like no other, only Blank here in Europe. I think he's been one of the shining stars that's picked that champion so far. Still obviously a lot to be answered in this one, but it seems like we could be going for the AD carry and support the duo lanes here in this one. And actually, Lucian has been played in every single game so far by Forgiven. That's a decent champion to take away from him, therefore.
I'm a bit surprised, though, that they do pick bot lane right now, just full out the bot lane, because Renekton was left open, Copenhagen Wolves now took him, and he's so strong as well now with the Shyvana nerfs. Shyvana was good versus Renekton once you got to like level 9 or 10. Right now, Renekton can hold her even longer than he could before, so he's actually a very strong pick. The bot lane wise, though, for Millennium is pretty much one of the safest bot lanes you can get, and they do well pretty much the entire game.
And we can see that leaves pretty much you're looking at Caitlyn or Jinx after the Lucian's been taken away. This time around, looks like Copenhagen Wolves going to be picking up that Caitlyn. Now, a pick which actually Forgiven has in the qualifiers in the promo series actually been playing a lot of that Caitlyn as well. Not as if he's any surprise pick for him on that side. And there we see the Pantheon coming in once again for Aranea. We wondered where he was going to go jungle-wise with so many jungle bans pretty much, and certainly champions that he likes to play in the jungle. And also that Shen again for the top lane.
Yeah, they do go for like the same kind of global combo as before. It went alright for them in the first few fights. They had a very good engage around their own tower with Aranea jumping in on Alliance. But that was pretty much it. He didn't really do anything else. And I fear right now that if they do get a 3v3 or 2v2 with Lee Sin versus the Pantheon, that Lee Sin will win out, and that's going to set Aranea behind again and do pretty much the same that happened in the last game where he didn't really get going too well. And now we have the Shen. Shen versus Caitlyn, teamfight-wise, is not really much is going to happen. Caitlyn can kill the Shen teamfight-wise, but Shen can't really kill Caitlyn either, so that's pretty dead even. Renekton Shen, though, means Renekton is going to have a free lane, especially in the start. He won't really be able to pick up a kill, but he's going to be able to free farm.
Well, we see Kassadin picked up there, and you have to wonder if that third ban was available for Millennium, whether that may have been a Kassadin taken out, and actually Karma going to be picked up here as well. So what do you think to Millennium here now? I mean, they've got so many options. They went on the whole, the global kind of direction, therefore you might look towards someone, you know, like Ziggs, who is safe in lane and can join in with that whole global thing, but you can see there from the picks that actually they finished off with Talon.
And this is actually really good for Millennium, because Talon hard counters Kassadin. And if Kassadin tries to split push late game, Talon will walk up to him, get Shen ulted, and they can finish him up, kill him, and then do something else on the map. But just to touch real quick on the Karma pick, I actually like that because when Pantheon engages on you, you can speed up everyone around you and try and get out of the circle and then survive, you know, the engage from Pantheon. So actually a very smart pick.
Well, we've seen a couple of Karmas coming in here in Europe, mostly actually in the top lane, funnily enough. It was Curb that played her a couple of times last season. Zoaz has played Karma a couple of times as well, but I'm going to be seeing her in the support role here today. That Kassadin coming through, as you said, left open from the bans, but if the hard counter's still left up, then why not leave it open anyway?
At least Millennium sees this as a hard counter. They have played against Kassadin before where they had Talon, and I'm 100% sure that they knew when they had the 2 bans, if we want to give one away, it should be the Kassadin one, and we're just going to go with the Talon and see, show that we think this one is going to beat Kassadin. Question is now if Copenhagen Wolves wants to go 2v1 mid versus the Talon to try and, shut him down or make sure that Kassadin is not versus the Talon 1v1. The issue for Kassadin, though, in the side lane, he's very weak.
That was exactly my next question to you, but you already answered it, so we know that one, and obviously the changes going to make that one a little bit interesting as well. But as we load into the game, guys, let's check out who you at home think are going to win this one. And currently sat at 63% of you choosing the Copenhagen Wolves to take victory over Millennium. For me, Deficio, that's probably not too far away if we look at general trends.
Yeah, no, I agree pretty much with this. Copenhagen Wolves comes in as pretty much the favorite. Millennium has been not exactly looking too good. But now they have this counter pick in Talon. We'll see how it works. With the Shen, he can do a lot of risky plays and still get saved by Shen. So this is really going to be the game for Millennium to bounce back.
So here we go then, the Copenhagen Wolves versus Millennium. And as you rightly said, a pretty big game for Millennium. I mean, they are now tied with Alliance down on the bottom of the table. We heard it in the video earlier that a strong or even a weak start can always be changed completely by the time you get to the other end of the split. But this looks like we could see a very interesting level 1 play.
Millennium has been doing pretty much disinvade every single game, actually. They want to try and do something level 1. They want to try maybe go in at 130 and get a deep ward on the red buff, or at least try and pick up a kill. We saw EG actually in the NA ping up 2 kills by doing this with Fresh.
Well, we'll have to see, because currently the Copenhagen Wolves are actually over on the complete other side of the map, which may mean that we get some early wards down and a retreat comes in from Millennium, or on the other side, we see some buffs being taken or possibly traded. Still so many questions to be asked, even just 1 minute and 20 seconds into this game. Millennium have now done a full victory lap of that red side of the Copenhagen Wolves jungle, and they're going to exit on the top side.
And Copenhagen Wolves actually pinged up in their top bush in the river because they thought Millennium could be there and try and go in for their blue buff. But Youngbuck went up, he kind of face-checked a little bit, but they weren't there. Instead, Millennium has actually pretty much gotten nothing out of this. They didn't ward anything, they just walked straight out, and that's it.
That's it, just a bit of a run around, and we say that's it. But the Copenhagen Wolves are now actually making their move through into the Millennium jungle as well. A ward goes down there. Kevin actually waiting inside of the brush, and this is in full vision of Millennium. They know that this one's going on. The question is how Kevin can hold them away, or not hold them away, as the case has been. Amazing he's able to take that red buff. Now it's the question of how fast Aranea can get down to the opposite side of the map.
Getting the red buff, though, from Copenhagen Wolves now for Aranea is not going to be an issue because the bot lane is there. They can go in and help him if something should happen. Renekton cannot move. Instead, though, Unlimited actually face-check on Kevin.
Yeah, going straight in there. And Kevin actually doing a decent amount of damage. He takes a pilt over Peacemaker as well. And Aranea now is starting to head around on towards that red buff. And we see that Amazing on his side of the jungle going to be doing the blue. So it's going to be a bit of a simple trade coming out from this. But I want to touch on the lanes here, because we talked about how patch 4.1 has really changed how the turrets work and how we see these 2v1 lanes working out. How's it going to be affected in this match with this setup that we've got?
Well, Millennium can take down the bottom tower really fast. If they move down Aranea, try a dive, they can actually take down the turret and then maybe rotate for a dragon. Meanwhile, Copenhagen Wolves, they need a lot more time to take this top turret. You do 20 less damage per auto attack on the turret. That is a lot early game. So if Millennium decides to move Aranea down, it doesn't seem like it right now. He's actually just going to farm, which is a bit questionable. I think they should move him down, try the gank. Fresh is really good at diving as well. So a bit weird decision from Aranea here, but that works out for Copenhagen Wolves because they don't have to think about losing the dragon then.
Yeah, the Wolves here continue to hammer away on that turret. Creaton and Jerry going to be doing the same, and the hook comes out, and they see that Amazing has actually come down onto this bottom lane now, and that's going to be kind of forcing the hand of the Copenhagen Wolves if they don't want to lose this turret very early on. Shen, obviously, Kevin up on that top lane. At level 3 right now, so he's not going to be feeling too much under pressure in terms of dying, but certainly it's his tower that he's trying to protect. As finally Millennium get down onto it, and we see again Amazing coming back to protect.
Amazing's there to protect, he knows the target. Oh, we're catching out.
Yeah, Aranea are actually coming around to this top side. Unlimited going to speed himself up. There's a great taunt coming down, and Unlimited is going to fall there. First blood coming in for Millennium. It's Aranea that gets that one, and I tell you what, with a red buff on, Forgiven might be in trouble as well. He did flash away from the stun, but he did get stunned up at the same time. Aranea finally finally does lose grasp of him, and that will be a 1-for-0. Good start for Millennium.
But Copenhagen will should always fight bot lane.
Yeah, Jerry's at half HP, and Amazing putting down a lot of damage onto him at this point. Not sure that he can finish that one off, and Amazing did back away. They both around at half HP from that one, as is the bot lane of Millennium. A very tense start to this game.
But Copenhagen Wolves must have known Aranea wasn't bot lane because they didn't see him at all. They were actually, the whole wave was at the tower bot, no Aranea. So they must have known he was top lane at this point. Unlimited decides anyway to go in for very risky ward deep inside, and Aranea is there waiting for him and kills him. Bit of a misplay from him, I have to say that.
Well, the turret, funnily enough, in this 2v1 lane now pushed up against the duo lane on that bottom side, for giving an Unlimited back in their lane up in top now. Will be feeling a little bit safer. Unlimited got himself the coin in, along with that door and shield. Pretty much exactly what we've been seeing from most supports.
Now look at the builds from Kautard. He knows, he learned from the time he played versus Gambit, where he didn't build any armor versus the Kha'Zix. This time though, he got straight for armor versus Curb, and he will not risk dying at level 6.
So Kautard there did take a bit of burst, and once he gets that level 6 point, he's going to be a lot more mobile. It's going to allow him to move around the map. We talked about that from Curp's point of view, but right now you have to feel that Kautard is the one that's going to be doing that maybe a little bit quicker here. We can see that Kautard just sitting straight back on his tower.
Now, while Aranea did pick up the early kill, he didn't actually do anything to defend the turret, which means that Copenhagen Wolves has been able to poke it all the time, get it really, really low. Millennium, on the other hand, hasn't been able to poke the bot tower at all because of a taunt coming in.
Yep, Aranea actually coming up towards this top lane. Forgiven did get taunted. There's a stun coming down. He's got no flash. Is he going to fall? Actually managing to get pretty far away from them. There's the speed up. There's the spear coming in. The barrier was down as well. So very close, but no kill.
No kill coming in, and they pushed him away from the turret though. This means Millennium right now can try and take down the bot turret. Lee Sin is far away, he's not there to help defending. They will maybe even be able to pick this up.
Yeah, it's the chance for Millennium then, already down to half HP, and you can see between Creatine and Jerry, they're both auto-attacking that one out, doing a good job, as we are going to see Curp going in there on towards Kautard. Both got those ultimates available, and it was kind of disengaged from both of the ultimate uses that we saw. Millennium keep up that pressure. Lee Sin still nowhere near in a defensive position.
And he's moving down the route. He will come in on Youngboy though. They won't be able to pick up the kill, but they can at least try and force him back a little bit. The next wave coming in, if Amazing isn't there, they will take the turret. But at the same time, if you look at top lane, Kevin is recalling. If they manage to push it down, they can also take the tower top.
Well, Aranea is actually coming to join them down on this bottom lane. They should be able to see Lee Sin coming through if he heads through that tri-bush, which currently is warded up. But Aranea has already taken his position there. Curb just getting a pink ward into the top side of the river as well. So you have to feel with the positioning that we're seeing on the map here that we're going to see an attempt to defend by the Wolves and an attempt to push by Millennium.
Amazing is level 6, so they cannot dive this. I mean, he's too strong at this point. Level 5 on Aranea, he just backs off and leaves it at this. This does mean though that the top tower can actually go down.
Top tower, and if we look at it, it's very, very low. And funnily enough, we talked about how these 2v1 swaps are going to affect things, that the duo in the top lane were going to have a harder time to take it down, and in the end, it's the Wolves that get that.
But this is simply because of the way Aranea or Millennium has played with him this game. He went top rather late when they have already hit the turret a lot early game, and he didn't go into defense, he just went in for the kill as the only thing. This meant that Copenhagen Wolves could keep poking on the turret. Millennium, on the other hand, could barely poke the turret because of Amazing being there pretty much from the start, and he showed himself from the start to defend.
So with that first turret of the game down, let's have a look at some of the items here. We can see that Creatine actually just about ahead in the CS, 67 to 66. Not really been back to buy just yet. That single Doran's blade in there for him. On the other side, Caitlyn in with a pickaxe and a Vamp Scepter and boots at this stage.
And Copenhagen Wolves can right now try and force Millennium's bot lane to stay so they won't go back and buy. This means they have a pickaxe and a Vamp Scepter over the Doran's blade. So they will be able to dominate the lane and push it down and therefore save their own turret. And it's actually a win for Copenhagen Wolves.
Well, we can see that the recall's actually coming in from Creatine and J-Rin. That may just cost them here somewhat. Certainly going to cost them some damage onto that tower as we see Kautard coming back into this mid lane. He's going to have a couple of men to help him there, but that bottom tower is surely going to be the focus on this one. We can see that it's already taken a good chunk of damage, but not going to be able to put enough down to actually kill it off before Millennium's bot lane arrives again.
No, generally what Copenhagen Wolves could have done was keep Renekton there and then go for the Dragon if Millennium spot lane recalled. But he didn't buy anything yet. He was like, he only had the Dawn Shield. But you see, ulti coming in.
Yeah, there is the drop coming down, and Forgiven actually going to 90 caliber net into it, but it gets him further away from the hook, which is what he was aiming for. And that means that the Wolves stay alive on that bottom lane.
Aranea has been very active towards his bottom lane from Copenhagen Wolves. He constantly ganks them, he uses everything he has on them, and it's very smart, because right now Kerb is winning the mid lane by himself, and also Kevin is able to just farm and do whatever he does on Shen. So he puts all the focus on bot lane, and I like that move actually.
Speaking of Kerp and Kautar, they just had themselves a bit of an exchange as Youngbuck diving in here on towards Kevin, and Amazing coming across the side. There's the ward down. Oh, great flash from Kevin though. Amazing flashed in front of him to actually try and kick him back in towards his teammate. Great reactions from Kevin though.
Great from Kevin. They trade flash for flash. Sierra Near coming up right here. Kerb can actually move up as well as he shoved out the lane. He decides to recall though, and wise enough, Copenhagen Wolves also just backs off and leaves it at this.
Backing away from that one. That mid lane CS well in favor right now of Kerp as Millennium finally back into position to put more damage onto this turret that has managed to survive 10.5 minutes despite that 2v1 and the weaker tower, we can now safely say, in the bottom lane.
Yeah, but the important thing for me right here is though is that Creaton has picked up the BF sword. He had enough gold because he had to recall later than Forgiven had, so he could pick up the BF sword. And Copenhagen Wolves didn't punish them for recalling at all. So right now, really good point actually for Millennium, and they can pick up. Oh, gang come in.
Oh, this could be bad. Creaton actually getting stunned up. They're going to go for J-Ree though. He's down to about half HP as the box comes in. Well, Creaton doing tons of damage over towards Unlimited. There's a good block of the ace in the hole from J-Ree. Kevin had come down to this bottom lane using Stan United to help them out. And again, another skirmish with no kills.
Very good defensive ultimate though from Kevin. Stopped everything going, and immediately as he ulted, Renekton moved from top lane down to mid to make sure that if Millennium wanted to go for a dragon, he was there to stop it.
Finally, we were talking about this during game number 2. That brush is a prime spot for pink wards that people seem to walk over or walk around a lot of the time, as Aranea going to get blasted here by Kautar. This is a 5-man Copenhagen Wolves push onto the dragon. The dragon actually resetting itself there, and that may just buy enough time for Millennium to, funnily enough, bring their support back into the mix here and have a 5 versus 5. It's Copenhagen Wolves that have backed straight away from it though.
Yeah, Copenhagen Wolves didn't know where the rest of Millennium were. They saw 3 people on the map. They thought there were more, so they didn't decide to go for the dragon. They could maybe actually have forced it down as they were 5v3, but when you don't have any vision, you don't really know it, and it's a lot easier for us to say it from here.
That is definitely true. No way, obviously, that they could fully know that one. Actually, Kevin is still on that bottom side, so Millennium may be able to turn this one around. There are no I tell a lie, there's one just sneaking there in the back of the Dragon Pit. So the Wolves know that this is happening, but if you look at the minimap, there's nothing that they can do.
Nothing they can do. The turret goes down as well. Very smart call by Millennium. The Siri Renekton returns to the top lane. Kevin just stayed around, and he just instantly went in for the dragon to pick it up for free. Very nice play by Millennium.
Solid pick up today. 15, actually, it's more of a 20 CS lead for Kerp, if I can actually do any math, which, well, I can't. That's the problem, really. Having a nice little lead in that one. He's got that Brutalizer in there with a couple of Doran's blades as well. On the other side, we can see that Kautar picked up that Seeker's arm guard. He needs that armor at this point to survive.
He needs the armor, definitely. Otherwise, he has to pretty much jump out every time Kerb does something to him. He will have nothing to do in the lane. He won't even be able to pick up CS. So the smart first buy by him. I'm not sure if he's going to go straight into the Sonias with it, or if he's going to build more, you know, into maybe a Rod of Ages, or get more general normal items.
Here we see the drop coming in actually on top of the pink ward, and well, it wasn't much of a man drop, was it, in the end? He comes straight in there, and the Wolves just backing straight away from it. There we saw, as you said, Karma's help speeding up her teammates to get away from that circle.
Aranea just wanted to hit the pink ward once and then run out. That's the only reason he halted right there.
If only the man drop could kill wards, he would have succeeded on that front. Blue buff actually going to be given over to Kerp here on Talon. Actually has to come over the wall to finish that one off. His rake not quite doing enough damage. And as you mentioned before, as that dragon was done, the minions pushed down that turret there in the bottom lane. So actually we sit at 1-for-1 in terms of towers. There's a hook coming through from Jerry, which unfortunately for him doesn't connect. And we sit pretty much bang even on gold, as well as Kerp and Kautar again gonna get involved onto each other. Kautar here using that silence, which is the only thing that's giving him a brief respite from the damage that Kerp can do to him.
Yeah, I mean, Curb obviously has the kill potential right here, but for him, when it gets to team fights, due to the Karma Shield and due to the safeguard from Lee Sin, he might actually not even be able to pick up anything, especially not right now when he doesn't have any kills at all, and he's actually not, you know, that strong at this point.
I just saw him waiting around the corner there, trying to bait Kautar a bit further up that lane so that he'd have a bit more time to work his magic. But as we saw before, he takes a silence, Kautar backs away, and they do a little bit of damage in the trade before that resets itself pretty much. And seems like that's going to be the continuing trend here for quite a while.
Now, Kautar is playing the lane really well though, but it's just a matter of time before Millennium wants to set something up with the Shen ultimate. They could potentially go in on Kautar in a bad trade and then Shen ultimate him and then win the whole trade and try and take down a turret. It doesn't seem like, oh wow, nice gank.
Yeah, that was a big flash in there from that one. Kautar going very, very low. He is ticking down, and it is Curb that picks up the kill. That must have been very close to the last tick, if not the last tick of it, but that's what Millennium have been looking for quite a while now.
But that was such a good gank. First the stun coming in from Aranea, he has to flash for it, and then the silence coming in from Curb and the ignite, and they can pick up the kill. Nice play by Millennium.
However, the Wolves starting to gather up a little bit here in that mid lane. Millennium coming in from the backside. There's a pink ward there that actually Jerry will walk over the top of, and he's left himself in a little bit of no man's land for this one. Amazing going to come in around the side, will land the Q onto him. There's a flash in front to kick him back. Jerry here going to get hit by the ace in the hole all the way from the backside there by Forgiven. That will be his first kill, but honestly you have to say that Jerry was just completely in no man's land there.
He was completely out of position, and Copenhagen Wolves instantly punish it. They want to try now and take down the mid turret for this. I'm not sure if they can actually, because Kevin has ultimate.
Kevin has ultimate, Aranea has his ultimate as well to drop in on top of them, but they've got all 5 men. There is the drop coming in from Aranea, the turret actually going very low. Looks like they might try and stay and finish this one off. Aranea actually going to fall there. The turret does go down. Forgiven going to be focused on, but he's managed to back away. Ignite finishes him off, and now it's 4 versus 2. Not super healthy, but with Kautar able to chase down here, they might be able to do it. Creaton actually flashing in there very aggressively. He actually picks up his barrier. There is the lantern as well, and that was a crazy exchange in mid that leaves us at 2 for 2, and the tower went down.
Such a crazy fight. They were actually tanking the turret, Copenhagen Wolves, when it started, and Youngbuck took it down during the fight, and still they went 2 for 2. We saw, look at the man drop coming in right here. The tower is still up, and Youngbuck keeps hitting it. Focus on Amazing is a bit weird for Aranea. He should have jumped on Forgiven together with Curb, and also the taunt from Kevin should have been on Forgiven. They expected Curb to be able to take down Forgiven alone, but due to the shields, due to barrier, and due to safeguard, he actually only managed to pick him up in the end and die for it. If everyone had jumped Forgiven instantly, I think they would have won the fight a lot easier.
Look at this. This is a moment where Creaton actually flashes in to finish off Youngbuck, which obviously left him a little bit out of position there, but still had barrier calculated, and there's a lantern as well from Jerry in the nick of time to bring him out.
Creaton simply knew how much damage he had and how much damage he could take at this point. Smart play by him. He did have to flash for it, yes, but at the same time he picks up a much needed kill.
Now, what is the next move in this one? Dragon comes up in less than a minute's time. Last time around was this weird positional play where the Wolves went in there and then backed away because they didn't know where Millennium were, and then they recalled, and Millennium basically took that Dragon for free afterwards, which, you know, they should have the time. They did have a ward in the back there, so we're expecting half a minute's time that they're going to start stacking up again.
I think we're definitely going to see a 5v5 fight. Who's going to win it right now? They're so even. They're very even in gold. The team fights, or the team fight combos at this point are very even. It's just pretty much going to be a matter of who can burst down the first target.
Oh, and speaking of burst, Creaton down to half HP there without realizing what hit him, I think. I don't think he expected quite so much damage to come his way, but with all those men down there, Youngbuck actually diving in aggressive. This is a 4v1 until the rest of the team finally get involved, but Youngbuck is going to fall before anything really happens. Kevin has come down as well. Now the chase goes on towards Unlimited. Kevin's taunt's going to be up here in just a second. Lands it perfectly to pick up the double kill as well, and that sets up Millennium now in a 5v3 for Dragon.
Youngbuck was way too greedy right here. He wanted to go in and try and stall the whole Dragon. He got too close, he got picked up by Millennium, and they take an easy kill on him, then on Unlimited, and now they can actually pick up a free Dragon.
And Amazing's Q not quite having the range there to hit either the Dragon or someone inside of the Dragon Pit. Obviously, may have tried for the steal there if that would have been the case, but it wasn't. Millennium pick it up, and they have now a 400 gold lead. Very slim lead at this point.
Look at the build on Curb. full armor penetration. He will be able to do a lot of damage on just Youngbug or Amazing. So if one of them overextends, a bit like we saw just before, they can instantly focus down this target and maybe kill him.
This is a bit of an ambush squad set up by the Copenhagen Wolves, and Aranea is just going to walk straight into this one. It's a lot of damage, but Stan United actually used. There's the kickback, but the hook landing on towards Amazing. They're going straight in. This is now a 4v1 because Coutard has left. Millennium pick up a kill for free.
Such a great hook by Jerry right here. He predicts the safeguard into the ward and he just, boom, fires the hooks, lands, take another kill. Copenhagen Wolves is trying to make plays across the map, but Millennium is just responding every time.
Shutting them down so far. And Millennium got a busy schedule this week. Demon mentioned it earlier that they're off to Brazil for the Intel Extreme Masters, and the fact is that they need wins at this point of the season now. They said that it's all about how you finish and not how you start, but this could leave them 1 for 5 if they lose this game and 1 for 6 by the end of the weekend. And this game right here, they're probably factoring in as a win when they look at their grand scheme of things. Right now, they're all set up outside of that middle turret, which is at less than half HP.
This is a big issue for Copenhagen Wolves though, because the laning phase ended earlier than they wanted it to. Look at Kassadin's items. He has no damage right now. He needs at least 10-15 minutes of farming before he really becomes the strong Kassadin we know. So right now, if Millennium keeps forcing things, they can actually just pretty much shut down him completely.
Wolves actually going for a bit of a look on the red buff. That's already gone though. Aranea having that one away with his smite before the Wolves could get in there and do anything about it. They're trying to keep this mid lane pushed up at least past that halfway point. And we talked about Kassadin. One thing that we didn't really touch on is the fact that Coutard is running teleport at this point, which means that he can head off into those side lanes and push and farm a little bit more.
He can go into the side lanes, but it's very risky versus this combo. There's both the Shen teleport coming in, there's also the man drop from Aranea. You never know where he is in his own jungle, and even though you have your jump with Kassadin, it might not be enough to actually escape a 2-man gang squad. Especially not right now when he's actually kind of squishy.
Ro8 just in there for him with the Seeker's arm guard on top. Both Youngbuk and Kevin have those Sunfire capes done, and unsurprisingly Kevin headed up towards that Spirit Visage, as I'm sure Youngbuk will be at some point in the near future as well. Meanwhile, Forgiven here being given that red buff. He's already got his Bloodthirster and that Last Whisper.
Now, the game plan for Millennium must be to try and catch out Coutard or Forgiven if they're pushing in different lanes. They don't really have a siege combo. You can't do pretty much any sieging with both Shen and with your Talon, so they need to catch someone out, but they also need to do it because the longer this game will go, the stronger Copenhagen Wolves will be.
Just thought the fact that Kevin was in mid lane all on his own. He got kind of sandwiched from both sides, but not taking too much damage at this stage of things. And we said in the pre-game, he loves these pure tanks. This Shen, perfect for him. He's been landing a lot of taunts in the last 2 games that we've seen him playing on that one. But just one missed taunt, I suppose, can cost you the game in the end, as we are going to see a hook landing onto a minion. Not the ideal target, but as I said before, that turret pretty low there. Kevin nicely blocking the ace in the hole.
Yeah, Millennium decides to actually just try and brute force down this turret because it is so low. They're very near ready. He can jump in at any moment, but right now, Coutard has his TP, and they know this, so they're a bit scared.
Oh, they managed to hook in Amazing, but he didn't take enough damage for them to think about going straight on top of it. And actually, Aranea, who we saw him waiting pretty much where Kerp is stood right now on the map, that's obviously so he can just drop straight in there. He went in to join the team, ended up dying, but look at this, Coutard pushing that lane out.
Yeah, this is a giant issue for Millennium. They can't siege, they want to try and take down this turret. We see Mandrop coming in the mid lane, do we?
Yes, we do. There it is, and it's Aranea right on top of them. The hook not actually landing in there, but Unlimited being hammered away on by Kerp. This is surely a dead man, and it will be. And what can they get on towards the backside? Forgiven is hammering away on them right now. They need to deal with him. There was a Ro8 coming in, but Jerry's going to fall. I feel Aranea is going to suffer the same consequences here as well. Somehow getting towards the back there, but look at Forgiven. He's still alive, actually, and that will be an ace for the Copenhagen Wolves. An absolute mess of a fight.
Fantastic team fight though from Copenhagen Wolves. Coutard teleports in behind and he does instantly goes on Creaton. At the same time, Kerp goes for Unlimited. Their support shuts him down. That doesn't really do anything for Copenhagen Wolves at this point. So the fact that Coutard can come in untouched from behind and just start cleaning up is amazing.
Yeah, we can see in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen there, slight replay of the man drop code in. There we go, full screen gloriness.
And notice Kerp right here, he's full focus on Unlimited. He even used his ultimate while Coutard comes in from the back. At this point though, ultimate is gone from Kerp. His damage is pretty much gone right now. Forgiven can actually 1v1 him down here in the bottom lane. And meanwhile, Kassadin is just doing whatever he wants and whatever Kassadin does best.
Mopping up the fight from that one. And an ace coming in. And if you look at the minimap right now, pretty sure the inhibitor actually did go down. In that one, yes, it did. A ward was dropped straight on top of where it used to be. So just like that, a game which was very much back and forth and tense. Are we going to fight action in the mid lane? It's an ace for the Copenhagen Wolves, and all of a sudden that inhibitor's gone.
But this is what we talked about before the game. Millennium's team fights are not good enough. This was a perfect example. They were ahead, they had the better combo at the moment, but when you put all your focus on the support, yes, you do manage to kill him, but what are you going to do about the rest? Generally, not good enough team fight by Millennium.
I'm going to need to step that up, which obviously after being ace is now even harder. As Coutard here may just get himself caught out. There's the dive on towards him, and he's going to rift walk away, but the slow already down. There's the Lantern to help out. He's used the Zhonya's, but I don't think that's going to save him. Or will it? Rift walk at the very second he comes out of it will get him off to safety. Kriaton actually catching the ace in the hole. Dragon, of course, is up. There are 4 men there for Millennium. We see actually Shen is recalling. He's got his ulti, and the red team will be picking up the Dragon Millennium, of course.
Good decision though by Copenhagen Wolves to not try and fight for this. Cuddles were back. Are they actually chasing this one?
I'm not sure about that one. Arena, you know, he's not incredibly tanky. Amazing could probably just finish him off from this one. He's going to get caught out completely at that point. Finished off, and Amazing's not done here. He's going to try and get onto J-Ree. He's got the slowdown onto him. The slow coming in from Karma as well, and will they be able to finish it off? No, they won't, but they've pushed them straight back into their base once again, and the Wolves can now back off with freedom.
I'm one big question mark right now. There was ultimate on Kevin. There were 5 people around. They did nothing to try and help him, and 4 people of Copenhagen Wolves with the recalled Kassadin could just do whatever they want and pick up a free kill. Millennium right now is falling apart. It was a good attempt down bot lane though. They did land the silence on the Kassadin trying to kill him, but due to the Zhonya's and the fact he's... actually kept going in.
Yeah, he's right in the middle of them all, and he's not as invisible as he thinks there. Coutard will be picking up that kill, and that's a lot of damage now gone down. This turret is just going to be left for the Wolves as Millennium lose another one here, this time in the top lane, and I'm not sure that the Wolves are ready to stop this one.
It seems like Millennium is just trying to do solo plays. You just want to... Someone has to step up and try and carry this game. They don't have any coordination. Again, had Shen ultimate. They didn't use it for anything. Maybe they are slightly giving up.
Yeah, it certainly looked like it. I mean, Aranea caught in the jungle there. I want to touch on his build for a second because you can see he's pretty much all damage at this point. They're obviously relying on Shen to be the tanky one, but we can see that's not really working out for them.
I mean, the idea behind this build is that him and Kerb will jump in on the same target and instant burst it down, but they haven't been doing that in teamfighting except for the one on Unlimited.
And look at this, they're on the tower right now, the Copenhagen Wolves. They take a lot of damage, and actually Youngbuck will go down after picking up that turret, but there is the talisman actually going to be used, and they will just recall to safety. I mean, they got the turret, they've lost 1 man, but generally that's a good trade-off.
It's a fine trade-off for Copenhagen Wolves. They have an open inhib now. They can go up, force a 5v5, and just try and take the inhib afterwards. Or they can simply just try and go for the Baron and then finish the game afterwards.
Funny thing, and the Nexus turrets had already taken a bit of damage there as well from those super minions starting to stream into things. And it's funny, I mean, Millennium, we said it before, their whole team fighting combo has not really worked out for them in many games so far in the LCS. And to have such a very much cut and dry, I guess we can call it here. The fact that you have to land the perfect drop from the sky out of Aranea, you have to land a good taunt, and you're stand united on the right person from Kevin. That's really not helping them this time around when they can't do that.
No, you're definitely right. I mean, Millennium has a very coordinated combo here.
Yeah.
They need to go on the same targets. They need to everyone move in at the same time. Copenhagen Wolves, on the other hand, just has a very loose combo. They can do pretty much what they want. They don't have to like single target down a target because they have so much sustained damage, and Renekton can tank so much damage as well, together with Amazing. But Millennium, it's a team without too much team fight coordination, playing a very coordination-heavy combo. It is probably one of the reasons they lose.
And the fact is, if your head starts to drop, your coordination just becomes worse. Just a matter of fact, that one. And their backs are certainly against the walls this time around. They're 4,000 gold behind, 7-1 in turrets. A big, big difference on that front. Of course, 2 of them and 3 of them really coming from the back of that last ace. And that's not going to be the last one either, as Youngbuck just dives in there, throws down a ward, and gets himself back out. Coutard, in the meantime, pushing down onto this bottom lane.
Yeah. You see Kerb actually going in on counter. Can he try and pick up a kill?
Yeah, the thing is, Kerb's down to less than half health with that one. Obviously, we did see the ace in the hole come in. The Q from Amazing just flashing by there. And this turret now less than half HP. Can they finish it off with this wave? Amazing actually tanking it up. They've got Youngbuck to tank it. The next wave of minions actually is headed up there right now as well. Looks like they may even try and get it on towards Aranea. He's down to less than half HP. Takes the Lantern, though, back to safety.
They did get the Shin ultimate popped, and they still teleport on Coutard. They will just keep doing this, or they won't go for the Baron. And if Millennium comes out to try and stop them, they'll be more than happy to fight. Shin has no ultimate, and at the same time, Aranea is very squishy, and every time he jumps in, they can just kill him.
No turrets left outside of the base of Millennium. That's 8 down for the Copenhagen Wolves. 5,000 gold lead. We see a couple of men just going to be recalling in from this one. You talked about Coutard, how the laning phase maybe ended a little bit too early for him, but if you look down his items now, the Zonya's in there, that Rod of Ages had its time to get going, another Blasting Wand as well. He's slowly but surely getting into a position where you just don't want to face him.
Exactly. I mean, Millennium had the perfect point of the game where they actually were teamfighting in mid lane, but due to a very bad teamfight, Counter got in. Even though he didn't have too much damage, they still managed to win it. And Youngbuck actually face checking.
Yeah, he is literally on his own right now, going in towards Creator and popping his ultimate. The rest of his team finally getting in behind him, and I tell you what, Millennium need to react to this one quickly. That inhibitor did just respawn, but the entire Copenhagen Wolves team have come up. We're going to see Kurt maybe coming in from the backside. A hook lands, but it lands onto Youngbuck. Here comes the man drop, but who will it hit? Youngbuck, I think, is the only one really affected by that one. Kurt has dove on towards Forgiven, but he will be picked off in the end by Coutard, and now surely just a matter of time. Unlimited falls low. That's a good hook on towards Forgiven at the back, but he manages to stay alive for so ridiculously long. Coutard using that Zonya's, and funnily enough, Millennium slowly but surely coming out on top in that fight. We can see that Kritzon's chasing them down, but needs to be careful from this one. I don't think that he's going to get Amazing, but Unlimited maybe a different story. The speed boost coming in. Kritzon might be able to dash out there and have a go in just a second, but the chase won't be enough for him in the end. Another messy fight, I'd say.
Two things we can take from this. Millennium has no coordination together with Kerb. Kerb once again jumps on Forgiven. Nobody follows. There's no Shen following in for the taunt. Oh, Amazing actually trying to steal.
Aaron here actually got that one in the end. Amazing though, able to just safeguard out to the ward on the backside.
But back to the fight. Nobody follows Kerb on Forgiven, so Kerb actually dies because Copenhagen was just backs out immediately. We're gonna see it right here. Notice Kerb down in the bottom of your screen. He flashes over, jumps. Nobody follows him. There's no Shen, no Pantheon. But due to Youngbuck having no ultimate, he dies really fast in this, and then Kreaton can actually come in and join the fight now and start doing damage to everyone. So due to Youngbuck no ultimate, he wasted it a little bit on Kreaton earlier. They actually lose this fight, otherwise they would have won it fairly simple.
It was a good, I think, 3 men knocked up by the kick of Amazing there, but he's obviously not really got the damage to be following up on the likes of Kevin, that's for sure, who's got low in that one. So a bit of a respite here, I think, for Millennium now after winning that little team fight. We'll see exactly how much time it gives them, and more importantly, what they can actually do with that time now after that fight.
They're obviously just going to try and farm a bit more. We see the Randuin's almost being complete on Aranea. Once he has that, he can actually start tanking a little bit. But until, like, right now, he's basically just jumps in, do some damage, and then die. That's like the whole idea of him right now until he finishes some more items. Copenhagen Wolves now, they want this Baron.
Baron Pit has been cleared out from their side of things. There's, I think, a pink ward sat at the front of it from the Copenhagen Wolves team, and Millennium trying to get one over the side of things. You see the pings coming down there from the Wolves as they instruct Unlimited or Youngbuck to go back there and start clearing those out. Millennium, in the meantime, just making sure that these super minion waves aren't going to be pushing too far up into their base.
So, if we look a little bit on general AD carry items, Kreaton actually is only one. I mean, not only one, I was about to say, I just noticed the pickaxe. So, Forgiven is going to complete his Infinity Edge very soon. Kreaton, pretty far away. Next team fight, if there's an Infinity Edge on Forgiven, Kerb is going to die even faster. And then the rest of the team is going to die afterwards. Unless they manage to pile up and actually kill Forgiven instantly.
Which They've taken their time on in that last fight. They did kill him, but the fight before that, he actually got away as the acing all comes through. No one blocking that one. Kevin just needs to sidestep and get in there. And Gritton going incredibly low. Kerp actually going with his ultimate and the rest of the team. Kevin going to get caught out. We'll see exactly how tanky he is in this one. As Youngbuck gets in there to the front. All the damage piling now onto Ironair at the back. He's going to be falling down. 3 kills straight away. This surely is going to be game for the Copenhagen Wolves. Kautar dives onto Kerp. That's an easy kill, blown to pieces. And now only Jay Reed stands between the Wolves and a victory.
The only thing Millennium did this fight was run away. The Copenhagen Wolves catched them out. Great engage actually coming in from both Kautar and also the ulti from Forgiven, hitting Kratos. He was so low, he couldn't stay on fight. This one is going to be the win for Copenhagen Wolves.
Solid victory there for the Copenhagen Wolves, and Millennium's run. He continues here, now 1 for 5, not looking strong at this point, but the Wolves, you know, they've been battling with, I don't want to call them demons of their own, but problems of their own here, where, you know, they've had a good game and they've won, then they've, well, in the SK game, they've had a good game for most of it, and then they've ended up losing. And it seems like a few things have changed this time around. There's the trademark howl from the Wolves as well to signal another win.
I have to say, though, this was a very weird game for me. There were so many times in this game where people did uncoordinated things, especially Millennium jumped in a lot alone, just pretty much died. They didn't really try to help each other. It seemed like the communication pretty much died after they fell behind with the team fight in mid lane. At the same time, also, the engage from Youngbuck, he maybe got a bit too over greedy, the one we saw before the fight with the inhib, where he used his ultimate and everything. I think he even flashed in and didn't actually do anything because there was a lantern to save Kratos. So, all in all, to take from this one, good play by Copenhagen Wolves, very strong team fight, but the issues for Millennium, they remain. They don't know how to team fight.
And they've still got more games to play this weekend, or more game to play, I guess we should say, tomorrow in their final one. And guys, remember, you can let us know what you think were the biggest plays of that game by tweeting at LOL Esports and using the hashtag LCS Big Plays. For you in that one, anything that stands out?
I mean, we have to look at the team fight in mid lane for Copenhagen Wolves, where they pick up the ace. It wasn't exactly big plays by someone itself, but just the team in general. It was a very strong team fight, very good TP from Kautar coming in from behind, picking up the kills. We saw Youngbuck amazing, tanking all the damage, and at the same time, Forgiven managed to kill Kerp 1v1 after Unlimited died.
A question for you, how do you improve your communication and your calls? That's surely just by scrimming and, you know, listening back even to what you said to each other during the game, having the recording and that, and being able to analyze what went wrong for you in your communication.
I mean, obviously, you have to listen to everything, like every game you have to listen to the calls. But for Millennium right here, I don't think it's too much about the call itself. I think it's people's mindset. Everyone is not on the same page. Like, one guy wants to go on this guy, the other guy thinks this one is better to go for. And even though they have a combo designed to jump on the backline and instant kill the target, they don't all follow this one. I mean, so I think they need to go back, and everyone has to look at themselves in this game, especially, you know, the 3 people who had to dive, Ironair, Kevin, and Kerp, and say, we didn't do our job. And if we pick a combo like this again, we need to have this sorted.
Well, we'll find out if they can fix that for next time around. It's time for us to recall to base, guys. Well, when we come back, Shox will be speaking to Amazing from the Copenhagen Wolves. And then it's a battle between SK Gaming and Gambit, as we sit down with Gambit's Diamond to find out how this all-star jungler decides what champions he's going to be playing next.
How many champions I've tried out? Maybe 40. Sometimes it's only one game when you understand that this champion sucks. Sometimes if champion is hard or if there is a lot of options to play him, then it could take a lot from 2 games to a lot of games to understand is he good or not. For example, the Evelynn, after her nerf 1 year ago, everyone thought that she's useless, but no one just knew how to play her. And when people realized, I think I was one of them, one of the first guys who realized that Evelynn is really good if you're using AP and AD Masteries and runes. Then the champion became absolutely OP.
The new meta game helps me a lot because I love playing the bruiser tanky types.
Yeah, right now it's bruisers and tanks because of the defense. It's are so strong.
We are carrying a bit more than before, and we're playing like bruiser and this kind of champion.
There's a lot of strong champions, but they're being banned out quite often, and I don't feel that top lane has quite as much influence as before.
It's quite interesting for me because it's a bit different.
It's less proxy farming and more sort of roaming and helping your teammates. That's how you get an advantage from top lane, I think.
My champion pool got changed a lot. You cannot really play any AP top lane right now because you don't have enough damage.
Well, in this meta, I didn't really have to pick up a new champion because I was already known for playing bruisers like Renekton.
I'm currently using Riven more often top. I really like it. It's just super fun to play her.
I think one thing that rose in the meta is Malphite. Like, he was still in the old meta, but right now I think he's really good with AD. And I think he's incredibly strong with that.
Wow, there's Shyvana, Mundo, Renekton is up there. The sustain champions and Shyvana mostly.
So it's right now pretty cool for me. I like to swap it around a bit, so I have a bit more fun and I enjoy it more.
Yeah, I love it. In the early game, you get a lot of room for plays, and in the later games, you get to just dive in and go balls to the walls.
Hello again. We are joined by Amazing after that win versus Millennium. Great job. And I want to ask you straight off the bat that you guys were going for that lane swap, 2 guys in the top lane, despite the changes. So why did you go for that in this case?
Well, we don't consider Millennium a coordinated team. So we just swapped into top to have some coordination from our side, and they had to answer it, and they didn't really do that. Like, Shen had a decent farm, but we got outfarmed by Renekton. I outfarmed Pantheon by a landslide, and I was far ahead of him, especially in XP. So that was our thought process behind it. We just forced coordination out of them.
So despite the 4.1 changes, obviously the big buffs in the top tower, the bottom tower, we were expecting the bottom tower to want to go down first, but instead you obviously went down and helped out your top laner considerably, or bottom laner as this was the case. Was it all in the plan? You just like, despite the buffs, despite the changes, you still felt comfortable taking that top tower first?
Well, we have a really good bot lane in terms of tower pushing. Like, Forgiven has always been one of the best tower pushes that has seen the game yet. I don't know. And therefore, we really feel confident in lane swaps since mostly we have good coordination when we do it. So, yeah, the comfort was on our side.
Yeah, so you focus on that bottom lane, and maybe some people thought that you would focus on that mid lane because we've heard that Talon can be a counter to that Kassadin if he gets going, but you guys didn't seem to think so.
Can be a counter, but he needs some jungle pressure, like from level 1 to 6. If he doesn't get a kill onto Kassadin, or maybe even 2, he won't be able to shut him down ever. So we don't really, we didn't really think about that matchup too much, and I think that counter was also comfortable in it.
And it seemed to me that one of the big turning points in the fights was when, for some reason, Kirk just went channeled completely for Unlimited, way back. Used everything on him, used his ultimate on. You guys all piled forward. Were you just expecting him to go for that? And I mean, you talked about how you knew they were uncoordinated. It just seemed they didn't know really where to focus.
I did not even know that Talon was going in. Like, I didn't expect it. I just saw him dying, like, suddenly. I don't know, like, the uncoordination basically showed there. I don't know. Maybe it's just Kerb having a bad day or something like that. But I don't know, like, that just seemed really off.
And following up on that, obviously, there was a point where Aranea did the man drop, as he's now known, the drop onto you guys. He actually jumped onto you on the tower when Unlimited and Forgiven were in range. He didn't go for them. Were you surprised by this? I mean, you were on the tower doing the basic attacks, and he jumped on you instead of going for the AD carry.
Maybe he likes me, I don't know.
What I also wanted to ask you about in relation to those picks and the Pantheon on the other side, is there a time during the game where you look at the items and you realize, whoa, I am incredibly tanky right now, and Aranea just isn't at all? And what does that make you do if you see that?
Well, we actually, prior to this game, we watched the replays, and we always saw Aranea getting behind in his builds for some reason. He has some odd early game-ish builds where he rushes Ninja Tabby or something like that, which I don't really understand, but that's not my issue. I'm just trying to farm up, and then at some point I just see, like, I have a, what did I have? Ancient Golem or something like that, and a Randuin's, and a Sunfire. Well, I knew that I could go into every team fight and probably get out again, which is something that Aranea couldn't provide for his team.
And of course, you're now 3-2 in the LCS. You're playing Alliance again tomorrow. You've already got 1 victory over them. How are you expecting it to go now they've picked up their first victory this morning?
I expect a win on our side, but I don't want to corner myself. So I'll just see what happens and take the game as it is.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. Confidence coming out here from Amazing after that win versus Millennium. And now let's send it back over to Joe and the Fisho for the next match.
Thanks a lot, Shocks. And before we get into our next game, I just want to remind you that immediately after tonight's LCS games, the Challenger Series continues with Ninjas in Pajamas versus SK Gaming Prime. But first, we've got Gambit versus SK Gaming. Now, Gambit are currently 3-for-1 after week 1. They picked up wins versus the Wolves, Millennium, and Super Hot Crew, and their single loss was only in that opening match of the season against Fnatic.
And I think we can agree, losing to Fnatic is not exactly making you a bad team.
No.
So Gambit overall has been looking in team fights like one of the strongest teams in Europe. Every time they get off the laning phase, they want to try and force an objective. Could be the Dragon, normally between like the 18-20 minute mark, and then they take the team fight there. If they win it, they will just keep rolling over you. If they lose it, they're going to try and come back and then be ready for the next fight.
And that's the great thing about Gambit as well that we've seen from them. They can close out games seemingly faster than everyone else. Their average win is 5 minutes faster than your average length of an LCS game. I mean, that's an incredible statistic to have. I mean, they show that once they've got the lead, they can really use it well.
But that's the thing, if you're ahead and you're so good at team fighting, what can the other team actually do? They have to try and maybe split push on you or catch you out, but Gambit is such an experienced team, and with the way they're playing right now, once they get the lead, you're not going to get it back.
Well, maybe one of the areas that you can stop that happening is if you focus on the bottom lane. So far, if you look at that bottom lane from Gambit, it's been statistically pretty weak.
It's not been looking too good. It could be because of Edward, who's been sick. We don't actually know how he feels today, but if we look at everything for them, the average CS for Genji after 10 minutes is 67. That is the lowest among all AD carries in Europe. And at the same time, the bot lane gives up first blood in 3 out of the 4 games they played. This signals at least some issues. I don't know, it's not the champion picks they have, because they're fine. The Kennen pick was fine as well. But it's generally just the way they play. Maybe they're a bit too aggressive, or maybe they're not too in sync yet.
And that's the thing that this patch maybe will lend to other teams playing against Gambit, that we are going to be seeing more 2 versus 2 action. And if they're struggling in that one, well, that could catch them out. One thing, though, that's for me really good to look at Gambit is the fact that they pick around the meta. They're not sticking to your standard champions.
Yeah, I really like that as well. And it makes it so hard to prepare a game plan versus Gambit, because you never know what they're going to pick up. We see Darien starting with the whole Warwick trend last week as the first one pretty much in LCS. Nobody expected that. No. Nobody had a plan against it. Nobody knew exactly what he would do. At the same time, the Kennen support, and Edward has already said he has more supports ready. I'm not sure what it's going to be, maybe LeBlanc or something. I'm just hoping he's going to pick something really cool. But all in all, when you're against a team like Gambit, or a team like Ro8, for instance, as well, we never know what they're going to play. You can't really prepare too much.
Well, Mordekaiser, we'll just say that. Just one word needs to be said, really. Their opponents in this one, SK Gaming, had a bit of a struggle at the start of the season, going 2 for 2 in our first week, recording wins against the Copenhagen Wolves and Super Hot Crew, but losing out to Fnatic and what have now proven to be a hit-and-miss Millennium team. Now, how can we, kind of use those results to talk about SK Gaming here? Because they're a couple of wins against maybe what you'd say are the weaker teams, but also they've lost to the likes of Millennium, who've themselves not looked so amazing.
Well, SK as a team has the issue right now that the early game is not good enough. It mainly boils down to the bot lane having issues. They often fall behind, give up a few kills, which then leads to the enemy team picking up the Dragon and then setting the whole team behind. The solo laners of SK Gaming are doing just fine. This might also be because Svenskeren is putting a lot of focus on helping them with a lot of early game aggressive junglers, and every time he actually managed to do something, especially towards Freddy, he will pretty much carry the game, or try to carry the game.
I want to talk about Jesus in the mid lanes. He's got some really impressive stats behind him. Now, he's relied on, very poke-heavy, wave-clearing, safer mid-lane picks, you might call him in there. He also has the record currently for the high CS in one game versus Millennium. It was a pretty long game on a champion that can farm well, but at the same time, those kind of statistics are what can bring SK back from the verge of a loss to challenging for a win again.
Exactly, like the way Jesus is playing and the champions he plays means that SK can often delay the game. If they are too far behind to team fight, they can just wave clear, wave clear, wave clear, and at some point they're going to get the items they need. We saw it versus Millennium. They were too far behind though to actually do too much with it, but at least they kept extending the game over and over, and this is what Jess is really good at. He's a great farmer, especially in the early game where he's actually one of the best in Europe.
Yeah, I think actually statistically the second best up until 10 minutes at this point. So certainly got that early game farm locked down. Let's check out, though, the two starting teams, kicking it off with Gambit on the blue side. And most of them don't really need any introduction by now. But we are, of course, with Darian in the top lane, Diamond Prox in the jungle, Alex Ich in the mid lane, and the duo of Genja and Edward.
And on the red side, we have SK Gaming with Freddy in the top lane, Svensson in the jungle, Jesus in the mid lane, Candy Panda as the AD carry, and N-Rated on support.
And this game's battle in the top lane is going to be our featured matchup of the day. Dr. Darian versus Freddy122.
I mean, Dr. Darian has impressed me. I talked about it before the whole day started. He's been playing fantastic, and he's putting so much pressure. Like, the whole meta for him is just perfect. He can split push, he can go into team fight as this big tank, and he can play Warwick. He pulls it out, and it works for Gambit because they like these fights in the mid to late game, where Warwick is very strong at singling out a target, and then everyone can pile on this one and shut it down. So all in all for Darian right here, very impressive performance.
And it shows the change, you know, since Worlds that Darian has really stepped up his game, or maybe the game has kind of stepped up to Darian's level. We could say that as well, because he does, as you said, fit into the meta game perfectly. One thing that really shows that for me is the fact that he's actually beating a lot of people on KDA, which is not something we used to see him from Darian.
Oh, that is completely new for Darian. He used to just die pretty much 5, 6, 7 times in every game, but right now, due to him having so many picks to choose from as well, he can play Renekton, he can play Shyvana, he can play Warwick. He might even have prepared a Trundle or something completely different. It's going to be very exciting to see.
Well, if there's one person that's a troll, it might just be Darian to pull that one out today. His opposite number, though, Freddy122. Now, he's been incredibly important for SK in the comebacks that they've had in their games, because we said it earlier that they've had a few games where they've got off to a sluggish start, where they've been behind, and a couple of occasions managed to pull it back. A couple of occasions they've been too far behind to do anything with it, but when they have been able to pull it back, Freddy's been important in that front.
He's been like pretty much the most important member. He played Shyvana in 3 out of his 4 games, and he had a big impact in every single game. When they're behind, they had him split pushing and just constantly, making pressure on the map and trying to take down turrets. Now Shyvana's nerfed though. Question is, will SK try and change up the tactic and put him on more, teamfight based top laners, or will they keep playing the Shyvana and then hope it works for them?
Well, we're going to find out. We're into champion select here. And are we going to see a Warwick ban possibly? Darian had a big old celebration about that one last week when he pulled that ban out. First one out the bag, though, will be Elise. And we know, we said it already, Svensson, aggressive, in-your-face, early game strength junglers is what he maybe needs to carry SK forward.
Exactly, and at the same time, Lee Sin will be open. We know Gambit loves to play Lee Sin, and if they can first pick him, if there's nothing else up, it's perfect for Gambit. So I like the Elise band at first, and maybe an Evelyn band. Both junglers actually played.
However, we should mention that Evelyn has been hit in this patch as well. The missile speed, the E being changed from magic damage to physical damage.
Never mind the Evelyn part, we're not going to see her.
I was just rationalizing it for you. But Evelyn, who knows? Maybe not, is what we're thinking. Kayle, on the other hand, banned out here by Gambit. Now, Jesus, up until now, not played the Kayle. On the other side, we did see Alex running the Kayle against Super Hot Crew, where he ended up 9-3-9. And again, Kayle, one of those where you can get to the late game and smash not just champions, but turrets, inhibitors, and nexuses really, really quickly. On the other hand, we did see Vi taken away as well here from Gambit, which has not been Diamond's go-to jungler here, really. He has preferred that Lee Sin pick.
But Vi in the new patch with the new jungle items, where she gets more mana back, it's 4% after every camp, is so strong for her, and she can pretty much just rotate around the jungle, clear every camp really, really fast, and get a lot of farm from that. She couldn't really do that before due to her mana issues, so that's why she's such a contested pick right now and actually being banned away.
We saw Kassadin pulled out of this one, and this is the Kassadin that Jesus actually used against Super Hot Crew for the victory last time. He finished 7-0-11 on Kassadin, and there is that Lee Sin ban. And look at the smile on Darian's face there, hands in pockets. What do I pick as first? He's just toying with us now.
Oh, he is, definitely. I don't think he's going to first pick the Warwick. The crowd were yelling for it though, so that's why he's actually on it now.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be locked in as the first pick this time around, but the likes of Mundo is open here, and we know that Freddy, if he doesn't end up going Shyvana, which, 4 out of 5 Shyvana games there, 3 out of 4 Shyvana games so far, and Renekton, both of those champions you'd expect to feature in here.
Yeah, but I think maybe Gambit is thinking about taking a jungler, because they're already 3 jungle bans. If there's something they can take away from SK here, they might want to go for it. Or there's obviously the Dr. Mundo.
Or the Mundo, which when I said both champions, I actually was more thinking along the Mundo lines rather than the change Shyvana at this point, and that will be the Mundo locked in then for Gambit, for Darien in that top lane. No Warwick this time around, and I don't think he really minds too much. This still is very much a Darien-style champion.
This is like go wherever you want.
Yeah.
Whenever you're like get into the mid lane game and you're so tanky they can't kill you, just run in the face of them all the time. Darien loves this. SK now on the other hand, what are they going to pick versus Dr. Mundo? Renekton is not a very strong pick versus him. You have like the pressure early game, but Dr. Mundo will outscale you so hard. Shyvana was the go-to pick before. With the nerfs, will they actually still go for her?
Is it still safe enough against this Mundo in that lane, and what else Gambit can obviously throw up to that one? Freddy has, as you said, played the Renekton, but that might not be the ideal choice for him. Will they even think about locking in the bottom lane at this point with everything left on the board?
This Tristana pick right here. Don't be too sure that it's AD carry Tristana. I mean, at bot lane Tristana. This could potentially be 1v1 top lane Tristana on Freddy. You have healing reduction for Dr. Mundo, and you have a lot of early game pressure on him because of your range. You can just poke him out and you can free farm. I love this pickup if they do go top with it.
And your range is only getting bigger as well. That's even the beauty of that one. As Darien starts to scale up on that one, you just stand further away and are able to continue to hammer away. But the Blitzcrank for unrated as well, we should really touch on that one because an old favorite of his.
I mean, the old favorite of unrated. Bit weird to blind pick it like this. I mean, we have no idea what Gambit is going to play. He's obviously not going to be able to hook in Dr. Mundo. That would give absolutely no reason for us. So, bit surprised they do pick it right now, but I think SK just wants to see what Gambit is playing and then counter pick it, or they expected Edward to play it.
Well, let's see, because one surprising to see Edward go somewhere like Thresh here, have a couple of hooks in there, but the Kennen locked in. Now, this is again, a few weeks ago you might say, alright, that's a Kennen for Alex Itchia, surely, but the fact that Edward has now played Kennen in the support role, and the fact that he could still go into the mid lane, although you just wouldn't expect it at this point, will be paired in with the Jinx either way, is what we know.
Yeah, and if it is Kennen support, he's going to have a lot of early game, poke towards the Blitzcrank. Blitzcrank has to hook him in to actually do something, but Kennen has a lot of good early game poke, he has the stuns and everything, and if he should get pulled in at around level 6, he can just instantly ultimate and they can try and take down the Blitzcrank. If we see Israel actually being locked in, so that means Tristana top or mid lane.
Tristana top or mid lane, but we were thinking about this one before we came into this week, and that Tristana coming up here, that was a good call, Officio. You pretty much nailed that one. Amumu as well, going to be locked in. We talked a little bit about him earlier on in the show that, with the change to those jungle items, that he can sustain a lot better now in the jungle.
Yeah, Amumu can basically just stay in the jungle and just keep farming. He will not run out of mana, even though he uses all his abilities to clear. So he's actually having very fast clear speed. This will mean if the lanes from SK Gaming can survive by themselves, Amumu can just farm, and once you get to the first team fight, around the 18-20 minute mark, you should actually be fairly strong, and this could signal for SK that they can actually win the first fight.
Well, did they ban Kayle here because Alex Itch wants to go Zed?
Yeah, that is a chance. It could also be because you want to go LeBlanc, but generally, I think we've just realized right now how strong Kayle is, and you want to take her out.
Well, Zed or LeBlanc, but the look on Genja's face there tells me they didn't want maybe to have that LeBlanc in there.
Yeah, I don't think that was the reason. Wait, so this has to be now a set jungle with LeBlanc mid. But yeah, I don't think it actually was the plan.
I don't think it was a plan either. Just looking at how Genja reacted to that one, I think they left it a little bit too late in terms of the selection, so there's going to be a few switcheroos going on in Gambit, and they've got Jinx, so that fits perfectly. On the other side here for SK Gaming, though, we've got a top lane. Tristana is what we're pretty much set with at this point. The Blitzcrank and Ezreal lane, Amumu for the jungle. Who are they going to go with now in that mid lane? And, well, we could have maybe guessed it from what Jesus has played so far. Poke heavy, safer in the lane, good escape. It's going to be Nidalee this time around.
Now, the SK lineup is kind of weird. You have like hard engage, you have the pull, and then you have your poke with Nidalee. If they go in too early without landing any spears or any poke from Candy Panda, they're not going to do much in a team fight. At the same time, they need Amumu to be very tanky, because he's the only real tank right here. If he dies instantly, the whole backline of SK is very squishy. They don't have any CC to bring except for the knock-up from Blitzcrank. This again talking with if Amumu is dead. So Gambit will be able to pretty much roll over them. I would be very happy to see though if Diamond does the same as Svensson with his jungle set and simply just farms, and we don't pretty much see anything early game, and then we see two junglers coming out very strong and maybe be able to carry the games.
Well, we've got two very mobile teams as well on the other side of things, so this game hoping is going to be a lot of fun. Certainly some interesting picks for us, and as we get underway, let's check out the voting results to see where you guys cast your ballot, and it's a big number, I'm afraid, if you're an SK fan. 89% of you voting here for Gambit.
I mean, looking at the lineups, yes, there was maybe the wrong pick from Gambit, but the SK one, I have a hard time seeing it work unless they do everything right. I mean, they have to land the right poke and then engage it. Just like when they have enough poke, they just need to land a hook or the bandage touch from Amumu. If they miss any of these skill shots, they don't really have any engage and they can't start a fight, and Gambit can just run away and then heal and come back.
What do we think to jungle Zed here? Because, funnily enough, you played it in a game the other day that I was watching of you. How strong is it? I mean, it's Diamond running a jungle, whatever. So it's obviously got potential if they meant to lock it in the end. But talk to us what you think about that one.
It's strong if you get like a very good start. If you're able to farm, get an early kill or two, then you can actually start going into more mid lane set-ish damage. But if you fall behind with jungle set, you're going to be so useless and not be able to kill anyone.
Well, here we go then. It's Gambit versus SK Gaming. Our fourth game of the day here in week 2 of the European LCS. And who knows what this game is going to throw our way. I'm certainly excited to see the likes of N-Rated on Blitzcrank here. We've got Zed for Diamond Procs in the jungle. We've got LeBlanc for Alex Ich. So many great things to see, and that's without even mentioning Freddy122. We say, you know, he loves these tanky top laners playing Tristana.
I mean, this champ select itself has been so many different picks. Nobody could really predict any of this. A bit surprised SK, or not surprised actually, but SK has the Blitzcrank. They could do the level 1 invade, but due to the fact they have like Nidalee and a Amumu who brings absolutely nothing for a level 1 fight, they don't really decide to go for anything. Maybe we might see them try a late invade or a deep ward, but I don't expect it.
Well, Svensson could be forced into bandage toss and spears could come out from Jez, but and something tells them they're not going to risk anything here, SK. They've got what I'd say is pretty much an experimental team comp, and certainly some experimental positions. We'll see how the whole damage or healing reduction from Tristana works out against Darian's Dr. Mundo. Alex, what are you doing? Well, he kind of baited that one in, but he's also baited out his own flash there.
Very nice position by N-Rated. David must have predicted Alex always goes in there to ward, so he was waiting for him with the Blitzcrank. We see 2v1 coming in though versus Tristana. I'm very excited to see how that's actually going to work out.
Well, we'll see in a second. SK here starting off by their blue buff with Svenska and getting help for Candy Panda. Mistimed his Q a little bit there for that one. That won't matter too much though, as we see Gambit get underway here with the red buff for Diamond. And they're keeping hidden here, Gambit, for as long as they can in this top lane.
Yeah, so Freddy, now he spots Edward, so he knows this is a 2v1. If they can manage to zone him away so he doesn't really get any CS, he's going to have a long time till the late game point where Tristana really is strong, and it's going to make the first few teamfights for Gambit a lot easier. So I like this lane swap actually.
We'll see how Darian can hold up in this 2v1 lane. Funnily enough, when we saw the swaps earlier on in our last game, it was the top tower that went down first because of some different positional plays and what have you. Diamond actually going up to Bloom. We can see that Darian already taking big hits.
Yeah, and another smart part from Gambit on this is Blitzcrank cannot push turret at all. I mean, if he goes into melee range and Diamond is there, they can punish him instantly. So SK is going to have a hard time pushing the turret, especially if Diamond is there. And if Diamond is there, he can also pick up more farm. He might though go for a rather easy dive on a very squishy Tristana in top lane.
And we can see that they weren't really pushing that lane now, making sure that only the last hits come in there from SK. Freddy at 0 CS right now, as is Darian down the bottom. But we first start to see our first roaming Zed play here on Diamond, something that of course he loves to do on other champions. He's up on the top side of Jesus, who's actually going to get chained up here. The stun will come down and they're going to dive straight in onto him, and there's the barrier used.
Wow. Nice damage coming out of Gambit right here. The barrier saves Jesus, or at least saves him from not flashing. This does mean, though, they can actually push the bot tower from SK, but they will just push the mid tower instead for Gambit.
That almost felt as though that was a surprise, or Jesus thought that was just didn't expect Diamond to be there, because he literally just walked away from that one, the chains going off. In the end, obviously only using his barrier, not using the flashes. Darian gets pulled out. He flashes straight back under his tower. Meanwhile, Jesus here being pushed down by Diamond, but again, not quite enough damage to finish him off. But that turret, about half of its damage, its health gone already.
Yeah, I mean, Diamond is completely ignoring the solo laners right here. I mean, the side lanes. He's just going full in for Jessis. They force the flash, they force the barrier. When Alex hits level 6, he will be able to pick up a kill on Jessis alone.
Good few flashes down across the board, just as we were saying that Jesus had saved his. He has to use it in the end. Darian, of course, has used his down on this bottom lane as well. We should mention at this point that he does have that teleport in there, so we could see Darian getting involved elsewhere should he be called in.
Right now, though, Freddy's pretty happy just farming away. He didn't get dived, and 2v1, Gambit cannot dive him alone. So for him right now, he can just pick up some CS, pick up some experience, and actually in a pretty fine spot.
Yeah, not taking too much damage from the poke there of Edward if he, actually lands. See Jesus finally getting back into lane. He's picked up double Doran's blades here as he just tries to pick off those minions off to the side to keep himself as close as possible here in this CS. And without that flash, without that barrier, he knows that he's going to have to be super careful here in this mid lane.
And a big issue for him right now is that the lane is pushing towards Alex. So Alex will just keep zoning him away from CS, and the only thing he can do is try and land a spear and then pick up the CS that way.
Now that bottom lane, or the top lane now as it is obviously with Svenskeren moving into that one. Edward and Genja not pushed up too far on this one, just making sure that they don't push that wave too quickly out there. Genja just getting his last hits in. He's slightly ahead here of Candy Panda in those 2v1s in terms of the CS, and actually Svenskeren showing himself there in the top lane. Diamond though may make a visit to middle, but we can see Jesus' position, trying to play it as safe as possible.
This will be a very risky dive if they do go for it. I think more he just wanted to counter jungle because he knew Amumu was top lane at this point. He can maybe try and go down bot lane, but they won't actually be able to kill them 2v2.
Oh, we can see that bot lane is taking a lot of damage here from Candy Panda as well. Stood right on top of that turret. He's got a good wave of minions here, and with this one may be enough just to take that one down. Actually, Darian just clearing out as best as he can. He's currently 4 CS above that total that Freddy has at 20-16. The ward's coming in behind him. That's definitely a wise choice there to stop to stop Diamond coming in.
Yeah, Diamond might move down here, but again, he won't really be able to do anything. And he actually just says, never mind, I know I can't do anything, I don't have a red buff, and I'm not level 6, so my damage is pretty limited.
Actually coming over the wall from this one. Will he try and get in there? Didn't actually spot him coming down from that one because of the position of the ward, but see that Gambit finally going in towards his top.
Wow.
Sorry, Genja actually going to get caught out there by Svenskeren's ultimate, forced to flash in the end and use his barriers to not go down.
Yeah, Gambit wanted to just force down this turret, but Svenskeren said, nope, not gonna happen right here, I'm gonna try and kill you. And again, flash is gone. When he returns, if he returns down to a 2v2, there's a Blitzcrank hook, might potentially actually cost him his life.
Now, again, we slow things down. Gambit holding a 400 gold lead at this point of the game. That's definitely not a lot, but with Diamond here waiting on his red buff, done a lot of counter jungling up till now. 31-27 CS, not a massive lead that he has still at this point, but you get into the dragon kind of territory here for Gambit, and I'm sure as once they take down that top turret, which they almost did during that last push, that they'll start moving towards bottom and thinking about dragon.
Yeah, but SK right now has the chance, when they take down this turret, to actually go for an early dragon. But due to Jesus being behind in the mid lane, I actually don't think they will do it. It's going to be a bit too risky, and Alex will have a lot of damage if they do go for the fight.
He's not been back to buy yet. The single Doran's ring that he's currently sat on. We can see that Freddy's having to walk back off to do the golems, which are honestly almost taking him down at this point of things. Obviously, he's sat at level 5. Double Doran's blade that he has currently, and Gambit start their invade over towards the red buff, both the duo lane and Diamond in there for that one.
Very smart move by Gambit right here. If they take down the top turret, they can go straight into the red afterwards. If Svenskan is there, they can try and kill him. If not, they just take a free red buff and then go down to the bot lane. If they do give it to Jinx and he goes down into the 2v2 lane, big advantage for them.
Big advantage, that turret holding on by a thread. Yeah, 8 minutes and 20 seconds in the game. We can see with that tower going to SK that the gold has normalized here, and Jesus has started to move towards the dragon. In fact, the entire team right now from SK has moved towards the dragon. Only Darian and maybe Alex in range to do anything about this one.
And this is pretty much what you get when you delay killing the top turret for so long. It was just, SK was like, okay, they keep delaying. Never mind this, we're just going to go straight for dragon and just take it for people. Smart move by them, and Gambit didn't even try and move for it.
However, that red buff that we were talking about is already being invaded upon by Gambit. Will they send Jesus up to try and defend Svenskan here in this one? No, they won't. That red buff is going to be picked up by Genja, and they just simply walk on out of the jungle, leaving one small lizard behind just to cause a bit of annoyance for Svenskan when he goes around.
Now, will Gambit swap down to the bot lane, or will they just stay top? Because there's nothing for them really to go bot for. The dragon is already dead, so it doesn't really matter which lane they're in. It's going to be a bit funny to see how they think of this. If they want to try and force down the bot turret, it has no armor, nothing, so they can actually do it with Diamond coming down and maybe forcing a dive or something.
No, Darian, as we've seen that bottom lane, 46 to the 35 CS of Freddy. If we compare the two players from our featured matchup earlier on, got that Giant's belt in there right now as Diamond starts to stalk his way down towards that bottom lane. Only really got the slow to get things started off, but the fact that Diamond's level 7 now has that death mark could mean a quick death for either Candy Panda or Unrated.
Yeah, this very slow start has benefited Diamond a lot. He's now level 7, he didn't have to do any ganks. He showed the bot like once just to quickly clear out a minion wave, and then he backed off, and then he did the whole thing in mid very early in the game. Ever since that, he just farmed. Now he's level 7, and he can actually start, you know, forcing some things with his ultimate.
And 10 minutes in, no first blood yet in this game. That may change though if Fred is not careful about it. He just rocket jumps away to the safety of his minions, and SK starts stacking up here. 4-man stack in that mid lane. Alexic is there, Diamond's there. Are they going to be able to hold this turret? And are they going to be able to stop Blitzcrank pulling one out into the middle of the pack?
Edward is coming down though. They might want to fight this. Alex took a big spear in the head though. Will they fight?
There is a super mega death rocket to get things started. They pull in Diamond actually. There's the ultimate coming out of Svenskan. There's a lot of damage going on to him. There is first blood picked up by Alexic. Can they get any more? There is Alex diving onto Candy Panda, but he uses flash to get away, and that will be first blood and a 1-for-0 in the end for Gambit.
Great moves right here by Diamond. He forces all the damage onto him, and then he just pops out of the team fight. No kill for SK. On the other hand, Svenskan was stuck in the middle of everything. Look at the engage coming in right here. Edward comes in together with the ultimate from Diamond. SK instantly sees Diamond. Look at his shadow. He pops out as soon as he's out of his CC, and then he won't die. Instead, Svenskan, he's silenced and he's caught in the middle of everything. You're dead.
Really nicely closed in by Gambit. And we talk about that special 20-minute mark where they seem to always find themselves fighting in there 5 versus 5, whether that's for the dragon or some other objective, and from there things really get rolling for the Russian side. But this time around, 11:40, a slower start to the game than we've maybe become used to here, but a very calculated start nonetheless, as Freddy just spots that ward going down, and with that also sees Genja doing the golem. So he knows that there's at least the AD carry coming in there. We can see that Diamond has started to move down as well towards that bottom lane, but with the Tristan and rocket jump, decently safe.
Yeah, safe enough at least. He has his flash as well, if it should be needed. But look at the overall farm in this game. Gambit is actually winning pretty much every lane. We touched on this with SK being weak in the early game. Right now, Gambit, if they get one more team fight, or a big team fight, and they win this, they can actually just snowball the game from there.
500 gold lead is what they hold. Freddy again having to back out a lane and take things away from the jungle. Let's have a look down some items now that we've got another bit of a quiet period. Alexic got himself that fiendish codex in there. Actually, funnily enough, Jesus has not really spent up. He must be sat on a decent amount of gold at this point. I think about 2,500 gold actually that he has. He's going to lose his turret here though to Alex.
Yeah, I mean, this was a matter of time after the whole thing Diamond did in the early game. Pressured him down, they got a lot of hits on the turret, and Alex has had full control of the lane so far. What I'm looking more at is actually Tristana, who's going to go for an early Blade of the Rune King, simply to try and split push and win the 1v1 versus Mundo.
Now, Svenskeren here just making sure that his side of the jungle is fully warded. That's how scared I think a lot of junglers are of Diamond, but he may walk into a bit of a trap here, but realizing, you know, he's Zed, he can just jump straight back on out. Svenskeren's bandage sauce didn't quite have the range to get in. Alex actually pushed quite far up on the mid lane. They might try and fight for this blue buff, actually. There are 3 men there for SK Gaming, and there is a diving Alexic. Didn't quite get it. Svenskeren had to smite it though.
He had to smite it. Smart move right here. They force the blue buff away from Jessis. They love to do this, and this means now Jessis is going to have an even harder time versus the blue buff LeBlanc that he's going to pick up later on. They had to teleport though on Darien, so they could have gone for a fight, but they didn't really need it right now. I think they just want Darien to farm up, get some items, and then once we start seeing, you know, the dragon fights, he's going to be this big tanky Darien we know.
Now, Mundo now got that Sunfire cape in there, and that's where Darien will start to feel a lot more comfortable once he can start pushing these waves out and maybe joining Diamond in just running amok in the enemy jungle. And whilst they didn't secure that blue buff, as we said, it kept away from Nearly. Is Edward actually going to get pulled in from this one? But he thought about turning that one around there. Just popping a lightning rush, and in
Alex
the end, SK can't push in yet. Alex actually coming around the side from this one, and Ro8 going to be the target as the chains go down. Diamond coming in from the side, Deathmark is down, but it won't be needed as Genja picks up a kill.
Great roam by Alex right here. He has full control. He can do whatever he wants on the map. Jesus can't do anything. He's going to try and push down the mid turret, but he doesn't really have too much damage to give it, and Gambit can go in, defend it. It's a great move right here, though.
That's Jesus pushing back on that middle turret, and you can see that Diamond and Genja have started to move away from that bottom lane. They left Edward's Kennen there to actually do the damage to the turret, and as they see Nidalee back off, they may just go back in. Does Diamond fancy his chances there at having a go on towards Candy Panda? Edward actually going to pop his ultimate, and the damage just not quite there. Candy Panda got out of range of him. It left Edward low. Diamond at half health, and Gambit forced to back away. Candy Panda 1 versus 2 saying you can't bully me out that easy.
No ultimate on Diamond, and he really needs it. Every time he wants to go for a kill, he needs it. Very risky dragon started from Gambit because there's no ultimate again on Diamond. He won't really be able to do much in a team fight.
No, they've got Alex there who's got full health, and that may just be enough to scare N-Rated away from this one. They've got Candy Panda in that bottom lane, but in the end the dragon resets, and that won't be attempted just yet. I'm assuming that Diamond's going to want to go home here, spend up the cash that he's earned recently, and then get back in to have this fight, or certainly challenge around that dragon. But look at the positioning from Alex. He's got a ward down. He's now behind both Svenskeren and Jesus.
But it's only him and Genji right here. Oh, really going for Justice?
Oh, bit of a face check into that one, but using that mobility to get away from things, making sure that he doesn't go down and get caught out and not even hooked or bandage tossed onto in that one. But SK have started off the dragon now. We've got the 2 top laners in the top lane. Darien does have his teleport available if he wants to come down, and just it looks like the sheer positioning here from Gambit has forced SK off. Alex is going straight back up mid.
This is so smart by Gambit because Alex has the great position. He can just go up, hit the turret, go back, go up again. So Gambit right now is just playing SK around, and he just wanted to stop and stall the Baron. And if you notice just right here, teleport is up on Darien. He can come down and join if needed.
Genja actually just started off the dragon himself. That pulled SK back down towards it. And is that pink ward in position? And he's going to be SK taking that one out. They've managed to pull in Alex. The knockup comes before he could properly get away, but he did get away just in the end there. The true shot barrage comes through, but that won't be enough to finish off. But that leaves Alex Itch now at very low HP as the dragon is started by SK.
Now 2 ultimates down from SK. Otherwise they have the advantage. Darien coming in with teleport.
Yeah, Genja just completely pulling him out of position there. Svenskeren going to be focused on. Deathmark going to pop. He puts down Curse of the Sad Mummy, but that is not enough to keep him alive. And that is Gambit just bullying their way into the dragon, getting a kill, and surely the dragon as well.
The Jinx execute damage from her ultimate, destroyed Svenskeren right here. But in the top lane, if he takes down this turret, it's actually a fan of trade for SK Gaming.
Freddy is hammering away on that one. He's not got many minions left there with him, but I think he does have the damage this wave to get rid of that one completely. And in fact, he says, you know what, I'm going to have to tank it up a couple of times, but that'll be fine enough. And that leaves SK now tied on the turrets. 3 behind in kills. Let's have a look at that play again down by Dragon.
It's pretty much again, Svensson is being left. He has to flash it, but at this point he's slowed. Dr. Mundo lands his cleaver. He can't really get away, and we see the execute damage from Jinx coming in.
Great pick up there. And just showing Gambit so patient. Whilst we say so often, you know, Darian, he kind of runs around doing what he wants, and Diamond spends more time in the enemy jungle than his own. When it comes to actually being coordinated, there's not many, if any, teams that are better than Gambit at that.
No, but they're playing so aggressive on the map. I mean, Alex constantly roams around behind the enemy lines. Oh, that is a spear that hurts.
That is a spear that has full range from that one. Athene's Unholy Grail is all, along with those 2 Doran's rings that Jesus has right now. He's still 20 CS behind. It looks like they might want to try and finish off finally this mid turret. They already did a lot of damage to it early on. Edward, though, on the little cannon, just forcing them straight out of there, saying, no, that's not going to happen. And look at this, Darian coming down from seemingly out of nowhere. He's going to get right on top of them. Here comes Edward. There is Alex Ich as well. And rated down below half health, and he's not going to escape from this one. He backs away towards Gambit to make sure the rest of his team can get away. But another 1-for-0 catching out of position kill from Gambit.
Yeah, every time SK tries to do something, Gambit comes in, picks up a kill, and then goes back to just farming, or, you know, right here they might actually try and force the blue buff, but so far SK, they don't really lose the fights that hard. It's just 1 kill, but for Gambit they just keep extending the lead.
And Edward just goes back there to drop a ward into the tri-bush before he scoots on out of things, and then he scans up on the other side. Okay, that's free 30 gold for me, and let's see if I can have a go at stealing your blue buff from range. Not this time though. Jesus actually got that one, and Svensson not forced to actually smite that one up this time as he was with that previous spawning.
Now, we have seen though a few times Alex being caught out by either a hook or the spear from Jesus. So there are some, you know, points where SK can actually do the engages, but every time it happens, they're not really in a position to do anything with it. So far, Gambit has survived it, but it could actually end up costing more for Gambit. And we see Alex again behind the enemy lines.
Yeah, Deathfire Grasp is what he has, and he knows that, well, Freddy's obviously going to be the easier target, or is he? Goes straight in on towards Svenska, and the chain's not going to quite prop, but the rest of the team coming in from this one. Freddy now finds himself up against 2 men, plus the clone of Alex. Picks the right target, actually, but the death mark on him, that's not going to be enough damage to get the kill. But they came here for that red buff, did Gambit, and they are going to take it away. Diamond took a spear as well to the face as he walked out, but that will be a 1-for-0 in the end. SK's first kill of the game.
Yeah, but this time it was SK picking up the kill when Gambit tried to do a move. Alex wanted to burst down Svenska. He couldn't kill him right away, so Svenska managed to get out, and instead Freddy man mode jumped into 2 people and picked up the kill once he knew which one was Alex and which one was the clone.
Always good to have the right one when you're going to throw your ultimate in it. That's can be a little bit embarrassing sometimes if you pick the wrong one. Down in the bottom, Genja and Candy Panda. Actually, Genja having the advantage at this stage. A 20 CS or so lead, and he got a level on Candy Panda as well. You see that 7,400 to the 6,700 of what Candy Panda has taken in gold overall throughout this game. If you look down some of the items as well, some more starting to come in there. The Trinity Force with the Vamp Scepter in for Candy Panda. The Bloodthirster Zeal combo down for Genja.
Yeah, the Trinity Force means, at least for his case side right here, Candy Panda versus Darian. He's not going to be able to kill Darian at all. So if there's a big team fight and Darian gets into the face of Candy Panda, he's going to remove him completely from the fight. At the same time, with all the burst damage Gambit has on the 4 other champions, even the cannon support right here, I'm not sure Svensson is going to be able to stay alive for long enough for SK to actually win the fight.
Diamond, we should touch on his items as well. Picking up that Zed, we're still not quite sure if that was meant to happen, whether they were supposed to pick the LeBlanc and the Zed, and the reaction from Genja in Champions League said that maybe that wasn't quite so planned and they left it too late. He has a Brutalizer Hex Drinker in there as well now. Yeah, right now the pick is actually working for Gambit because this game is so slow. I mean, he was never forced to do anything. He could just farm. You see him, he has 112 CS already. He has 1 kill as well and an assist. So he's actually having pretty much the perfect early game for him. Oh, Alex Itchy coming in towards Freddy. There's the DFG. The burst going to come down. Alex actually going back out and is forced to jump away from this one. Oh, very close to falling in the end. Freddy picking right. There comes the super. Oh, no. So close to finishing off Freddy. Somehow he's lived through the burst from 2 men. Now we've got actually Diamond coming in and Edward, but they're actually going to guess wrong here and go towards the wrong bush. Freddy gets out somehow.
I mean, this is just a Freddy we've been used to seeing also from last week. He's just him versus 2 or 3 people of the enemy team. He survives the burst due to his barrier from Alex, and he actually almost picks up the kill. And even the rocket, because he could lifesteal on the minions, he didn't die.
So SK have finally got rid of that middle turret. We've been talking about it for quite a while. It finally does go away. Speaking of Diamond and Darian, we talked about their go wherever you want kind of mentality. They were actually behind SK Gaming as that all went down. Are they going to try and close in? Tristan is actually further up that mid lane, and Diamond has already taken a bit of damage. That will force Gambit to kind of position around and get back on their side of the map. Dragon is on the map though now.
Dragon is on the map. There's pretty much all ultimates are ready for this, except for Alex's right now, but it's going to go up in a very short time. Will SK try and fight for this?
Darian just playing the tanky front line, and by the time the rest of SK come in, that Dragon has already gone down. Edward actually moving forward. Are they going to go for it? Darian has popped his ultimate now, charging in there. It's Svenskeren that they're focused on. There's the pull on towards Edward. He takes his ultimate instantly from that. Knocked back though by Tristana. Where's the damage coming down here towards Ro8? Genja still full HP, tries to land the zap, which doesn't, so it flashes in, picks up the kill on Ro8. That's going to get him the movement speed going in. Alex gets himself another one. Genja's going in all on his own here. Finally, the rest of the team come around. Genja pays the price, but that's a 3-for-1 for Gambit.
And Freddy actually saved Edward. He ultimated him, so he was not. Oh, come in. Nope.
It's
not enough.
Mondo.
It's Mondo. It's Darian as well. But Edward actually got shot out of the whole team fight, and that meant that he didn't die, and there was no reset or anything for Freddy, and they didn't manage to pick up anything from it, and instead Gambit could just start picking up the kills, and once Jinx gets the first kill, her passive procs, she can just keep chasing. Genja did maybe go a little bit too aggressive in the tower, but they managed to pick up 2 more kills.
Yeah, and this game has been a strange one, I think. It's not what we used to see. You know, it doesn't follow the strict Gambit guidelines of how a game really goes down. We've seen very much picks, although the champions like Zed and LeBlanc really add to that. That's what they've got in their team comp to actually work with. And we're now 25 minutes into this one. That was the first real big impact team fight for Gambit.
I mean, so far, the lineup from SK has been really good at disengaging. So every time there was a fight they didn't really want to take, they could just get out, and Gambit could just pick up Svenskeren, who's like the guy left alone. He doesn't really have anything to get out with. Everyone else has the jumps or the speed boost from Ro8 himself. So SK has just been saying, you get this objective, we don't want to fight. Okay, you get a kill, fair enough, we're just going to keep extending the game. It's okay for us. It does mean, though, that Gambit is in a great position, and as we saw in this team fight, even though they were split out when it started and Edward got hooked in, they actually still won the fight.
Well, while we've got this pause going on, let's take a look back at that last team fight here that Gambit came out so nicely on top of, to be honest with you.
Yeah, so we see actually the Gambit guys. But we see the team fight right here coming in. Now it's on my screen as well. We see the hook coming in, and instantly as the hook comes in on Edward, he actually gets shot out, and there's nothing, SK can do to try and kill him. And at this point, they have used everything on the support, and now Darian is there, and Genji is there untouched. He flashes in, gets the reset, get his passive proc, and he can actually go in for, more kills. He really goes deep though, because Diamond is probably calling go, 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 as he has his ultimate, and Genji is just full man-moding in. He will die for it, but they do pick up a kill.
Yeah, and a crazy one again, Gambit going deeper and deeper and deeper, as you said, Genji. Maybe just a little bit too far into that one. But this pause hopefully will be rectified here in just a couple of moments, and we can get this one back underway. Just to kind of recap where we are, a 5,000 gold lead, which I think I've said that quite a few times over and over, because that lead has seemingly stayed around that level for quite a while now.
It's pretty much been the story of the game. SK try to do things, Gambit comes in, stops it, and then picks up a kill in return. And then, nothing really comes from it, except Gambit just keeps extending their lead slowly. For SK to get back in this game now, though, we need some great spears, and we need some great hooks from Ro8, and have to not shoot out the target before it's actually dead.
Well, those spears are only going to be getting stronger here for Jesus as he farms up, and I feel like he's had that themes for a long while without adding too much on top of it as well. And actually right now, after getting the blue buff, he's just going to be headed home, so I'm assuming going to be spending up whatever pot of cash he's got saved from that last one, and it will be a needlessly large rod and a blasting wand as well.
Now, on Candy Panda, he's also going for the Blade of the Rune King. If they get 2 of those, they will actually do a lot of damage on Darien when he runs into the face, and it will also help him survive the burst on both LeBlanc and Zed if they manage to activate it while the whole burst thing is going on. So I like the pickup, and once they complete it, it will actually going to be funny to see if Darien will die rather fast or if he's just still going to tank everything.
And Darien just got bored there of trying to finish off the minions and just decides, you know what, I'm just going to push straight in and take down that turret, which, now we've had the changes. The bottom towers are weaker at this point as Ro8 hooks out. Ro8 trying to get Diamond, and we do have the TP. We also have Kennen on the top side of this one. Are SK going to be able to avoid this big fight that's coming their way from Gambit? They've got vision there with that ward, but Gambit are trying to head them off on the top side. They're going to spot Jesus. Darien gets hit with the spear and losing that much health straight away from the tank. Gambit back off.
Once again, due to the mobility on SK Gaming, they can back out. Whenever Gambit wants to fight, SK is like, nope, we don't want to take this fight, we're just going to back everyone together, 5 men. They stop chasing from Gambit's side, and then nothing happens. Oh, Hook coming in.
Oh, they've got Diamond in there. Is he going to go down? He does get his death mark off, but it's onto Ro8. The damage not going to be too huge. Darien has to pop his ulti, but SK might try and charge in for this one. Alex was just waiting off to the side, as was Genji, and that's a pick-up, just a pick-off kill, really, again from SK.
But this is what SK need. Every time they can land a hook, get a kill, they claw themselves back into the game. Yeah, sure, they're 5k behind, but you won't be able to survive this hook unless you actually Dr. Mundo.
Well, Alex here is doing his blue buff. As he scans, he realizes he's actually in full vision right now of the SK team. They've just cleared out the pink ward that was there before. The blue buff has gone to reset,
nice.
And it gets hooked over the top of the wall. And SK say, thank you very much for the blue.
Yeah, SK Gaming has both the Blitzcrank and an Italy to try and steal the blue buff. So wisely enough by Alex, he did scan it for the ward, but it was too late. And as soon as he started it, SK moved and they just took it.
So things gonna slow down here again for a second. Alex, as you can see, just trying to move his way around, check for any wards going in there. He's switched over now to that sweeping lens, which obviously gives him the ability to set things up in a brush and check if there's actually anything there with him while he goes.
Yeah, Alex is definitely gonna keep doing what he's been doing so far. Just walk in behind the enemy lines, make sure he's not standing in a ward, and then whenever someone from SK walks by, he's gonna try and burst them down. And he doesn't even care if it's Svenskeren or someone else on the team.
Diamond there, just getting his shadow down before he puts the warning so that he can dash straight back off to it. We've got actually this dragon coming up in just less than 2 minutes time, which, you know, now more than ever, obviously those gold bonuses that build up over time means that dragon in a game where the gold is at 5,000 used to be not a huge amount, and that's certainly increased, but a dragon at this point certainly helps bring it back.
I mean, if SK managed to pick it up and a few kills with it, this game is completely even. But I just noticed one thing. I've never seen a support with 71 CS by 28 minutes. Right now, Edward is running around the map. He's picking up farm wherever he can. I've seen Genji leave the farm for him, actually, because he wants to get these few items on Kennen so he can really start doing something in team fights.
Well, and he's certainly getting there as well. Haunting guys already in. Well, looks like the start of the Crystal Scepter as well, with the Giant's Belt and the Amp Tome as well. And we can see that Darien seems to be pretty committed to causing a lot of disruption on this top side there, as we do see Svenskeren actually smiting away the Wraith, going on towards Freddy, and half health just gone straight away, just like that. In the mid lane, actually, LeBlanc is taking a lot of damage there. Is the Mimic coming out? They picked the right target. Can they get the last hit? Alex, no, is still alive.
Oh.
True Shot Barrage dodged away from, and there's the clone again, hit by the spear. That gets them out. The hook actually not landing there onto Kennen. The top turret did fall in the meantime, but SK are closing in. But there is Edward turning it around. Jesus going to be blown to pieces, and Ro8 had not got much health left either. And now Alex is pushing in on the top side. That's a double kill for Genji. They're going to get another one here, and that right there is 3 for nothing, and it's not over yet. And Ro8 is going to fall. That's a kill for Edward. Genji's assist means he can chase after Candy Panda. The zap doesn't land though, and Candy Panda finds himself last man alive. That looked like it was going to go horribly wrong for Gambit, and they got 4 kills and no one died.
The fact that Alex managed to survive the gank on him meant that the whole Gambit team could then turn around and then go down towards SK. We saw both Edward, Genja and Diamond jumping on N-Rated and Svenskeren, or was it Jessis, in the jungle and just picking up the kill. But Alex should have died. Definitely should have died in this one. He dodged the ultimate beautifully though, and that meant that now Gambit can do pretty much whatever they want, and it was a beautiful team fight all around.
This one now, they've started off the Baron. There is full vision. They are spotted right now by the ward. Can they get in though? Alex is bullying them at the front. There goes the true shot barrage across. That's only really going to help them out, and it will be finished off there with a smite of Diamond. Baron going the way of Gambit.
But this risky play from Gambit, it works out in this game, but they could also have gone horribly wrong, especially now if Alex actually had died. Oh, he will burst!
Straight on towards Freddy, and not quite enough damage just yet there from Alex. And missing the chains anyway coming out. That could have changed things, as Jesus did just get his blue buff before Gambit swooped on this bottom side of the map. So they're going to get the Baron. Picked up 4 kills in that last fight just before the Baron kill, and they get the Dragon as well. All of a sudden, the gold's at 10,000.
Yeah, I mean, huge lead right now for Gambit, but SK has actually been doing the right things. They try to punish Gambit every time they went into risky positions. They try to gank Alex right here in the mid lane, but Gambit has always been one step ahead, and then always like, a bit ahead in gold, a bit stronger in the team fights, so they could just punish them whenever SK didn't manage to pick up the kill.
And SK have got a couple of different options here as well. They can poke right back with the Nidalee, with the Ezreal. They can grab someone in with Blitzcrank as well, but you've got to hit the skill shots here. That is the important thing. And they've got Diamond now pushing up that mid lane all alone.
And Diamond is level 16, so if they send someone to try and stop him, he will win the 1v1. This is where Zed is really, really strong. And when there's no tank, except for the Mumu, who obviously cannot stop the Zed, there's nothing SK can actually do against him.
And then right now not sending anyone there. Actually, Ezreal did come down. Candy Panda going to be too late to that party though, as Edward just speeds in and out, dodging the damage from that spear. And Candy Panda certainly can't face off against Diamond at this stage. Although we'll be able to arcane shift away. But there is Alex diving into the middle, and Freddy again. About a quarter of his health remaining. Darian just getting into the front line here, just making sure that they hit him, that he tanks all the damage. That'll be enough for Gambit, and they pick up that inner turret.
Yeah, the siege tactic for Gambit is not just wait for the minion wave, hit the turret. No, it is Alex jumping into the face, getting someone low, and then the rest goes in and hits the turret when SK is too low to actually fight. Very nice. And again, Diamond is going to be such a pain for SK to deal with.
And we can see that Diamond right now on top of the red buff. He secures that one, and he's going to go in towards Candy Panda. There's the spear. A split-second flash will get him over the wall, and he's back towards his shadow. He's not going to be easy to track down. The spear not got the range. Svenskeren comes in, gets the ulti off on towards Diamond, and he's finished off by Jesus.
He almost managed to escape, but there was nothing more to do. And meanwhile, Kenya was pushing the bot turret. He had 3 people coming to kill Diamond. He almost got away. I actually think if he didn't go in for or try to kill on Candy Panda, he could have gotten away pretty safely. But he thought there was, less people from SK, and he could actually pick up a kill.
And all that time away with 3 men chasing down Diamond allowed the damage for Genja down bottom as well. Always a welcome sign. Genja actually now 4-1-5 Infinity Edge on top of that Bloodthirster and the Zeal. And well, he just keeps going with the items.
Round 2 right here. There's Barry on Freddy. Oh, he's going in.
This time he's not getting away. Alex is not going to miss a point-blank set of shots. And the ward was there as well. So pretty much an easy pickup from Alex. He's done that consistently throughout the game. As Edward going to get caught out here by Candy Panda. He actually turns the damage around. And this is a support against the AD carry. Edward going low. He's going to fall. No, he actually got the kill before falling from that one. That was Edward's killing spree that Candy Panda just shut down. That's the support, folks.
That is the support, but this is why you give so much farm to Edward. He will be able to carry the game, and Svenskeren going in, he might die.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a grave mistake for them. Alex picks up that kill. It allows them to charge on forward towards Jesus. Cleaver actually lands. Darian's between both turrets. There's the execute from the Super Mega Death Rocket, and Jesus forced right back onto the base. Are they going to have enough damage here to keep going? They're waiting for the minions to actually come up, or for the big minion Darian to actually tank up that turret, or are they? They turn around, go for Freddy, who's lost half of his health already. Jesus is off to the side. Finally, the minions come up mid. Diamond's going to hammer away. This is an inhib turret, and Genja wants a bottom one as well.
But this has not been a fun game for Svenskeren. Every time he goes in, he just dies. Every single time so far. Darren goes onto him, puts a cleaver in his face, and then you just slowly kill him now. And Alex, he's just jumping around everywhere.
We have 2 inhibitors down. Gambit, statistically in this kind of position, do not waste time in finishing games, although that spear there on towards Alexic might slow them down somewhat. Darian has a half
nice
HP. They actually pull him into that one. He flashes away from it. Ultimate use, actually, and that's because Diamond's in there as well. There's a lot of damage coming down here. Alexic is going to fall. They can clean up this one. Darian gets knocked in the air, but he's regenning like an absolute beast. Bandage toss not got the range on it, and Darian is almost at full health again as he turns around on the steps. Diamond got away. It's a 1-for-1 there. They stopped him pushing any further, which is what they were looking for.
Darian and Diamond almost died this time, but they managed to get out. Edward wasn't even there for the fight. Yet Gambit just stayed in the base and just, danced around. Will this be, if he actually goes for this one again and wins it, this is going to be the best support player I've seen in a long time.
And also not the best days of Candy Planner. That's not what you want to see after spending all that time farming against him as a support and then end up 1v1 and both of you dying out to that one. But that just shows that Edward, we had the call. Alex Hitch said, I wanted Edward to play a support that's got damage. And, well, if that's not a support with damage, then I don't know what is.
But I think we can agree, if your support can solo your AD carry, or at least go 1-for-1 versus him, it's not looking too good for your team overall. And once we actually see, or if we will see a 5v5, I think as well, like the damage from Edward, the slow he brings in as well, is simply also going to be so huge and pretty much impossible for SK to deal with.
I see an extra blasting one now picked up for Edward, so he's not wasting any time in getting even more damage down. Darian, we should point out his build as well, because it just doesn't really get much tankier than what he's got there with the Warmogs in there, the Randuin, Sunfire Cape, Spirit Visage. We saw actually here Alex getting hooked in, and this time they'll finish him off. And Alex trying to pick someone out. SK will be happy to take him and maybe slow what Gambit's push can be.
And now SK has to try and force the fight. There's no ultimate on a Mumu, but they have to try. It's 5v4, and this is the chance for them to actually come back.
Are they going to try and chase them down? Darian keeps the cleavers coming, keeps regenning. 20 health per tick that he's getting from that one. You just can't really do enough damage to him right now. Even if you blast him down with the spear, he regens it straight back up. They need Freddy basically to stop that happening with the health regen reduction.
I mean, we saw in the last team fight they almost took down Darren, but it took a lot of time for them, had to invest a lot of damage in it. Meanwhile, though, look at Diamond is pushing.
Yeah, they kind of forgot about this bottom lane. Diamond going up there. He's got that Guardian Angel in now as Candy Panda throws out his ultimate. The rest of Gambit here pushing that top lane. Don't forget, Alex Itch is dead at this point. This is 4-on-5 at this stage of the game. We see Genja actually went low. I think he caught a spear actually from that one. And now Diamond starts to move up towards this top side. Darian continues. There's plus 20s appearing left, right, and center on him. Tanks a turret, not a problem for him whatsoever.
And Gambit can back off now, buy some items, and then go for the Nashor again, and then pretty much return to this and do the exact same thing. They don't have to really loosen the pressure right now, though, because there's nothing SK can do to stop them.
But do they want to back off? The fact that Alex just walks all the way up middle into the enemy base tells me that they might just want to fight this one out now without waiting and taking themselves another Baron. More wards just coming down there to try and gain some vision as Darian going to take a lot of damage, comparatively a lot of damage. That's a Mundo, which is probably the same amount of health as most champions that are in the game at this point. I'm not sure exactly how much he's got, but it must be, 4,700 health at this point, as we are going to see there. The ultimate coming in, Deathmark, not enough damage. He gets onto the fountain, no, not enough damage done, but he forces him away nonetheless, and that means the damage is going in on towards the Nexus turrets. This top lane now finally going to be pushed out by Genja as he's got the time. Darian comes back in with that ultimate running. There's the ultimate out. Svenskeren as he goes on towards Genja, but does he have the damage here to finish him off? Genja just turning around, flashes away. He manages to survive. Now they go off towards Darian. Is he going to go down? He's regenning up, and they've not got enough to finish him up. Super Mega Death Rocket comes through. This time Svenskeren lives through. Meanwhile, down on the bottom side, Gambit is still pushing.
And they managed to take down the inhib while they were chasing up top versus Genja and Darian. Gambit is just running around everywhere on this map, and they don't really want any 5v5 fights. They just want these small skirmishes everywhere, and they're just winning out on it. It's like a very beautiful way, and Candy Panda might go down.
Oh, not quite that. DFG used a little bit earlier on the bottom side of the map. Diamond's Guardian Angel is still available. The Baron is on the map right now, and they could quite happily go back and take it in not much time whatsoever. And it looks like they may now eventually start to back away from things. The wave's going to get pushed out. Alexic scans to see if there's any vision on him. And he's going to wait for someone to come out. But the fact is, they can't really leave their base right now, SK. They've got minions streaming in left, right, and center.
And that was the thing from before. Gambit didn't back off to do Nashor because they knew they had the super minions, putting extra pressure on SK Gaming. So there's no reason for them to actually back off. Now they can go for it, or they can just go back in, do the same thing, put pressure on both inhibs, and pick them up, you know, whenever they actually feel like it.
That could be in the next 5 minutes. That could be in the next 20 minutes. I mean, Gambit, a win's a win. It doesn't matter how long it takes. We say that so often. And the safest way to do it right now maybe would be to wait, take themselves that Baron, and then start to push Edward, who's now got a Void Staff added into all his other items. Support Kennen, ladies and gents.
I just want to see him go in and just melt someone when the team fight starts. And then just afterwards, yeah, I'm the support. What are you going to do about it?
He's almost got as much farm as Svensson right now. He's only 20 CS behind that one, and we can see that finally Gambit do move over towards the Baron. Nothing that SK can do here about this.
To be fair though, to Svensson's farm, he's been stuck in the base of SK pretty much the entire game. Gambit has controlled the map, and you know, there were always someone in the jungle of SK, so every time Svensson tried to farm, Alex would be there, hit him in the face, force him to recall. And every time a team fight started, Svensson went in, died. So he hasn't really had any chance to get any farm.
And that whole time that they were doing Baron, Darian actually was on the steps of the base, just making sure that the minion waves didn't push out, and he's actually going in there onto Candy Panda. And yes, he takes damage, but he's regenerating at 40 per tick.
He will regen it really fast, but there was actually quite a lot of damage coming out from there. I mean, Candy Panda, will you see a fight?
Yeah, Svensson going in, they get the ultimate on towards Genja. That could be the opening they're looking for here to at least defend the base, but Freddy at the backside gets a death mark put onto him. That's half of his health gone. Edward picks one up. There's the execution as well from the Super Mega Death Rocket. And SK now left with 3-man, but Gambit, they're not super healthy here. If they can hit spears and some Qs from Ezreal, who's now been finished off, surely this is going to be game. We see the second Nexus choice taken. Darian actually getting pulled in. Triple kill for Genja. The auto attack landing. There's the Nexus turrets down. Gambit push in with the Baron, and they push in on towards the fountain. It's a 5-man team, and they might get away. A couple of them do. The Nexus turret goes down, and the Nexus itself falls. Gambit, in 42 minutes and 9 seconds, finish off SK Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Genja was left untouched in the back. He just flashed out from the Mumu ultimate, and then there's no follow-up damage on him, and he just went in whenever, you know, the fight settled down a little bit, and he just picked up kill after kill, got his passive, and, you know, just kept steamrolling, as we actually saw him do early in the game as well.
Something tells me that a few of you with the hashtag LCS Big Plays might be talking about that little fountain dive there by the end of things. They lost a couple of men, but I don't know if Darian was one. Yeah, Darian did actually die, by the way, for the first time in the game when he went onto the fountain there, totally ruining his KDA.
I mean, but this is just the new Darian. He doesn't really die anymore. He just runs around. He puts so much pressure on the enemy team, and he's so annoying to play against, because whenever you want to do something, you have to keep in mind that there's a Darian running around in a different lane, pushing down something. And even if you want to go kill him, he's Dr. Mundo.
Yeah, his regen there by the end didn't really mean you could take him down even if you hit the spear. The Ezreal was hitting everything. If you pulled him into the middle of your team, he just wasn't going to be dying. The Fountain did quite have the damage right at the end to give him his first death of the game. But that was a bit of a different style to what we've become used to from Gambit, I think we can say. We did have that fight around 20 minutes, but it almost looked as though that wouldn't really come, as though SK almost forced that to happen in this game. Gambit were definitely playing the pick game.
I mean, this was just two combos, one who wanted to pick the kills, you know, pick the fights, and the other one who just said, you know what, we don't want to fight, we're just going to run out. Gambit constantly tried to set something up, they constantly tried to fight, but SK just kept disengaging, and that was why we had this whole a bit weird mid-game when nothing really happened except for one kill here, one kill there. In the end, though, SK tried to change the tactic to catch out Gambit. It worked for a little bit until we actually had the one on Alex where he managed to survive, and then Gambit just collapsed on them, took the Baron afterwards, and then he just pushed on to the base.
So Zed in the jungle then. We weren't quite sure whether they meant to actually pick that one in. I hope we'll find that one out later. But how did you rate it, actually? Diamond had a couple of moments where you think maybe went a little bit too deep in there, but also, I mean, he ended 3-2-6, not a massive scoreline, but his farm was constantly high throughout that game.
Yeah, he did the thing he needed to do on set. Like, he got a lot of early game farm, he got an early game kill. He pretty much ignored the solo lane. I mean, the solo lane for Darien.
Yeah.
He just said, you know what, I don't care about us losing the bot tower, I just want to farm. That meant that once they got to the fight, you know, he could start picking up targets. That was smart. Alex, for me, though, if you look away from Genji's score and Genji's team fight in this game, but if you look at Alex, he was constantly behind the enemy line, making plays. It did go wrong a few times, but at the same time, it worked for him a lot of times.
And it could have been even more. He was so close to bursting, I think, Freddy down 3 or 4 other times where he barely survived it. But guys, we're going to head over to Shox, who actually has Alex Ich from Gambit with her to talk about that impressive victory.
Thank you very much, Joe. Yeah, Demon and I are joined by Alex playing LeBlanc in this game. Well, first thing I got to say, it looked like you were having a hell of a lot of fun versus SK Gaming. Tell me the game from your perspective, and how did you go into it?
So I don't understand their pick at all. They picked some really passive team comp. They were super passive during the game, just farming, doing nothing. And with all that comp, they picked Blitzcrank for making plays. So they didn't even go for invade with Blitzcrank, so I didn't understand the pick. Yeah, he got me sometimes, and I think one time Diamond, but it didn't change anything. And they didn't pick anything against Mundo, though they leave him open. So I didn't understand their pick.
And once again, Darien didn't die, by the way, in that game. Oh, I don't know whether he died maybe
or
at the end.
At the end.
Right at the end, but as you all found, he dived. Not really it. But when you picked, when the Z pick came in, was that always planned to be Diamond after seeing what they did, or was that planned to be you? And then you just adjusted and said, you know what, they're all squishy, let's go LeBlanc.
So LeBlanc is some kind of the safe pick at the moment. So we didn't know what is mid lane, if it's Ezreal or Tristana AP or Tristana AD, or there will be something else to be picked, and Tristana is some kind of counter to Mundo. So we decided to pick something safe that can stay almost against anything. And when they pick Nidalee, I actually don't like LeBlanc against Nidalee matchup that much, because it's really hard to kill Nidalee in lane if he's playing properly. Even if he falls behind, then he farms more than LeBlanc and is getting into a bit better late game. But against their comp, I think LeBlanc was really good, and Zed was too.
Yeah, you certainly had a better time with LeBlanc against them than you did against Fnatic. But what I also wanted to ask you is that Tristana pick, which was really a surprising pick to us. But at the end, even it didn't do anything to you guys. So how did you react to that one?
We thought about maybe Tristana is counter to Mundo, but we swapped the lanes, so that wasn't the problem at all.
So you guys obviously up to 4-1. At what stage do we start seeing the suits coming out for you guys?
I don't know about suits, but tomorrow is a hard game, and it will be really interesting.
Yeah, tell us a little bit more about that, though, because that's really going to be a cool game. You guys up versus Ro8 and Overpower in the mid lane, who plays just about anything.
No problem, ban Mordekaiser, then we win.
All right, thank you very much. Congratulations, great performance. And now we're going to go over to Joe and the Fee Show to see how today's games affected the standings.
Thank you very much, Shox. And we've just heard the secret there to beating Ro8. Ban Mordekaiser. Certainly one of the more interesting picks we've seen in a while here in the LCS. And as we wrap up day 1 of week 2, let's have a look at the standings for this week. And even though they didn't play a game today, Fnatic still remain at the top of the league at 4-0. But right on their heels, we now have 2 teams tied for second. Both Gambit and Ro8 are tied at 4-1. And remaining in 4th place is the Copenhagen Wolves at 3 wins, 2 losses.
Slipping to 5th place is SK Gaming at 2 wins and 3 losses. And pulling themselves out of last place with today's win, we have Alliance. And even with Alliance, even with Super Hot Crew, putting them in 6th place at 1 win and 4 losses each. And after their 2 losses today, Millennium have sunk to the bottom in 8th place with 1 win and 5 losses.
Well, the good thing is week 2 is far from over. On Friday, we have 4 more heavy-hitting matches, beginning with Alliance versus the Copenhagen Wolves. Some great stories in that one. And, well, stories. Ro8 versus Gambit will be game number 2.
And then we have Fnatic versus Super Hot Crew and Millennium versus SK Gaming.
And you can catch all that right here when the action begins at 7 p.m. Central European Time, which is 10 a.m. Pacific. And speaking of action, we've got more coming your way right now as it's time for the Challenger Series to begin. So let's send things over to Freak and Kobe as they bring you Ninjas in Pajamas versus SK Gaming Prime. Gents, take it away.
Thank you very much, Joe, and welcome everybody to the European Challenger Series, brought to you thanks in part to our friends at Coca-Cola. I am David Freak Turley. This is Sam Kobe Hartman-Kensler, and we've got a pretty shiny new Challenger Series set here. Kobe, how you doing, man?
I'm doing really good. I'm excited that we get to watch all the European LCS now. There's so many interesting picks that come out.
The Mordekaiser mid. Pantheon jungle's like common now. You're like, oh yeah, it's Pantheon for like the 5th time this week.
That might be the first time that North American innovation in the jungle went over to Europe.
Mm-hmm.
We'll take credit for that.
He was a mid laner first, then we're like, Dominate's like, no, it's a jungler. And they're like, you're right, he is. So go us. All right, we're awesome. Now coming up on tonight's broadcast, we have our first quarterfinal battle in the European Challenger Series. The top-seeded Ninjas in Pajamas face off against SK Gaming Prime. Now SK Prime was known as Team Kappa Prime when they beat Ocelot's crew last week, and they're putting on a good show so far.
Yeah, I mean, while last week's games were a best of 1, tonight's games, the quarterfinals are a best of 3. So the winner's going to move on to the Challenger Series semifinals.
Yeah, and of course, because I'm a big believer in visual reinforcement, let's take a look at the European Challenger Series bracket. The top of the bracket is tonight's battle between NIP and SK Prime. Now, they're going to face the winner of tomorrow night's quarterfinal match between Tick, Trick, and Duck and Storm Games Clan. Now, in the semifinal round, that match, that's going to be February 6th.
And then in the bottom half of the bracket is the number 2 seed and former LCS participant Meet Your Makers, taking on Eyes on You next Thursday, January 30th. And then on January 31st, it's going to be Cloud9 HyperX Eclipse taking on Pulse Esports for the last spot in the semifinals.
And while the winners of these 4 matches will earn the right to move on to the semifinals, the losers don't go home empty-handed. Not only do they receive Challenger Series points and cash as parting gifts, but they'll get another shot at the Challenger Series in a couple of weeks when the second Spring Series kicks off.
For all the information on the Challenger Series, just go over to lolesports.com, pull down the menu under Leagues and Tournaments, and then choose the EU Challenger Series.
Okay, so now that you guys know what's at stake, let's get to our first game of the day. It's, again, the top seed Ninjas in Pajamas versus the 8th seed SK Gaming Prime. Now, for NIP, tonight's BO3 is another step in a long journey to reclaim a spot in the LCS.
I'd say it's definitely been a few brutal months here for the Ninjas in Pajamas. They finished tied for 2nd in the EUCS summer regular season, but before losing both of their tiebreaker matches, they dropped down into 5th place. Then at Gamescom, they got swept out of the playoffs and into regulation by Gambit, who we just saw.
I mean, Gambit's a pretty freaking strong team, but then just over a month ago, NIP came into the spring promotion tournament. They were clear favorites, right? Very strong team. They thought they were going to get back into the LCS. They were the number 1 seed there, and they chose to face KMT as their challenger opponent. That match didn't go so much NIP's way.
Right, so KMT, which is now Team Ro8, they actually swept NIP in 3 games, basically shocking the entire world because a lot of people put so much hype behind this NIP team. But, you know, maybe now that Team Ro8 are 4-1 in the EU LCS, NIP can feel a little bit better about that loss. Don't take it so hard.
At least they lost to good players, but certainly, yeah, Ro8 a real surprise. NIP, unfortunate. But, you know, with NIP, they're looking to avoid another loss to a top challenger team. They're going to face SK Prime tonight.
So like we said earlier, SK Gaming Prime was known as Team Kappa Prime last week during the play-in round of the Challenger Series. And that was pretty good week for them. They came in as a 10 seed and crushed the number 3 seed in their first game. And then in their second game, they upset Ocelot and his Gamers 2 team to advance to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, that was a fun team. They ran the Trundle top Yasuo mid and used Pillar plus Yasuo ult to engage fights. They're a crafty bunch. I'm looking forward to what SK Prime pulls out here. Now, of course, so far in the Challenger Series, SK Prime has been led by some primetime performances. Their AD carries Vanillin and their mid laner Exila have been pretty dang good.
Yeah, Vanillin went 9-2-9 as Lucian in their first game, and then he went on to go 8-0-6, not dying on Jinx to take out Ocelot's Gamers 2. Their mid laner, Exila, also had some really good games. He's gone 13-6-14 on both of their wins.
Yeah, so of course SK Prime have put together a pretty good roster of players who are putting on good performances, some interesting strategic stuff. NIP, though, are interesting because...
I mean...
So, what were you going to say?
Oh, there's just so much hype around them. They were supposed to do so well. They're supposed to already be in the LCS. It's all these Lemon Dog, ex-Lemon Dog players that feel sort of entitled because they were in the LCS, and they were at the top of the EU LCS for a while.
Yeah, you've got Zoro0, Nuke, Duck, and Mithy, all of whom played for Lemon Dogs, right? Did a really good job. You've got NIP Freeze, actually sticking with the NIP roster, playing with these guys who... has been sort of just hyped up as one of the best AD carries in Europe. I feel like, you know how like the rumor's been like Europe has the best mid laners, like North America has the best AD carries? Like you kind of hearing that like throughout season 2 and 3. I feel like the European AD carries are like really freaking good there, right? Mr. Rawls is up there, like Freeze is up there, Creaton's crazy good, Reckless, like
Forgiven has really impressed me also. He was such a good replacement for Reckless. Like a lot of the people are even saying, you know, at least same level.
Yeah, so a bunch of really crazy good AD carries, guys. We're getting Champ Select up for you guys in just a minute here. And NIP, as we talked about, one new thing for them as well is, if you didn't hear, their jungler Hercubot had retired, and now they've got Eamon here to play in the jungle.
Is he 16 still?
16-year-old Swedish player. Actually, when Super Hot Crew failed their promo against SK, they were going to play the Coke League, and they picked up Eamon, and then they got in the LCS, like, oh, actually, you can't play LCS. You're 16.
Wait a second here.
So then NIP just grabbed him. Was like, great, this is fine. We're good to go. And so, of course, here we go into Champ Select. NIP, first pick and ban blue side. Again, a best of 3 here in Challenger Series. They've banned out the Wukong right away.
Yeah, talk about innovative junglers here. Wukong not played a whole bunch in the LCS, but man, is he a strong up-and-coming jungler, especially with these 4.1 changes where the Lizard Elder, Spirit of the Lizard Elder, now also will give you returns on health and mana in the jungle.
Yeah.
It only serves to help Wukong and Pantheon, these junglers that they use mana and they do a lot of damage. So any jungler that did a lot of damage got a boost from the last change.
Yeah, they can just spam all day in the jungle. I remember actually you and Jack playing a bunch of Spectral Wraith and Mumu at the very beginning of the season and just ignoring the team and spamming the jungle forever.
That clear time is very, very fun. But then you lose out on ganks if you focus only on farming, so
unimportant.
You still have to balance.
Nope. If I'm the highest level in the game, I did my job.
True jungle style.
True jungle style, ignore team, acquire farm. Kale Elise banned out as well. The support Annie dropped away from 6. So 4 bans coming through. And the thing is, like, NIP still has a whole bunch of like high skill players ready to go, and the thing is they've been able to play in darkness too. Like I actually wonder how good SKP's scouting is, because their Elise and Kale are just very typical bans right now.
Yeah, the only typical bans we're not seeing is Mundo and Shyvana. And with a top laner like Zoro0, if you give him one of those champions, it's going to be really hard to deal with in the end game. He's also known for creating problems mid-game, even like with something like Renekton. Shove up his lane, roam down to the middle, and create havoc for the rest of your team.
And we'll see what they go with here.
Yeah, I mean, no top lane bans. So top lane is free for all now. This is going to be exciting.
And Nukeduck didn't get many of his assassins removed either. Right, Talon, Zed, like any of those guys are still there. Fizz still up as well. Looks like they're looking at the Lee Sin for first jungler. We've got Vi, Wukong, and Elise all banned out. So 3 jungle bans and a Lee Sin picked up first for NIP.
All right, Lee Sin, very versatile jungler. Probably going to go into the jungle, like we said. Zoro0's got his pick of top laners. If you have everything open right now, I don't think that your first choice would be Lee Sin, so probably will be a jungler.
Could be support.
Could be
see
support.
it once in a while.
You're right. You're right. Actually, it's a pretty good effectiveness as well.
Yeah, okay, so here we go. Only 1 support ban coming through, and right away the Jinx locked in for SK Prime. That's all kinds of fun for them. Thresh there to support as well from 6.
All right, nice duo lane right here. Everybody always talks about the main 3 supports and the main 3 AD carries. Pick and 2 right off the bat. This is a really good pairing for Jinx because she gets the escape that she does not have in her kit, the Lantern. And with the combos being harder to land now in this patch, your Flame Choppers take a little bit longer to arm. Going with the Leona or the Annie that would love that double stun combo is a little bit harder to pull off. So going with the safer route here with Thresh, I like a little bit of adjustment.
All right, so there we go. We're going to see these guys come in here in NIP. Ooh, looking for a little bit of something different here. Now, Freeze has been playing a bunch of Sivir on live of late. His top 3, Jinx, of course, stolen away Sivir, but also Draven. A couple players have been picking up Draven in the recent past, and I know Doublelift called that Draven one of the few champions actually laned well against Jinx and Lucian. So he's going to save that for now, see where it goes. He's actually one of the only Draven players back before when the bleed was still in there as well. So one of the first ones we adopted, I suppose. But NIP going to lock in the Leona support, the Renekton top lane there. We talked about Zoro0 making plays with him. He's got it.
So Renekton, not really touched in this patch. He's still just a complete beast up in the top lane. And like we said before, Zoro0 is one of the top laners that not only will he beat his lane, but then he's also going to look to invade your jungle or swing middle and take that lead from top lane, have it actually affect the game, which is really hard to do as
Yeah.
top laners. We always talk about them being stuck up on islands. He does take the time to try and influence the rest of the game.
Yeah, I think the Chinese teams did among the best at kind of pulling their top laners down. I used to see that a lot from these guys. But the Trundle and Shyvana both picked up here. My guess is that's actually top lane Trundle there. They did run this last time we saw this. Mozilla had a fun matchup. He was fighting Riven that time, but even still going to have probably a good time in this one. And Nukeduck is going to get himself a LeBlanc for the blind pick mid.
Yeah, so that Trundle that you were just talking about, it's sort of popular in Europe Challenger scene because of the one team, the Cloud9 European Challenger team.
Yeah.
Their top laner like loves Trundle, and so since they beat a lot of these guys in scrims, and everyone,
Yeah.
all the other top laners over there are kind of like, yeah, Trundle, we need to get on that. It's like the second coming, like after the Warwick top lane. It's probably going to be the next up and coming thing is Trundle top lane. He'll be super popular.
Yeah, and as soon as, if Cloud and Eclipse makes it to LCS, they play their first game, Trundle gets banned, he's going to be like, yeah, they banned my Trundle. He's going to be a trendsetter there. NIP freeze, though, still to make his last choice with this one. Looking for Lucian here. So Lucian, Leona lane versus Jinx Thresh. Mid lane LeBlanc, the lineup is here for NIP.
It's an exciting matchup here. I mean, I think the advantage for SKP would be in the ganks because Lantern-assisted ganks are one of the few lanes that either a Trundle or Shyvana, whichever one ends up in the jungle, can actually pull off.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, if there's no jungle interference, I really like the Nip duo lane here because while the Leona and Jinx combo is a little bit harder to pull off with the stuns being a little bit further apart, Leona Lucian still works wonders. If they get an early level 2 and they can go all in on you,
yeah,
it's even hard to get away. You have to pretty much burn all of your summoners to get out of that situation. So we'll have to see if he can start with the Targons. A lot of times we'll see those Leonas get that just so they can early shove the lane, use the execute, and get that advantage.
Oh, and of course, the last pick coming through here for Exila is going to be the Zed here in the mid lane. Of course, not a lot of mid lane bans coming out at all. Actually, 0 from NIP, so getting to pick of the litter. Going to play some Zed up here versus LeBlanc. And just to note, by the way, if you didn't know, Yasuo is global banned right now. We are on 4.1. So Rengar's back, but no one's grabbed it.
That's the upside there. Rengar's back.
Rengar's back here. But yeah, we're not, of course, the Trundle Yasuo comp can't happen, unfortunately, right now for SKP until we get the hot picks out. But we are here, of course, the end of Champ Select. Pretty fun lineups. Again, you talked about the duo lanes. I actually like Zed here against LeBlanc. It was a champion I was expecting to see from Exila in the first place.
Yeah.
But you can dodge her Q or R with the Deathmark activation, and then just kind of go ham.
I do like it as well because it gives them a little bit of an upper hand if they get to the split pushing game. Zed split push is very, very strong. Going up against this game, I think that's a strategy they might want to go for because they don't have a lot of like hard engage. Their front line here, Shyvana and Trundle, that's more of a disengage, like trying to use the pillar, kite away, or having Shyvana just hard farm, influence the jungle.
And of course, I want to kind of look at the rest of these lineups here for SKP. They've got a really big front lane there. Shyvana Trundle, right? A Zed can jump in there to do something, kind of Thresh can help pull him out if he doesn't get away in his zone. And then you've got a Jinx there on the back line, ready to just like shoot at people. And we saw from Gambit that like the Jinx was really safe in their game against SK LCS.
You can make the Jinx really safe even without peeling for her if you can get the other team running from your front line. So that's what they're doing with the Trundle Shyvana. They're trying to get the other team on the run. When you're going super aggressive and diving all in, then you don't have to backpedal there and look out for your Jinx.
All right, well, we'll see if Vanillin can have a good time here, or if Nukeduck can nuke him out and kill this poor little Jinx. Favorite thing about Jinx, by the way, is that when she dies, her hair makes a heart. It's just so sweet. I like all the little smileys and whatnot she has. Her ult explosion also makes a smiley face. I like those little touches, but we are going to be here. It is top lane Trundle. It is jungle Shyvana here for SK Prime. And we're looking at normal lanes so far as we start in this game.
So the lanes look like they're matching up pretty normal here. The LeBlanc is actually going regen heavy, though, not opting for the Doran Ring and going not only Flask, but also health and mana potions.
Yeah.
If you do that, you have to start drinking your potions early as soon as you take the damage because your health reserve is not that large. And if you wait too long to start chugging those, then it opens up the opportunity for Zed to burst you down. He does have the execute damage with his passive, and you can get into some really dangerous situations. So should be pretty quick on sipping through that Flask.
Okay, so hopefully it's going to be all right for here for Nukeduck. Of course, we got to say NIP should come in here as the favorites. #1 seed. They just came out of the LCS. have a whole bunch of star power here, but I don't know. We've seen teams just show up with new players and just surprise the world. My favorite is still just the kind of cool things that Ro8 pulls out, right? NIP's nemesis so far here. SKP also one that have brought some really interesting strats out before. I want to see what they play with this time.
Well, looking at the duo bottom lanes here, which are going to match up against each other, they've both started Doran's shield on the supports. There won't be the early executes to help shove the lane, and so both of them are opting not to help the jungler with their first buff, just so they can be in lane and try and manually shove it as early as possible. It looks like they're going to match up pretty even here, and nobody's going to get that rush level 2 all-in sort of cheesiness.
Wow, level 1 Flay already landing on a Mythy, who did start Doran's shield, by the way. So he's actually...
literally just said that.
I just wanted to make sure that people heard. I just wanted to make sure everyone said. Yeah, so again, no push, whatever. People show up to the lane, and looks like already it's Freeze and Mythy who are forced back. NIP already on the back foot.
I also like the early Nuke Duck aggression. You know, he hits level 2 first and forces Zed back here a little bit.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's level 2 as well. Xyla, though, not really trying to do much with this one, but Nuke Duck clearly has a lot of knowledge of his matchup. He's already forcing back, already forcing a little bit of miss CS. And I got to say, that's pretty fun for Nuke Duck, who blind picked the matchup and is at a very early lead.
Meanwhile, the other solo lane up top should go to 0-0 in the beginning stages as well. You can see there, he goes for the trade when he's got his Fury Bar stacked up so that he can use his Empowered ability. Until then, he's just looking to keep it from decaying and trying to build it up with abilities there again. So now that he does have it again, he's going to force back Trundle and try and increase that CS.
And as they level up, of course, that trade gets more and more deadly. NIP actually back on the advantage here. Look at SKP playing very far away. 0 wards at all for these guys. All the trinkets have timed out, and they have no idea if Lee Sin's coming in.
So we are going to get a look at that Lantern gank. Shyvana, you know, everybody knows she has no hard CC of her own, but they don't even have to use the Lantern.
Wow, and Mythy flashes in time to not land onto the Flame Chompers there. So just some damage, but a burned Summoner spell. A little bit of missed time for SKP's jungler.
Yeah, I mean, level 2, he's learned Hook and Flay, pretty standard right there. So he didn't have to even use the Lantern, though. Shyvana got in from the bush and was able to get off at least an auto.
Look at that trade in the top lane, though. Mozilla is actually pushing down 0-0, and Ginsu actually does show up, actually only for a ward. Didn't show up for a re-gank, but he's kind of really there for the team pretty heavily. Whereas Amin here just in time to show up for the top lane. The battle's going on 2v2. Jumps in. Mozilla's going to flash away, but the flash returns. And that's first blood picked up by Amin.
Oh, there could have been a split second where he could have run earlier. Nuke Duck just does get the chain. But he saw Lee Sin with the tip of that ward. He was already engaged with 0-0, though. 0-0 did a very good job as a laner, setting up the fight with Mozilla and causing him to engage and commit to the fight.
Yeah.
He used his pillar on 0-0, so then he didn't have his pillar to disengage, burned his flash, and went down. That's a huge win there for Nip.
And what a good call by 0-0 as well, saying it's starting to push in. He's going to start going for me. And, of course, they had seen Shyvana bottom as well. All kinds of wonderful things for these guys. Nuke Duck getting through his potions pretty quickly. Only 1 flask charge left. Looks like SKP just shoving the lane so they can buy.
You also have to note that the first buy there for 0-0 backing, it was a pickaxe straight up. So he's going for the Tiamat style Renekton. Very, very aggressive. Going to try and just shove in the lane over and over. Now that he's gotten an upper hand, he shoves the lane in hard and then looks for the roam like we talked about in the beginning.
Yeah, it needs a map. Just go down to Italy. You'll find the roam, buddies. NIP still stuck in their bottom lane. Unfortunately, for SKP, they didn't get anything off of that flash going down. So equal CS, right? No return gank just yet. If that gank turns into nothing but flash coming back from cooldown, there's not much gain for Ginsu's time down there.
Yeah, it'll have to be a repeat visit there. You always want to repeat your ganks on the lanes without flash because the cooldown is so long now. It's been nerfed several times in a row, Freak. You remember back in the days?
Oh man.
When you
could
dodge projectiles, pop projectiles. Ah, yes.
You just couldn't die to like most champions. It's like, oh, are you trying to Scion stun me to tower dive? Nope.
It stuck around though. Flash still. Paramount Summoner. Pretty much everyone taking that. It's very standard here.
Used to have 1,000 range, and now it's back to that 5-minute cooldown, but like 400 range. Exile, ooh, early pink ward left side of the river. I want to see how long that one lasts. 620, he put that ward down. When that pink ward dies, I'm going to hopefully remember this one.
That's a good point. Both of these mid laners are roaming assassins, but because Nukeduck has the early level 6 and the early advantage here, then he's going to be the one that's looking to make the roam first. Really good pink ward that should last a long time, and it's actually even seen Lee Sin here with the invade.
And no gank's going to happen here. Exile is going to be okay right there. Top lane the Mozilla, only 5, but nearly 6. There it is. That might be too much to dive right here. And in fact, yeah, Amin goes like, never mind.
Yeah, exactly. As soon as he gets level 6, the Trundle ultimate heals for a whole bunch, especially if Trundle's able to put down that W first, boosting the healing. Now he turns his sights towards mid, though.
Ooh, lands the Q. Exile is going to actually get... oh. Got a little bit too far away with the shadow right there. Throw some shurikens. Nice try.
Nukeduck, though, he's going to try and take advantage of the Shadow being down. Shadow, very long cooldown early on. And so he follows up that gank mid with some more aggression. Even though it didn't work out, got no kill, more harass down, more lane pressure.
And speaking of lane pressure, Nukeduck's going to leave his for a second to pick up this blue buff here. But this CDR and mana regen should help him in the matchup further. Nukeduck so far has been holding on pretty steady against Exila here. Again, got counter-picked by the Zed. Exile shows his matchup knowing his opponent. And so far, Nukeduck's been happy, so I want to see if this Zed can do more later in this game. So far, nothing special.
Yeah, they're pretty much even here. The Flasks, though, is gonna continue to supply him with plenty of regen in lane, something Bullet Blanc usually lacks. And he's on every back buying all 3 consumables, even though he already has a Flask. He's still getting both types of potions as well as wards for himself, because like we said early, both these mid laners really want to keep track of each other. They don't want to let them pick up kills inside lanes.
Oh, and speaking of kills inside lanes, there's already a sneak in for SKP. They pink warded their own backside lane brush, so they know Ginsu is unseen in here. Lantern, of course, has to have been learned by level 5.
Has to have been.
But the flash is back up for Mithy in time. Amin's coming down here as well. It's going to be 3v3. The dive goes in onto 6. Mithy getting the shield on as well. A lot of damage going across, and here comes Amin as well. Flash away, and this is going to be a missed Leona open the kick back into the zone. On top of a lantern, though, Flash is back out. Is the chase there? Kill onto Lee Sin, actually, and SK Prime picks up the win in this fight, and they're not even done chasing. Mithy dropped to 200. Free's going to force his back, though.
So because Lee Sin coming down the river, early engage there from Mithy, they come out with the win there for SKP. Also might note that the improved Lantern now does have a little bit of unit collusion, so it's easier to click. You could see that instant click there from Jinx, even though he didn't move that far, was able to get just enough distance out to the backside of the fight.
Wow, Nukeduck just took a really scary trade against Exila. Both these guys actually backing, but ulti burned from the Zed to force him away.
I also really like the timing of that fight down bottom. Both teams had the same idea. Hey, we're hitting duo level 6s here. We want to take advantage of these ultimates. But, you know, the bad news there for Nip was that the gank was already in place because of that pink ward you mentioned early for Shyvana.
And Mithy taking a bit of
repeat visit.
Okay, Amin, can you do this? Everyone burn their summoners on this.
Now, something is pretty interesting right there. He backs off, Lee Sin backs off because the duo lane retreats when he was approaching. All right, let's take a look at the middle instead here. Nukeduck does get his clone popped and walk away, but the shadow is still there for the all-in from Zed, and Death in the Mark Ignite will end up taking him down.
Oh, wow, he juked the Q right there.
Whoa.
That was beautiful.
So it didn't take him down?
No, he
Just
actually
kidding.
he juked
He was
the Q
able to
with
juke the
jump.
last Q. Okay, that was the reason. Stayed alive.
Staying alive. Nukeduck keeping himself there. Not a sitting duck in this matchup. Certainly very mobile. 0-0 already pressuring that top lane and took the turret down. And look at that, a 20 minion lead up there. Of course, SK3 had picked up kills before. Amin not having a great time in this game. Fight coming in from Freeze. Not going to find too much, though. But 6, by the way, just making all the kills happen, removing the NIP jungler.
That's now going to be 2 ultimates to 0 in the bottom lane in favor of SKP. Since they were able to burn down both Leona and Lucian's right there. That enables them to just shove in on this turret. They're going to get some extra damage.
All right, on the push, of course, still coming in. Amin still showing up to this bottom lane. He is not leaving his teammate's side down here. Freeze just killing off some minions. Nothing too special from this one. The laners themselves are fine. It's just the fact that the junglers have had a really big impact. And 0-0 is still just really getting ahead of Mozilla. They're going to fight again. And I just feel like it's going to get worse and worse for this poor Trundle, who, if you only remove 20 attack damage, your opponents are adding more to that. It just kind of means less and less.
He does look like he's not afraid of full engaging here, though. He's trapped 0-0 with the pillar.
Actually, yeah, both these guys trading. Ultius and Mozilla actually in the lead right now. 0-0, uh-oh. He pops the Ignite and dashes back in. One more attack will seal the deal. Mozilla goes down. Looks like 0-0 still well in control of this lane.
He's got his Tiamat plus the giant chainmail right there, doing a lot for him in that brawl and keeping his calm about him, able to re-engage plus use the Ignite there at the end.
Really, really good play. Good baiting, the late Ignite, all that wonderful stuff. Nukeduck still in a happy place in this mid lane. Only 3 CS up. And all right, there we go. 6 minutes is where it lasted before Amin saw it, but definitely worth more than the green one would have been at that point. The thing I wanted to point out, though, about this mid lane matchup is that Nukeduck, right, normally in LeBlanc you rush a Deathfire Grasp, maybe a Death Cap, but usually DFG. And he's been forced to actually go for an early Seeker's Arm Guard, significantly lowering his early damage output before he goes into Bursty.
Yeah, he did survive that all-in from Zed before, though, and so it is definitely paying off. He's looking to not die in this matchup, and he's staying even on CS. Plus, neither of them has really gotten off a good roam yet, so definitely pretty much is still a toss-up here in the mid lane.
And, of course, the bottom lane also pretty equal. Both these guys sitting on actually almost identical items down the board. The only difference being that 6 has boots because he killed some enemy champions so far. SKP sweeps out another pink ward down at the tri-brush there. Theirs in the back of their brush still alive. So NIP has never gotten the chance to push this lane out at all.
Yeah, down bottom, they are just holding their own here. Both supports, you can note, also are going for the coin, so they're going to be looking to get the speed boost for their team later. And 0-0, true to form, as we said, he takes the lead up top, roams down, and they're going to go for the early objective here, Dragon 13 minutes.
There's no teleport from Mozilla. SKP's bottom lane is pushed back, but looks like there's still a little bit around here. LeBlanc's going to move first, though. NIP completely in control here. Good roam. Amin secures the Dragon.
Not only is 0-0 shove the lane in far enough to get down to Dragon, but he's going to be able to get back up to that top turret before there's really any answer from Trundle. It was just a huge, huge win there by 0-0.
He'll miss maybe like 2 minions, like 1 melee in the cannon before he gets into this one. Good play by 0-0, and NIP actually back into the lead here, 1,600 gold, 14 minutes in. We'd seen some sketchy things in the bottom lane. 6 and Ginsu really made a lot of things happen and made Amin's life miserable. But at the same time, we're seeing things really come back here for NIP. Ginsu's still trying to make moves, and I'm kind of wondering, like, what SKP has now in store for them. Their AD carries are pretty equal. Exila's not doing all that much just yet. Maybe a small lead in mid lane now, but nothing's happened for them in a while. NIP is the one making moves.
And Shyvana's not really the type of jungler that's going to be able to make that huge game-changing play when there's no dragon up. You know, her ganks are a little bit lackluster. So I'm going to keep my eyes on the Zed. I think that a good roam from Zed might be able to turn the tides in their favor here. If he can get down to bottom lane, maybe kill some of the squishies. He could even go for 0-0 because, as we said before, the early Tiamat, you know, it provides him a lot of pushing power, but it's not defensive stats, and he hasn't completed the Sunfire quite yet.
He hasn't still, but looks like he's got maybe a Shyvana coming around. No, 0-0 just chilling with good ward coverage, actually. One in the Wraith Brush, one near the red buff, so we can see if someone ever comes in here. And Zero's just kind of tooling that lane around. He's up almost 30, more than 30 minions now. Just very, very far ahead. Sunfire Cape, geez, just so much here. But SKP are winning this bottom lane, I guess, because this turret is starting to take damage. This is where the only lead I'm really seeing is coming from.
You're right. You know, 0-0, talking about that early Sunfire Cape, this is the new patch where the damage on it has been reduced at earlier levels. So it is only going to do maybe 36 per second instead of the usual 40 there.
Yeah.
And it'll even out at level 15, though, so he's only got a couple more levels to go before it reaches the same old damage. But meanwhile, like you talked about, the Jinx also holding her own in that bottom. And she's a late game sort of hyper carry here.
Yeah.
If they aren't able to shut down the Jinx, then they still have that in their back pockets.
Well, Nukeduck, it might just be on you then if it gets to this, because you're the only guy likely to even reach him. Still, this top lane very good for NIP. This bottom lane really holding standard. And we haven't seen moves now from the junglers in some time. Shyvana not been trying to gank, just been circle farming. 79 minions, pretty good score. But a very similar thing here for Amin on Lee Sin, who also still hasn't finished Ancient Golem. He's like sidetracked for a bunch of other items so far.
Yeah, I think he's going to get a Sightstone upgrade next there. Pretty important with Lee Sin's kit. Nukeduck has not tried to roam a lot either because he's been pressured by that Zed. So both of the champions here on SKP that we on NIP that we expect the game-changing plays to come from haven't been very mobile.
Unfortunately not. So here it's just really Nukeduck holding still, not getting much done, unfortunately. A bit of a slower game, I suppose, here. A sitting duck, I guess you could call him here, because he's really not doing much. Minions chilling around. Oh, actually, the play comes in from Ro8. He is still the playmaker, but Exila is going to make his way out. Oh my gosh, jumps back in for more damage and does survive with about 20 HP. Ro8 burning his ulti and flash and ignite. And not, unfortunately, for NIP getting much out of this, except maybe a bit of control over mid.
Yeah, it is just going to be a 4-man game here with both the Zed as well as the Renekton being forced back, and no real objective can be taken because it was a pretty even trade there. Yeah. All summoners and the ultimates being burned on both members. We're really playing the waiting game here for the next dragon to pop back up. So, you know, another almost 2 minutes before an objective that they're really going to have to commit to. Until then, Ro8 probably will return to keeping his ward coverage up in this top lane and trying to draw resources up to him. He's been making plays in the mid lane, but if he can just draw more attention of SKP up to that top lane, then maybe they can open up the rest of the map for Nukeduck to take advantage of his burst power that he does have with LeBlanc, because even though he's going for that Zanya's, there's a lot of ability power there on that Neasly Large Rod.
And right now, though, it looks like the map is still closed because SKP still has Ginsu around here. Can Six land the dash? He's going to try to get some more damage in there. There we go. Freeze getting pulled in, and he's going to go down right away. Well played, SKP. They saw the entire rest of the team and just forced it.
Very good combo right there. And the Thresh right here definitely deserves a lot of the credit getting off these ganks for Shyvana. Even though there's a ward in the side bush, we're able to land that hook and secure the kill.
All right, well, these guys are going to keep moving forward. That's the first turret for this team here. For Ro8 had pushed the top one a while ago, but they're going to continue to snowball this lane. No one even moved down to defend this. Everyone else been stuck in the mid lane, so SKP getting 2 turrets for that champion kill as well. So that's going to equalize the gold completely right here. We're going to watch that fight again.
All right, so starting off with the Flay, it was a good move by Lucian to use his dash after that, removing the slow, but he barely is not able to reach the minion line. You can see he was running towards that first melee minion to hope that it would block the hook, but not able to get around it, and even though he pops his barriers, more than enough damage there since Shyvana is able to use her Dragon's Descent.
And here we go, SK Prime regrouping just in time for the Dragon. It's respawning right now. And it looks like they're going to be able to start this one out pretty easily. Both top laners roaming down. Nip wants to challenge this right here. We'll see if they can do this. Of course, Mithy.
Trundle's pretty far off here.
Well, I'm just going to go in for it, though. Does he have the damage? No, it's going to be smited away by Shyvana. Kicked into the wall, and she's going to jump over as a dragon. And it's going to be a dragon pickup for no real cost here. SKP, good job.
Wow, he gets a free ticket out of there. Doesn't even have to burn his flash.
Yeah. Very nicely done. Ro8 unfortunately left the top lane, didn't get anything for it, but he is still completely dominating his lane matchup. Now 45 minions in the lead. In addition to that kill and assist, I mean, if I see one gun NIP doing well, it has to be Ro8 here to carry.
He is continuing to do his job in the top lane. But also down bottom, you know, Freeze is not doing too shabby. He doesn't even have boots yet because he's trying to rush that Trinity Force after his Bloodthirster. It actually will help him take down this turret really quickly because of the Sheen damage and fully stacked Bloodthirster.
Oh, good stuff there. There's going to be at least one more turret equalized, making it 2-2, but the turrets that SKP have killed are worth a little bit more. Those tier 2 turrets worth about 750, I believe, if I have my numbers right. Whereas the outer turrets are 650 overall. So, small lead here. Again, Nukeduck just treading water. We have not seen these guys been able to do almost anything out of the mid lane except kill minions over and over and over again. Blue buff onto Exila, and NIP going to fully roam up to this mid lane right here, and they're going to be not unanswered, but they're certainly outnumbering the opposition. Zoro0 coming by as well.
It seems like SKP are just sort of playing completely reactively here. Their bottom turret goes down, so the next objective for NIP is definitely going to be the mid. That's the only outer turret left standing. But again, they send their duo lane back bottom to farm that extra wave, and it did cost them a lot of damage on that mid turret.
And look at this rinse and repeat from Zoro0. He kills up the top lane wave and runs all the way back down to join his team because there's no threat of him losing minions or a turret, anything. But he doesn't actually go for any playmaking down here. Instead, he just looks for a rotate, doesn't find one, and they send Nuke Duck to just farm the bottom lane.
Oh, he goes back for the golem, though, and he does get the big one.
Nice job, Zoro0, taking those two. A little bit of denying, nice stuff, but it's you're seeing NIP kind of shift the resources around. So Freeze is going to hold the mid lane with Mithy and Amin, and it's Nuke Duck who's just farming away in this bottom lane right here, getting much of gold and being an individual threat. And maybe the jump in onto Amin. A lot of bursts coming across, and goodbye, 6. Steals another kill, 3-0 and 1. That Thresh going to be big this
He
game.
is deserving of those kills, too. He's doing everything that he can right now to get his team ahead. And that hook right there is going to guarantee the objective.
There we go, 3-0 and 1. Every single kill has come in part to Amin, to Ginsu, and 6 right here. We're seeing Mozilla again getting jumped on. Zoro0, still, I gotta say, the leader of this matchup. He's only getting stronger with the Ninja Tabby done as well. Zoro making sure that nothing threatens his top lane turret.
Now, when we do get to the team fight, the large 5 vs 5 here, it looks like SKP are going to continue to rely on those hooks from 6. And they're going to have the Trundle ultimate as well. So even if he hooks in Zoro0 or one of these frontline members, he can actually shred the tanks very well with this lineup. So Trundle and Shyvana don't necessarily have to dive to the backlines. Wow, good hook.
Mithy getting pulled in, flayed back as well, but with the shield on, he's going to be all right. There we go, the dive back in from Shyvana. Nuke Duck forced to run away, very low in health. Lee Sin-Kick's going to keep his team alive. A lot of spells burn, no one yet going down.
Yeah, this time around, kicking Shyvana out. Good idea. They want to reset this and buy time for Zoro0 to roam.
Oh! Mithy, that was unfortunate.
Well, that was just a dang good shot there.
Yeah, it was.
By Jinx, deserving of the kill. Zoro0 knows that he has no backup, so he has to retreat.
And not completely, but sort of semi-circle surrounded here by SKP, forced to run to the left. Looks like red buff will go to Svanillin here. NIP have unfortunately not found much to do. They've tried to make this mid lane roam happen, but they're not getting much for it. Unfortunately getting picked off once in a while by 6's Thresh. So if I had the 2-1 kills, SKP even up a turret as well. I mean, this is a good thing for the new upstarts here.
Yeah, I mean, really the plays over and over from the Thresh are what's keeping them up there and actually in the lead for this game. The only problem that they do have to worry about is Zoro0 coming down once again repeatedly.
Yeah.
The same old pattern. I think they've gotten used to it, and they've actually warded up 3 wards in their red side jungle, so it's a good little adjustment there. But he's still a threat, and you have to respect that roam.
Well, speaking of respect, Exile just going in hard, but still getting cut up there. He's going to go down, trying to force down Nuke Duck, and doesn't get much for it. Shyvana shows up. That's going to be Ginsu trying to get there. Mozilla going to put the trophy down to chase on. Zoro0 forced to flash away. No health left on him, but already kills getting traded back and forth. Top lane's going down. Mozilla still on the chase. They're chained up, though, by Nuke Duck. The ulti coming in, flashed away. Nuke Duck might just live. 2 more shots to go. Can he get in range? The Zap's going to pick it up. Svanillin still on the chase. No hook's going to land. Mithy forced to run away still. And that is a fight that SKP goes 2 for 2 in.
That's only going to be a 2-for-2 trade, but SKP are the ones with control of the map now, so they can go clear out these minion waves, and they'll get some extra gold, whereas NIP have to all retreat. So, classic right here. We started off again with another beautiful hook, but they didn't respect the Zoro0 roam. We saw him come down with those 3 wards in the red side, and he's a giant crocodile. Too hard to click the lantern, so Zed trying to use his shadow to get away barely doesn't get out. Shyvana is able to keep him in here, though. Right almost into turret range, and the box slow. He ults him right into that box slow, then the Thresh Flay as soon as he gets out of range of this. Here comes Trundle. He's actually going to get in range here. I think he pops his ulti was already popped, and it slowly drained down Zoro0 for the kill. This chase is the really exciting part, though, because Jinx has red buff. And even though he's using the ulti and then flash for the auto attack, The extra flash for the auto attack is able to keep this red slow on Nukeduck. And he shoots one more rocket at the clone, then immediately zaps. So killing the clone so that his zap will get the full range and secure the kill on the Nukeduck right there is the only reason they are able to answer with the second kill.
Very nicely played here. As Vanilla 3-0-3, having a pretty good game for himself. Slower laning phase, but now that teamfights have started, he's had a pretty good time of this one. NIP still trying to be the team that is aggressive. Dragon is up. A little bit of ward control here for both sides. NIP having just a couple more on the left-hand side, but SKP sees the Dragon itself.
Another thing to note is that Zoro, with all of the lead that he's been able to accrue, has built only armor here. It's just full armor tank. So the slow burns there of the magic damage from the front line here of SKP will really have a huge effect on him. It's just going to be the Jinx and Zed that he's mostly built against.
Here these guys go. There's going to be a turret taking damage. It's going to go down. NIP popping the Ascension to get out. 6 did the same thing, but no catch going to be here. So NIP trading second tier turret for that Dragon, keeping the gold only about 2,000 apart. SK Prime going to look back for the mid lane. They're going to force a fight there. NIP has to commit from the left if they want to at all, but Ginsu is there to hold on to the advance. And you're seeing NIP a little bit gun-shy here.
I really liked that move from NIP because they did not want to fight another straight up 5 versus 5. Zoro actually getting a little bit too close here. He gets slowed from the Blade of the Ruined King.
And zapped as well. The chase still on. Everyone is there. This is a 5v1, but Zoro just wants to get away with the Randuin's Omen. He does that successfully, actually. The rest of NIP here to save him.
The map movement before that, though, where they were able to rotate to take a secondary turret for the Dragon, was a good choice since they don't want to full-on fight this team. Now ultimates were down from both Renekton and Shyvana. Still a pretty decent matchup here.
And the fight's still going to continue there. Onto the turret, pull onto Amin. That leads in not in a good spot right there. The fight is in. Exile goes in the back line. Amin goes down to the rocket. It's going to be the chase still. The trade back, though, onto Zed. 4v4 here. SKP still want the fight. Mythic gets caught. He's going to land a Solar Flare on the 2. And now here comes Freeze to avenge his lane mate. 6 will go down. That's another one picked up there, but it's a 3-for-2 overall. SKP winning that fight again.
This is going to be 3 members for 2, but you can see SKP retreating because the 2 surviving members on NIP are the damage dealers, and you have to respect a double buff Lucian with the combo of Trinity Force plus Bloodthirster. He's going to chase you down and kill you!
Goodbye, Ginsu.
And secured right there. They even it up for 3 each.
So good catch, and now because that respawn's so late, it's going to make things pretty difficult for SKP.
Now let's take a look at this once again because it's the hook into the box and Flame Chompers, but since Lee Sin's so slippery, he safeguards out. This is an overextension by Exila. He goes after Nukeduck with everything he has, but he's under turret and gets obliterated. Even though they are 1 man down here, though, 6 is still chasing Mithy, and he's able to lantern in Vanilla. And wow, that was just such a long-range, beautiful lantern right there for the kill. Does end up costing him, but on the off-screen kill, we didn't get to see before. Zoro was taken down once again by Trundle. We can see in the late game that Trundle ultimate doing everything that it needs to melt through the extra armor and burn him down.
Yeah, it's worth mentioning that even though Zoro built up a 60 minion kill lead and has more items than Mozilla, you're seeing that Trundle play really well in teamfights and completely kind of get out of landing phase successfully. The other thing to point out is Freeze got the 500 shutdown gold by killing 6. The Thresh who got all those kills for his team. That's a whole bunch of gold money that just got picked up here, which is going to help NIP's AD carry a little bit here.
The thing is, Nukeduck did not actually go for the Zhonya's completion. He used his Needlessly Large Rod for a Deathfire Grass instead. And since now he's got the Void Staff and Deathfire Grass combo, you have to be worried for your Jinx. Your Jinx is going to be able to get 100% bursted, 100% if she's caught out anywhere on the map. So now you really need to concentrate on that ward control to keep track of that roaming LeBlanc.
It's a really good late game sort of save me plan. It's like, by the way, Nukeduck can one-shot any of you, so be more mindful. And even though Exile has been focusing Nukeduck, we've seen time and again that he's been outplaying the fights. Nukeduck hasn't really been going down, despite repeatedly being targeted by Exile.
I also want to point out how Trundle sort of changes the current meta of team fights. Right now, it's very much focused on the front line diving your opponent's backline, and it's a contest between, you know, which one has the tanks that will last longer. But when you have Trundle, you'll add him into the mix. he basically will melt one of your tanks with his ultimate, and all you have to do is focus everything on that single target. You can burn him down very quickly, and he uses the pillar to zone out the damage of the opponents for as long as he can. Just even a couple seconds of freeze or nuke duck getting pillared back and having to wade their way through the muck means a whole bunch of extra damage that your team is not taking, and you can use that to burn down either Zoro or Mythy.
We've seen that.
Meanwhile,
pretty
Exila,
successful.
he's in a dangerous spot.
Oh, good juke. Dodges the chains, but is still on the backside. NIP taking their time with this one. Nuke Duck doesn't want to
He's
get
got
jumped
nowhere
on.
to go here.
Yeah, but he's waiting for his jump to not get killed by Exila into the brush. And the team actually is coming for both sides here. Stun onto the Zed. Still running, but looks like NIP are here first. He's going to jump in. Nuke Duck's going to try to run away from this one. Exile still getting chased. He's going to flash away, and SKP are here now. 0-0 forced back. The cavalry has arrived. Amin still running. Mythy actually only Freeze is still missing from this fight, so it's 5v4. Vanillin does not go down. Nuke Duck does not have any places to go. Zoro Zero is going to show up. It's going to be a trade kill. Mid laner for AD carry, and Freeze has joined the fight finally, but NAP forced to run away. Mozilla is just man-moding the entire lineup right now. Mythy's stuck. Flayed backwards, goes down 2 for 1. Can Mozilla get another trophy down? Can he get the chase onto Freeze? Slow is there, he's going to dash over it though. Just the 2 for 1.
And Exila survived the whole thing. Him being caught out there and saving all of his cooldowns was what you were talking about. Nuke Duck was playing very cautiously, did not want to get 100% bursts. They were treating that Zed as a very dangerous animal, and only Zoro Zero is willing to touch him. Two members being down to only 1 though means SKP immediately turn their attention towards Baron and get it uncontested.
A beautiful pickup right here, and that's going to be a big lead. SK Prime up 4,600 gold right here. You watch this fight again. Nuke Duck does not kill Vanillin.
Now this was the second phase of the fight where most of NIP had been able to retreat under the turret, but Nuke Duck wanted to pull off a bush gank here and burst down the AD carry. Even though they finally finished off the AD carry, the rest of the team had to pay for Nuke Duck's commitment here, and with them all getting this low, that's really what caused SKP to get the Baron right after.
You can see there, it's Mythy going down, and we actually, you mentioned Zoro Zero having his full armor build. We saw him get away with like no health left right there. And you can see Thornmail, Sunfire Cape, Randuin's Omen, Ninja Tabby. The guy is trying not to take physical damage here. The only difficulty being that Mozilla's ulti, percent health damage, magic damage.
As well as the double Sunfires from Shyvana and Trundle. And they're basically, like I said, killing tanks. So they're going to be the ones that are on Zoro Zero for the team fight phase. But 2-versus-1 situation here. Maybe he'll have the advantage. Whoop, never mind. Zoro Zero Nuke Duck disappears.
Mozilla steals all his stats, and that's going to make things pretty bad for that actually fairly small Crocodile overall. Looks like 6, they're going to jump in onto Amin. Amin's trying to get away from this one, flashes, but brings Exila in with him. He's going to go down. Goodbye to Lee Sin. SK Prime completely in control now.
NIP continue to the same strategy that they had before, invading on the red side and trying to pressure up the mid and top lanes, but their ward coverage is insufficient for this. There's 2 pinks here from SKP that are doing a lot of work, and again, another amazing hook from 6 is able to land them a kill.
He's landed more than a few of those right there. 4, 1, and 8 on him, and they're going to be pushing on now onto this inhibitor turret, I should say. In the brief 5v4, looks like turret's a little bit too much for him just now, but they have another minion wave coming in soon.
With the Baron buff regen too, they are feeling just fine about this. Lee Sin about to pop up, so he may be able to reach this fight in time. He's got home guards. This will be a 5-on-5. The only problem is it's going to be a Baroned up SKP, and they also have the advantage of the poke from Jinx. Like, she can just continually rocket in and spam zaps. There's not that much regen here for NIP. He's able to land those zaps onto someone like Nuke Duck.
Yeah. Yeah, so they're going to have to be pretty careful about this one. Death Cap not yet done for Nuke Duck. I feel like that might be enough items that he can one-shot the Jinx, but we saw his combo before, and it couldn't get past the barrier of Vanillin. He needed a lot more backup there. So still continue to track Nuke Duck as Vanillin has, among the most gold in his team, certainly a very big factor in these fights. 3.5 item AD carry. But going towards what looks like a Banshee's Veil now is going to make that very difficult for Nuke Duck.
It's definitely the best buy against the LeBlanc. Being able to block just one of her spells and interrupt the disrupt the combo that she's trying to pull off is exactly what you need to save her life, and he won't have to rely on that barrier.
Zoro Zero walking into a trap. Gonna dash over the wall. He will be maybe okay. Nope, not gonna be okay at all. Rocket's not gonna land, but the chase is still on. Can Ginsu land much else? Zap lands on a nuke duck, but he can dash the wall. But just a 1 for 0, and the tankiest member of NIP goes down in a heartbeat.
Yeah, all the shred right there. They didn't even have to use the Trundle ultimate to be able to get through that. Double Blade of the Ruined Kings coming down, and now Baroned Up team versus 4. Easy march towards that inhibitor.
Okay, so turret number 2 on this lane going down. SK Prime 6-4 in turret kills. Ninjas in Pajamas on the back foot right now. Inside their base, 20 seconds still on 0-0. SK Prime not showing signs of slowing down. Not a whole ton of damage from the cooling right there. There's going to be another turret. Inhibitor turret number 1 has fallen top lane. Inhibitor going to be falling right now, and will SK Prime backdoor? Will they just retreat back to the jungle? Looks like it's going to be the latter.
This is very, very difficult for NIP. I mean, this game has just been pick after pick after pick. We have not had solid engages really from either team. It's always someone getting caught out of position, and neither team really looking to remedy that situation. The ward coverage very sparse here from NIP. It's really SKP that's been pretty much setting up all of these opportunities and then easily capitalizing on them. I mean, 6 has just been on point.
Oh yeah, there have been so many picks you'd think it was a Lulu Mirror in one for all. SKP finding kills every once in a while and turning that, and a third Blade of the Ruined King. I mean, they really want to do this percentile physical damage there. SK Prime, I mean, just ready to go in this one. They're all adding MR. You're seeing 4 Spectre Cowls, 3 Blade of the Ruined Kings. These guys know, okay, don't get one shot by LeBlanc, and go crush tanks with your auto attacks. Like, I feel like SK Prime has all the tools they need just in items to just walk forward in a team fight and win it.
I love playing against a LeBlanc when your entire team's got Banshee's Veils. It's so hard for her to pop those bubbles. There's just too many going on. She has no target to choose from. It's going to be very hard for NIP to battle back from this. They're going to have to really rely on Freeze's Lucian to put out constant damage and will them down, because 0-0 has also been having a tough time staying alive. Like you said, with all the Blade of the Ruined Kings plus the Trundle ultimate, there's just so much that can take him down easily.
And he's going to go for, looks like, a Warmog's armor for his next item here, 0-0. I guess his last major item here. Another Giant's Belt, even more health from that guy. Jinx ready to go for the damage up, but though Dragon in 40, Baron in 115, but SKP still happy to siege without the Baron buff on them. They are the more powerful team. 8,000 gold lead here. Shield comes across, turret still taking damage. Those do regen, but slowly.
So,
SKP.
yeah, and you can see the strategy here for SKP is very easy to execute. They've got the tanks on the front line that can bully this NIP roster back from the turret, allowing Jinx to use her rockets. 3 rockets was all it took to take down 20% of that turret's HP. So every wave, they're going to get another couple rockets in.
And a pull into Mithy. More rockets coming across. The minions certainly die very fast. SKP not trying to push it too hard. They know there's... Oh my god, goodbye to Ginsu. And this might be the push they want. Is going to knock in Exila. Exila likely to go down here. Yes, he does take the damage. Double kill for Nuke Duck. One traded back, though. Jinx got excited. Is that going to be enough now for SK Prime? 3v4, and they are chasing in. Turret goes down. 0-0 shows up, though. Is that going to be enough to turn this fight around? Again, 4 versus 3 for NIP. Chompers go down, keeping him safe. Mozilla forced back. Nuke Duck making a big way in. 0-0 now. Not in the best spot right there, but Mozilla even worse. Another kill picked up. 3 for 1 in this battle. NIP turning things around.
SKP was able to get down the inhibitor turret, though. That's 2 inhibitor turrets down. They do have to run for their lives, and Baron is up at this moment. So NIP have to be very careful with what they do with the health bars that they have to them. They could make a rush at Baron and try and get the ward control over that area set up, because that's really important at this time. Now let's look at the burst here from Nuke Duck, because he has changed his strategy. Since the Jinx is building a Banshee's Veil, I might as well just go to the front line here. It's much easier to get to, and I can get my full combo off. At that point, SKP have to commit. So they fight this anyway, and they try and get the burst down. Even though Zed's able to get off his ulti in the AoE, they weren't able to come out ahead here because it's still a 4 members versus 3.
Man, and goodbye. And just to speak of it, by the way, Ginsu was actually the one guy who didn't have a Banshees yet. He was actually chilling without the Spectre's Cowl. And so
well, they're not, yeah, nobody's completed it, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, it was 4 Spectre's Cowls. He was the only guy without one.
Yeah, exactly.
So no MR itemization. Till now, Banshee's now done. Ginsu learned his lesson. Maybe a little bit too late, but we'll see. The inhibitors have respawned. Now 2 are bare. two have, like the top and mid inhibitors have no turrets in front of them, but NIP have stopped having super minions flood into their base. Blue Buff going to be here for Nuke Duck. He's still being pretty happy. You've got 3 major offensive items done for him, so he's finally starting to be useful in these fights. Exila not finding much to do for himself, though, on Zed. And the AD carries continue to get scarier and scarier in this game.
So we've got 2 targets off the table for Nuke Duck. Unless they're able to pop those Banshee's Veil early, then he won't be able to 100% burst, and we won't have the exact same story as we saw last time.
Ginsu actually sold his Blade of the Ruin King to buy that.
Well, he just had a very painful awakening to how this game is working.
I've never seen someone sell a tier 3 item to be like, you know what, I was wrong here. Let me build defense like I was supposed to in the first place. And IP feeling a little bit more confident. 4,000 gold. I feel like I've said that number a few times. Just 4,000 gold still separating these teams. And IP did get a dragon to capitalize off their previous team fight win. Nuke Duck stood an award.
He saw it and
doesn't
he
want to kill
it. That's the other great thing about those pink wards, taking 5 hits. Even if they do walk by them, they're all visible. It takes way too long to clear that out. It's very dangerous at this point in the game.
And SKP still the aggressor.
Another hook.
Okay, not too much on a Mythy. He's safe. A little bit of time until that Eclipse comes back up, though.
All right, so again, waiting for this team fight to break out. Of course, we're all looking for what Nuke Duck's target will be, because that's where the surprise came from NIP last time around.
Okay, early damage from Lucian. Coming across. Ulti's going to land on it too. The dive is going to come on in. Who's going to take the damage with their Ginsu? Going to take a bunch of bursts and go down. Exila chasing down Nuke Duck, who might fall afterwards. But the damage still coming across. Nuke Duck is going to live. 1 for 1 so far. Jinx got excited. Exila stuck on the wrong side of the map, but Vanillin is into this fight. Can he go down here? Mythy very aggressive. They're going to target him super hard. Freeze trying to make it happen, but it's going to be a kill from the Jinx on to Leona. Amin going to knock back everybody else and keep his AD carry alive. Nuke Duck back into the fray. Mozilla will go down. Now Freeze in a fight with Vanillin. Does not want this battle, though. It's going to be a 3-4-2 overall with Freeze no health. But SKP is going to leave this fight with an inhibitor kill.
I think it's time for Nuke Duck to upgrade those home guard boots. If he could get back out there quick enough, they could grab one more. But man, you saw the difference right there. Zoro Zero going down so quickly because they have so many answers for this tank, while Mozilla lasted till almost the very end.
And that is with only 2 completed tank items so far. He's still going in. Spectre's Cowl plus a new Negatron Cloak. Mozilla really wants Magic Resist. That's going to free up Freeze to do a bit more damage in these fights with no one building armor. Ward's getting swept out, and NIP going for their own Baron here.
There are home guards on Shyvana. No way, they're bursting it down way too quick here. Nip definitely going for the all-in. Very dangerous to even check it.
Well, Jinx does reveal it briefly with her Zap. She's going to pop the ulti, does not do enough damage. Blue team picks up Baron Nashor. Amin, unfortunately, not a guy who's hitting any smites, but the Baron buff still does go to NIP.
Hey man, they got it anyway. All right, so let's take another look at that. A beautiful engage from Mythy here with the Leona ultimate. Now we're keeping our eyes on Nuke Duck as he bursts down the closest target, but immediately runs when Exila jumps on him. And Zed not being able to land that Q and not being able to finish off Nuke Duck means that Nuke Duck was able to come back towards the end of the fight. He jukes back to the rest of his team, and Exila, once again, this has pretty much been the story for all the team fights. He finds himself on the wrong side of the team fight, and the rest of his team is in between 2 turrets here, which makes them peel for Jinx, but Jinx got so low that she actually doesn't want to fight anymore and just works on the inhibitor, while Mozilla now getting burst down by the Nuke Duck that was not able to finish him off. Boom comes in to clip him, and the Ignite will finish him off.
Nice.
Or the Chain Explosion.
Yeah, Chain Explosion does it. Freeze forced back. One more crit, he would have died. Wouldn't have won that fight, so wise way to disengage. Kill score pretty close, 14-17. Gold lead, only 3.5K now. SK Prime looking for the top lane this time. Still the team that feels like the one with the advantage. Problem is, NIP is wearing a Baron buff here, and SKP still wants to fight.
SKP are wearing 4 Banshee's Veils now, and 1 that just needs to be completed with a recipe. They're so close to it. And they're just pressing the advantage even with Baron buff here, but those are their 2 main engage tools. Pillar and Hook have been used.
We'll see what they get out of this one. Mozilla taking a couple hundred damage.
Great using of the culling to pop Banshee's Veils.
They're going to move on into the get much. No! Oh, there's the Leona ulti. 2 slows right there, but not enough. Mikhail's Crucible used to remove the slow from Exila.
And both teams having the upgraded Talisman of Ascensions there.
pretty much negate each other because they're running at the exact same speeds, both being used. Nobody does end up getting caught. And they're waiting for the Banshee's Veil's cooldowns to come back up here because those will be back quicker than the culling.
Yeah, they're pretty short cooldowns, but they get reset by getting, I believe, damaged by enemy champions. So if they take damage again, they're going to lose the spell shields again. And you're seeing, actually, Ginsu cannot get his Banshees back up. Cooldown constantly reset. And he was the target a couple of times so far. Almond in the front line. Pull's not going to land. SKP still sieging this turret, though. This is going to be a dead inhibitor soon. But the fight's going to start. Almond trying to force them back. The inhib does fall down. Kicks back to Vanilla, but the team's not there for him. They're all in the background. And poor Lee Sin is getting chunked down. He's going to fall finally. And we're seeing SKP get a free kill of this one. Zoro0 in the back lane, still trying to chase. He's going to go down as well.
I love what Mozilla did this time. He reduced Freeze's attack damage by biting him and then zoned out Zoro0. As soon as Zoro0 tried to pull off the combo, he flashes away. And the Ard Q from LeBlanc did not get popped because Mozilla flashed it out.
Wow, wonderful stuff here. The kill's going to come off onto Shyvana, but it's going to be a trade back onto Mithy right there. So far, 4 members alive versus only 2 of NIP. 2 inhibitors down again, and SKP still looking to push this one in. Exila a little bit low, but might be safe. Bottom lane is going to have some minions in the front, and they're going to go for this turret as well right here. You're seeing this drop so quickly. 9 turrets are dead. 3 inhibitors about to fall as well. SK Prime looking so good in this game, but forced to back off, I think, right here.
They've got all 3 inhibitors down, though. If they return to their base to heal up, then when they make their next way down to the NIP base, they can have 3 waves of super minions there to help them out, and that will be what they want to look for in the Nexus turrets.
Here we go. Home guards picked up just because SKP wants to not lose any time. Exala going to make his way out here. The whole team. A lot of magic resist. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Banshees, Veils in these guys. Ready to deal with Nuke Ducks. Blind pick LeBlanc, 5, 2, and 6. A good performance, but SKP look ready for it. The AD carries. Vanillin has already sold boots for a Zephyr. Nothing else to buy for this Jinx. Very similar scenario for Freeze. Still has Berserker's Greaves, but a lot of damage still there as well.
Now, I think what NIP should look for in their defense of the Alamo that's about to come up should be very early culling from Freeze to get off as many of those Banshees Veils as he can, like he pulled in the first fight there. If he can get at least 3 or 4 of those down, then it'll be a huge win for them, because Nuke Duck then can turn his sights towards just blowing up one of the tanks. That actually worked fairly well for them. As long as the Banshees Veil is down on that front line, then he can take a huge chunk out. The problem has been when Nuke Duck has been trying to get to that back line, and he gets chunked out.
Well, 1 Banshee's Veil is gone. Zoro0 taking damage to the front line. There's the culling. Gets rid of another Banshee's off from the Jinx. Could be a target right here. Damage coming across. Ginsu taking some damage. A flash used by Nuke Duck, but not getting much out of it. The fight has begun. Exila on the bottom side, caught by Mithy. 1 kill picked up. Nuke Duck does go down, and Vanillin has all the time in the world. Kicked back by Lee Sin, but kills coming across everywhere with Zoro0 going down. 4v3, and SKP onto the Nexus right now. They're going to be 1 game up against Ninjas in Pajamas on their way to the top 4 challenger.
Surprising victory once again. The NIP roster drops the first game in this best of 3. This is best of 3, though. They do have another chance here. 1 more game coming up right now.
This is going to be pretty incredible, guys. SK Gaming Prime showing up out of the rank 5's ladder. Pretty good run so far through the bracket, and now 1-0 against Ninjas in Pajamas. These guys, I mean, it's getting intense for these guys. Like, just think about the NIP story. They picked up so many top players. They grabbed a lot of the old Lemon Dogs roster, got themselves a good lineup, and have been losing over and over in a row. They've got to turn it back. We're going to see if they can do that. We've got to take a quick break, but when you return, SK Gaming Prime looks to make it 2 in a row and knock the Ninjas in Pajamas out of the first Challenger Series. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the 2014 European Challenger Series. It's going to be time for a second game in this best-of-3 quarterfinal showdown between SK Gaming Prime and the Ninjas in Pajamas. Now, with one more win, SK Prime will advance to the semifinals. They're going to get a shot at getting there into the LCS promos. It's going to be, they've got to win this as best-of-3, up 1-0, and close it out.
They had a good start. I
Yeah.
mean, up top, the Trundle, really big impact late game. He did get bullied hard in the early game, even though the score was 2-4 and 14. He lost his lane, lost control of the red side jungle. Ro8 was making some plays roaming down to the mid. But man, in the end game, when it was team fight oriented, he had a huge impact, melting tanks.
Yeah, so I have a question for you on that one. How much of that is Renekton being a renowned lane bully, and how much of that is like freaking Ro8 is a laning god?
Well, Ro8 played it very well, and I liked his itemization choice going for the Tiamat so that he could sort of extend Renekton's lane bully phase.
Yeah.
But Renekton, he's going to fall off in the late game, and it's kind of the price that you pay with that champion for winning early. You're going to be you're lacking something in the team fights later. So I think that it is Ro8 playing very well with that champion. He has a lot of experience with it, and he played to the strengths of the champion that's supposed to win early.
Yeah, and Mozilla finally turning it back into the team fights and doing a good job there. Again, 2-4 and 14 on him. I got to talk about Zvanilla's Jinx, though. Right, 9-1 and 8 that game. Slow laning phase, just kind of traded farm for a while, but then, man, did he do well in team fights.
And we talked about it during the lane phase. We're like, wow, this Jinx is going even here with the Lucian lane, and it's pretty strong hyper carry. I think the play that stood out to me the most was in the end game team fight where they were chasing. He had red buff flashing forward even after he ulted to sort of cut the ult animation a little bit and continue the chase, get another red buff tick, and then he killed the clone, immediately zapped through where the clone was to get the kill. He knows the champion very well, and he's cutting animations where he needs to, that enabling him to put out just a tiny bit more DPS and grab those kills.
Yeah, I got to like that one. And the last one I kind of want to talk about as well, I should say really the next one, 6 is support Thrashman, 5-1 and 6 right there. A lot of kill steals early. I would say kill secures. Well deserved.
He's the one who hooked in the kill, so
there is to take.
Yeah, exactly.
Give me them souls right there. Ro8, we did talk about him in the matchup there. 392 CS compared to Mozilla, who had 269. So eventually 130 minion kill lead. We talk about lane being rough. That got really rough by the end there. Of course, we talked about Mozilla doing great in team fights. So if you're like Ro8, right? If you're Lemon Dogs, like how do you react when you have a lane like that and still can't win?
A lane like Ro8 just crushing him and then them not really being able to turn it into anything.
Yeah.
I don't know. It seemed like there was a lack of playmaking from the rest of the team. Like Jungle Lee Sin, we didn't get a lot of spectacular ward jumps. There was a couple attempts at it. But also the lanes there, LeBlanc didn't really get to roam around at all, didn't pick up stray kills, kind of waited until the team fight phase where she was blowing people up in actually team fights, which is a little bit different from what we're used to seeing. But as well, the aggressive Lucian Leona lane, not quite as much either. So it felt like Ro8 was making a lot of plays for the team, and not a lot of plays were coming out of the rest of the map.
Yeah, they weren't really capitalizing, and that was the thing. Like, I know we were talking about back at Riot before the game started today. Like, Lucian has like a really terrible win record right now in LCS and Challenger in NA. But and actually when he first started getting played in Korea, a really bad win rate there as well. But he's still been like so popular. And I know my thought was like, well, he's kind of more strategic pick. Like people should be like getting the pushes started really early, like bringing the culling into a minion lane. And when you've got a winning top laner and like a really good pushing AD carry, and then you don't do anything with it and wait to get outscaled, like you said, there was a lack of play calling. It feels like they just kind of waited to lose.
I mean, they had a good opportunity too when they made their first rotation. They had the advantage in turrets, and they made the rotation from bottom up to mid, but they just backed off the wave as soon as any defense showed up. And like you said, sort of, they've got Lucian for pushing the lanes, but LeBlanc and Renekton don't add a lot in a siege, so they kind of stalled out in that mid game. And then I was expecting there to be a problem for that SKP team in engaging, since they've only got Trundle pillars to slow them down and Shyvana jumping in, but it was all the hooks. Like they were relying on the hooks, which is a risky thing to rely on, but it paid off because he landed so many of them.
Yeah.
And they had the ward coverage to just catch people out. All they really needed were slows to make the engages happen.
And to think about it, like, if you go back to the pick and ban phase as well, Annie was banned, I believe, by NIP. I know Annie was banned, I believe, by NIP. And so the Thresh was the first pick support on the first rotation by SK Prime. It seems like they're like, yep, that is the exact engage we needed. We don't need Leona. They clearly picked a bunch more non-engagers and was like, this is all we need to make fights happen. And we're happy to play this slow game and wait for those. It was interesting.
I mean, just so many picks inside that red side jungle where NIP were basically invading, trying to push up these 2 lanes to play to the strengths of what they were given. You have to give them credit. Like, they're trying to play Zoro0's lane. They're like, yeah, we need to go towards that Renekton because he's winning, so we all got to go top. But then somebody would always get caught out in the red side jungle. Good defensive ward coverage there from SKP, and they were able to get enough of a goal lead to get right back in it. Then all the Barons were spectacular, at least, going to each team there.
I was actually surprised that when NIP got their Baron, it didn't like change the gold lead very much, because I kept tracking, because like there weren't a lot of kills, so I was looking at the gold all the time. And after NIP won that one fight and took Baron, it was like, well, they're still down 4K, and SK Prime are still happy to siege them against this Baron buff. Like, these guys were just happy to push on in. SKP, I mean, they're really tenacious there. They're happy to know exactly what edges they have, and they will take them every time.
They were able to use the increased range from Jinx on her rockets also to chip down the turrets anytime they did have to siege up. And then their disengage was amazing because of the jungle pillars, obviously. And they really played that composition well. We'll have to see if the mix up the bans here at all. Maybe want to take out that Trundle.
Well, we'll see it. Kayle, Kassadin, Wukong, still the same ban so far. Slightly different order in general, but NIP still got another ban or 2 to go for themselves. Again, it was Annie last time. Elise as well. Yeah, so these guys aren't really changing anything. It seems like these guys are content to either change their strategy entirely or steal away their priority picks from SK Prime, and that's the adaptation for Ninjas and Pajamas here.
It's interesting because SK are the ones with the first pick this time around, so they're going to be the ones starting off the trend here. They have a last ban coming up, though, and they could switch the game right now. If they banned...
Are they going to bait Annie, potentially?
So they leave up Annie this time.
We'll see. Lee Sin banned away by SK Prime. Okay, so even though Amit didn't have a very good game on it, they decided that was still more important there.
My last ban would definitely be Thresh. Just because so many of these hooks were landing from 6. Like, that was game-changing, right, for SK.
Unless they think 6 would like prefer to go Annie and be like, I'd rather you have Annie than Thresh, which I feel like is a rare thing to say. There's actually the Jinx. They don't want Vanillin for the cleanup crew, so a couple of minor changes here. 2 new champions left up from last time. This time around a lot. I actually don't want to say more room for junglers. You've still got a couple of junglers removed, but we'll see. Top lane completely left open. AD carry mostly open. Support entirely open here. You got a lot of things with Prime picks right now.
Now, if you are NIP... will you go right back to Zoro0's Renekton, since he is so adept at using that champion's early game to snowball a lead? Like, he shoved it up very well. He got a lot of pressure down. Do you make the changes elsewhere? I think it's still a really good pick for them.
Yeah, I think you do make the changes elsewhere, but they're looking at Vi and Dr. Mundo instead. Vi I like because if we trust that NIP gets an early laning phase lead like they did last time, being able to hardcore engage fights, it's just going to be strong for them. Instead, no. I actually like the Mundo then for a different reason then. Because if we trust... well, here's my thought, right? Is like, if he's going to win lane anyway, give him an individual playmaker who scales in a late game. Like, if SKP was just waiting to outscale Zoro0 and then said, okay, we'll team fight at 40 minutes, you're like, we'll have teleport Mundo, don't you dare. Like, that's an okay change for them.
I mean, I do like the pickup just because Mundo's so strong right now. Saw earlier in the EU LCS when Darien just went ridiculous on him.
Yeah.
He can get to unkillable mode in the late game. We'll have to see, though, because picking up Vi makes me wonder what they're going to combo with Nuke Duck. Nuke Duck, back when he was on Lemon Dogs, would always have a lot of attention from Dexter ganking that mid lane. And this time around, like, you don't want to play Vi like the Lee Sin played last game with only a couple ganks down mid. Like, when the ultimate is up, probably go get Nuke Duck his kill. Get that assassin power up there so that he can start roaming. He can start making plays for your team from the mid lane.
Yeah, he was a big factor of Lemon Dog's success right there. SK Prime, looks like they're going to make their own choices. It is the Trundle picked up there for probably Mozilla again in the top lane. The Lucian AD carries for Vanillin. Didn't get Jinx, so goes somewhere else. But NIP, I guess, reading the SK Prime support pick and saying, yeah, you'll go Thresh. Now we get this high priority Annie. We can do something else for ourselves with this, with an even stronger lane.
Toying again with the Sivir that you talked about before last time.
Still want to see the Draven.
Still want to see it? Ah, okay. Now I like the combo. Sivir's on the hunt is something that Mundo really benefits from in the late game. Even though he already has his own speed buff from his ulti, he doesn't have to rely on that, and he can use it just for the regen when he does get low. Being sped up along with Vi there means that this is a very strong chase potential here from NIP.
Oh, man.
Because Annie on the hunt speed up and then flash Tibbers, the rest of the team can catch back up. Even though she's going to get really far out in front of your team, the rest of the team will be able to catch up with that ultimate.
And of course, they've also saved their mid lane pick for Nukeduck for last. He'll get to counter pick here. Looks like SK Prime's still happy to look at Zed right now for Exila, and they need a jungler as well. I don't think we're going to see jungle Trundle. I feel like his clear's too slow to really run him there in the first place.
Yeah, but he had a pretty good impact on the game late, but man, his laning phase, he's going to have to work on that laning phase. Versus Mundo, it should be a lot easier because Mundo is especially just running teleport. He's not going to have a whole bunch of kill potential early, and he'll
hope not.
He'll CS up till later. Yeah, but Trundle, again, he's got that percentage health with his ultimate. He can pop that on Mundo this time around as well. There's nothing he can do to cut down the regen though. So he'll probably be forced into taking Ignite and going Ignite into Teleport, which gives the global control over to NIP.
So the rest of this champ's turned really interesting. So I like your analysis on this top lane match. I agree with you here, but SK Prime picked the exact same lineup, but for good reason. They won last time. With Jinx banned, they picked Lucian instead, but otherwise the same champions. NIP actually opting into the same mid lane matchup. They liked the Nukeduck LeBlanc into Exila Zed. To be fair, it worked pretty well, I suppose. They didn't die, but didn't make many plays. The real big change comes from the fact that the other 4 champions all changed here. And if you have an entirely new lineup to surround LeBlanc with, we'll see how this pans out.
Yeah, I really want to keep a closer eye on the mid lane this time around to see how exactly the exchanges in mid lane are going, because Zed was ahead in CS in that lane. It was just that towards the end game, when he kept on diving into LeBlanc, he would always get confused and lost in the middle of the team fight there with nowhere left to go. So in the late game, it was causing problems for him. We'll have to see if he chooses a different target for his ultimates instead, someone less slippery who's going to
maybe Sivir?
Juke him a bit less.
I feel like Sivir is going to have a much harder time juking.
She's very short range.
So the ult would suck, but
it is it would get you in there at least. And her being that short range means that she'll be around for a possible target for him.
All right, we'll see if these guys can do it then. We're going to get into the game in just a second. NIP are 1 loss away from dropping out of Challenger, and they're going to need to get more points this time around. So they're going to have to be a ranked 5s team and make it back into the second series here in a couple of weeks if they can't hold on to this game. Meanwhile, SK Prime are poised in a single game to get in the top 4 here.
And already I see changes by Nukeduck. So he's opting into the same matchup, but he thinks he knows what went wrong last time. He's not starting out with the full regen flask build this time, going with the ring for more early bully potential. We saw before, he got the early level 2, and for that small moment, he did have control of the lane, and it was pushing Zed back. So adding the extra ability power of the ring onto this means he wants to extend that period of time, play more aggressively versus Zed early.
Well, it turns out that Nukeduck thinks he's got a better idea this time around. And it's not like there's any other adaptations. He's facing the same enemy lineup. He's like, no, I just really chose wrong the first time around. So we're going to see these guys split up across the jungle. Again, no crazy aggressive level 1s. None of them starting wards either. Thor and Shield for both supports. Trying to see if there's anything really going on so far. And right now, it's just the guys waiting around to start their fights, start their lanes.
Nukeduck's also going to have the advantage of Vi jungle versus a Shyvana jungle. So Vi jungle ganks are going to be a lot more potent in that mid lane. Contrary to popular belief, she does not have to wait to level 6 to gank that lane. Her early level flash vault breakers are very, very potent. So she's even got one really strong gank left in her before level 6. And then post level 6, obviously, that's definitely going to be pretty easy to pull off.
Well, let's see what these guys do. So similar things to last time. The 2v2 lanes go to the bottom, and NIP gonna help the red buff there with Zoro0. SKP doing the exact same thing there with Mozilla helping out Ginsu. These guys are gonna start on the top side of the map once again. We're gonna see if the ward coverage is gonna help these guys. Pings out of Exala. They know where his ward is, and that might just help Amin when he goes for a gank.
Also, coming from the bottom side river, they might try and trick Nip into thinking that Ginsu started at his red buff, but Trundle also took a little bit longer to get to lane, so they'll probably be aware as to the starting positions.
Yeah, we're likely okay on these reads. I want to watch this top lane. That was pretty important because it was the one lane that NIP did great in. And right now, 0-0 on the back foot. I think that's normal for Dr. Mundo, but he is going to start falling behind just a little bit. Ginsu level 3 right there. Actually finishes his side of the jungle first. Amin not too far behind, though, on his own end. Vi and Shyvana now. They're unlocked for ganks. Double buffs are here for these guys. And we'll see if they do anything. Nukeduck definitely playing much more aggressively, using potions, using the Doran's Ring. Did start with W, by the way, and would just like face plant into Exile to deal damage and back off. But you're seeing him trade pretty successfully here.
He'll probably be maxing that W as well. Very, very popular with LeBlanc builds these days.
Oh, nice juke Exila. Both these guys have tricks. Not just for kids, also for League of Legends players here. Exila happy to sit in his lane and keep farming, but he has used his only health potion now.
Did you know that tricks are actually not shaped like fruits anymore? They're just little round balls.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, that's messed up.
Child safety.
Really?
Pretty lame.
You're supposed to put milk in the first place. They melt anyway. Come on, guys, eat cereal right.
So meanwhile, he's going to be a little bit down in CS from that last wave if Nukeduck can actually CS at his turret. But he did just miss 2 of them, both of those melees. So very, very even. Pretty much all around the map here. And the junglers have been so passive. This is what's surprising to me. Even the Vi has not gone for one of those early ganks.
Yeah, well, right now I'm looking at the lanes, right? And it's like the bottom lane is pushing in for NIP. I guess they realize Shyvana's not going to be that threatening out of the jungle. Amin actually starting to make his moves now. Looking for the mid lane here. Here we go.
So he knows at 4 minutes, all of the trinket wards are long gone. It's actually the time for the second ones to be dropped. And Nukeduck calling out that it's on the top side opens up for a good vault breaker.
Good damage on Exile. The root's going to land as well. He's going to flash, but still get rooted. Nukeduck going for the damage, and that's going to be a kill picked up, but traded back. But that's going to be worth it in all chat there for NIP.
Wow, so deep that they actually lose the kill to the turret there, and it's a trade. However, not only was that first blood, it was an assisted first blood, so even more money goes to NIP, that extra 50%, doing a lot. Meanwhile, predictable pattern here from Ginsu. He's returning to the duo lane, going to the Thresh Lantern ganks.
Ooh, he is waiting around in the wings, of course. No pink wards picked up yet. 6 looking forwards. Can he get a flay here? Does he even want one? So he's not going to find it. And I feel like at that point, NMP knows his jungler down there. They actually just pinged that brush saying, might be a dragon lady down there.
There was an early ward there. I'm not quite sure when it disappeared, but it might have seen him on the way over.
Yeah, Annie's trinket would have just timed out about 10 seconds ago. You can count it by the cooldown. When it's halfway, the ward times out. So Zoro0's ward just timed out as well for what this is worth. We'll see if Shyvana makes her way up there instead. I don't know if that's going to be likely, though.
As we expected, too, with this top lane, since both of these are very sustain-heavy top laners, they're just pretty much exchanging creep waves here. And even though they're trying to harass each other down, they're not gaining much ground, and they're pretty much dead even.
Yeah, Zoro0 chugging his only potion in not too long after Mozilla did that. Trading attacks and cleavers and club shots right there. Bottom lane, still no recalls yet. Very equal minion score, 44-40. I'm actually pretty impressed that Sivir, one of the weaker laners, actually among the AD carries, holding it very well against Lucian, actually holding a lead. I think part of that might be Annie, but I gotta say, NIP holding, I think, comparatively a lot better than they were last game in the laning phase.
Same exact gank path here. This time dropping off a pink ward just to make sure. But this should probably be successful.
It's a silence onto Exile. He's already put his clone down as well. Kill gonna be picked up. Popsy ulti, Nukeduck just gonna grab that one. And Amin actually made sure to give that one away to him too.
Yeah, this is pretty much the change I expected. Like I was talking about when Nukeduck was on Lemon Dogs, he had Dexter gank for him a lot. And it's really, really successful. Armin picking up the slack. Now that he got level 6 off that gank too, he could try and make something happen bottom because Annie's been holding onto her stun.
Uh-oh, all the spells just got burned. Vanilla taking a bunch of damage, and Sixter wants to push in, but there's a Vi coming in from behind. The flash away from Annie. Vanilla's got nowhere to go. Amin is 6. He's going to go for it here. Barrier pop, not going to matter. 6, only one left alive.
So that was fortunate here for NIP because as they were making the call for Vi to rotate down, it's actually SKP who initiated that one. And something really good that Armin did right there was not use his ultimate early. He just walks over to Lucian and waits for the flash because then he knows he has the guaranteed gap closer, catches him after the flash is burned.
But as a payment for that and the attempt at Dragon, Ginsu runs to the top side of the jungle, stealing away his red buff. Nukeduck feeling a lot more confident in this matchup. But Ginsu, again, stealing away Amin's red. It's going to be a little bit, at least, back here for the SKP lineup.
I like that, taking advantage of the opportunity, because at least, even though there were 2 kills that Armin got, he was able to take advantage of the fact that he saw him down on the bottom side. It's exactly what you're supposed to do as a jungler, especially Shyvana. But still, the advantage here, definitely heavy for NIP this time around.
And the other interesting thing as well that I see, that's interesting at least for the SKP lineup, is Blue Buff did go to Ginsu here. He picked it up to help catch up in levels and gold just a little. Really, Exila not needing that buff here, and actually... Ooh, Amin's going to look to try to trade buffs back.
It's pretty funny that Amin was the one who put the pink ward in that small bush last time, but it's been replaced by an SKP pink ward, and Amin did not even check the bush this time around. Smite Wars!
He was going to get it, and it's going to be Amin this time around. Nice pickup there. That's good. He actually missed he missed one a little while ago in the first game of Smite War. This time he's all right.
Well, this one was an early smite by Ginsu, actually. And Amin does make his second pass through the small bush, finding the pink ward.
Another one goes down right away by SKP, wanting control over that side.
They know that a pink ward's in that little bush, though, so it's not going to be that effective. Once you already know it's there, wow, the aggression, he misses chain.
Ooh, some decent damage, though, forcing Exila back out there, who's only building offense so far. Double longsword. And now a blue buff to Nukeduck. This is only going to get worse here. Nukeduck's having a much better time in this lane, and now I can see why he really wanted to pick that matchup.
Well, even though there have been repeat ganks mid from Vi and no help from Shyvana, Exila is still up there in CS. He's not falling behind that much. He's doing a really good job at least staying in there in CS, even though he's been killed twice.
And you're seeing that the whole killed twice thing manifests in a 600 gold lead for Nukeduck. So I still wouldn't be sad if I were NIP. Down 6 minions, up 2 kills. Yeah, okay. Actually, I guess up 1 kill to be completely fair. You're seeing the top lanes hold pretty equal. Actually, interestingly enough, Zoro0 in the lead here in what we thought was going to be a little bit of a weaker matchup for Mundo, but still actually doing a great job and still has the ability to scale the dive in. Mythy's going to jump in. Six going to be in a really bad spot right there and going to go down. 2v3, they're not going to keep chasing. Another kill for NIP.
I like that combo there. Sivir on the hunt, speeding up Vi just to join the fight, and they don't have to use the Assault and Battery, so it's a huge cooldown that they can use to defend the Dragon if there's any aggression from SKP.
Yeah, they're just happily fine right here. The Dragon attempt
Tibbers can't take it enough. Oh, he's going down.
Goodbye, Tibbers. We knew you well. You'll be back up in about 2 minutes. Dragon's still taking an even more burst. Ginsu, he's going to try, but he comes in way too late. Has a flash, but gets bursted down anyway. Not worth it right there. Oh, dear. NIP, huge lead now.
This is what you call a snowball game right now. NIP are crushing it. You gank down bottom without even having to burn every single ultimate, and it was a beautiful rotation over to Dragon after that. Very easy call to make, and they get the objective, plus are fed another kill.
Zoro0. Oh! Mozilla had no mana and
now he's got to run, though.
Uh-oh. I can't believe Mozilla didn't get that one, though. He ran out of mana and couldn't Q him again. That probably could have been it. Oh, man. Now Zoro0 is going to feel even better about this matchup. None of them have even gone back to buy yet. He's just rich.
They're not making any headway killing each other, so both of them just staying in lane as long as possible. Finally, with that, running out of mana, Mozilla has to play defensively here.
Yeah, I feel like he's pulling up Ginsu maybe to sweep a wave or two so he can get the back. But look at this. Amin already feeling this one, already feeling the gank might come into the low health 0-0. He's looping around all
Probably
the way
just
to
looking
the
for the
side.
dive here, actually.
Yeah. He's going to get spotted by a ward. Ginsu hiding. Now he's been seen. There's going to be a fight right here. Mozilla can't really help, though, so Amin just trading blows and significantly winning that battle against Ginsu.
Love those mobility boots for Amin, enabling him to get there just in time. And Shyvana's actually taking Trundle's spot here as the sacrificial lamb up top. Now it's his turn to worry about getting dove.
Amin did juke the wards. He went all the way around the side towards the blue buff. They're waiting for Ginsu's burnout timeout. They're not even going to go for it. All right, never mind. Let's try.
All right, so they abort that mission, and Mundo just goes to recall. A little bit too dangerous for his taste, I guess. But because Assault and Battery is about to come off cooldown, again, looking towards mid lane, wants to make Exila pay.
And he's unfortunately just going to leave. No kills picked up for NIP. The top laners, though, I want to point out, have gone back to buy. So Mozilla, starting Blade of the Ruin King, but also grabs a Giant's Belt for durability. 0-0 just one-shots a Sunfire cape at level 10. So 35 DPS Sunfire. He'll be pretty happy.
Trundle is pretty well equipped to deal with the health stacking, though. So I don't think it should cause too many problems here from Mozilla. And he'll probably continue to play just as aggressively, whereas Mundo is really just looking to get that CS advantage.
A small one so far. Exila going to go and solo his own blue buff. I want to see this fight.
Well,
okay.
Never mind. He wants to go hard.
0-0 going in pretty deep. It's going to be the ulti popped right there by both players. And 0-0 really forced down, trying to wait out the Trundle ulti. Cleaver's going to help him back off. And Mozilla, of course, igniting over the Mundo ult, lowering some of that regen.
Nuke Duck going for his first roam, and he runs past the pink ward. Whoops.
Knows he's been seen and says, okay, yep, we're fine. He'll kill that, maybe?
He's too scared because there's an unaccounted for Shyvana.
And there's an unaccounted for Vi as well. Mozilla trying to run away. No flash on him. And that's going to be the Assault and Battery taking him down.
Yeah, no wards up top here. And mobility boots means that Amin can just walk back and forth, top mid lane, and choose whichever opponent overextends more. Looks like Trundle is going to be the one to pay the price this time.
Takes him down 6-1, 4,000 gold lead pretty early on. NIP's staying for this turret kill. 0-0 popping his E as well just to get some more damage on that one. Nuke Duck looking for a trade, gets jumped on. Some good amount of pain. Close one.
Still burning.
Yeah, 33 health while eating a health potion. Very close one. That is going to be Nuke Duck surviving.
That's after repeat ganks, too. Exila really deserves some credit in this matchup. He's doing a fantastic job.
And he's going to get a lot of headway on this turret as well. Amin showing up to try to maybe keep this turret alive. And that will be actually Exila forced to run away from this one. Nuke Duck, a very late recall. I think he thought there might have been a fight available, but not going to find it. Ginsu jumps over the wall to try to start. Ooh, who's going to get this one? Picked up there by Amin. Nice job there on the Smite Vault Breaker.
Yeah, so he gets to combo it with his Vault Breaker, and now Ginsu's going to have to run for his life. What a juke.
Dodges the Q, but it's not going to be enough. Amin picks up another kill, 4-0-3 on Vi. He is everywhere. NIP is probably glad they banned that these guys banned Lee Sin. Exila not in a good spot. Forced to flash. 0-0 does not freaking care. Picks up a kill under the turret, and now down to half health.
So 0-0, again, he's got the same strategy, trying to turn his win in lane into more kills for the rest of his team, more objectives. It's even easier for him this time around because he's got teleport on that Mundo. He's able to get there just in time to cut off the Shyvana.
Very well played. 8-1 and doesn't even lose much to the top lane for the counter push. I guess Mozilla was potentially dead for part of it there. Nuke Duck.
He hit it once.
2.
All right.
3. All right, he's got this one. Good job. Ward finally goes down. That one lasted a bit longer than maybe it should have, but NIP, 6,000 gold, 2 turrets, 8-1 in kills. Such a better game for these guys there. Even Mozilla, the top lane tank, has to give some, definitely has to give some respect to Nuke Duck.
I think that SKP's game plan now just has to be try and put up defensive wards once again and farm out for a little bit later in the game. Because this Vi really is causing so many problems just running between areas with her mobility boots that are not warded. If they don't put up those defensive wards, then they're going to continue to get caught out. And Vi, she has that guaranteed engage with her Assault and Battery. If she catches you out of position, then you will pay for it.
And you're seeing him just constantly looking around for things to do right there. Dragon back up, pink ward control. A decent amount here for NIP. Actually, not a ton of wards, but at least they know Dragon itself isn't warded. The team coming down pretty much in time. But looks like SKP has some plans of their own. Will they get much out of this one? Lantern's there. Just getting some vision. No smite grab. All right, that's going to be the pickup here for Amin again. So everything really going NIP's way. Very good start to the game for these guys.
If at worst that was going to be, or at best for SKP, that was going to be just a Dragon going over to Nip because their top laner is up top, no teleport. At worst, they were going to lose kills to an engage like this.
Ooh, good flash from Six, though. Keeps him alive against Timbers. He's going to put the Lantern in for Ginsu. Now, will they get the chase back in? Nah, there's a Vi saying, don't you frickin' dare.
On the hunt, serving two purposes there. We got to try our engage and then also run away after it failed and we missed the Tibbers. So,
yeah,
able to engage and then get out cleanly after the botched attack.
And to think that was Six forced to flash. A much longer cooldown than on the hunt. Freeze not going to get hit here. He's nice and happy. And you're seeing this bottom lane get better and better here for NIP. 163 to 154 in minions. Of course, Free's been part of a whole bunch of kills as well at 104. 0-0 chased down now by Mozilla, but just going to pop his ulti and survive. I don't know if Mozilla needed to ignite that. I feel like it's not going to do too much.
He's used to ignite quite often just when 0-0 pops his ulti to cut down on the healing, but since the cooldown for his ulti is so much lower, you know, he really hasn't been able to get anything out of it here. And 0-0 is really just grabbing all the minions, taking the aggression of Mozilla and running away, out-sustaining him and returning after his mana pool is low.
Wow, very well done here by these guys. Honestly, just 0-0 being a pretty happy guy. 25 minions. Of course, had more to do on the map as well. This mid lane, we talked about how Exila actually, to be fair, still puts some threat down. Mozilla Zora in a fight again. And Muda might find another cleaver here. Briefcase.
There's three people walking around the ward. And 0-0 still chasing because he's got some backup.
Well, they know the ulti's up for Shyvana, but they might still try to go for this one anyway, forcing that out. The rest of the team able to disengage pretty safely. Of course, top lane still pushed in, and of course, NIP now in control of this blue buff. They have a winning top lane and a winning mid lane, and you can see what they can do with that. They time the buff, and they show up for it.
Yeah, very easy invade for NIP right now because even though the defensive wards are up from SKP, they don't have the manpower to defend the blue buff there. You saw, even in the 3 versus 3, there's not much that they can do.
Not really at all. NIP really capitalizing on 0-0 very, very well. SKP, unfortunately, their saving grace could have been their bottom lane, but it just doesn't seem to be. And even Nuke Duck is finally starting to roam right here. This could get worse and worse for SKP before it gets any better.
He knows that they have a pink ward at Dragon, so he wasn't seeing him coming down that far. But I like this other little ward from SKP just around the corner that did see him get into position in this bush. So SKP should be playing very safe right now. They know they are the next target.
Yeah, they clear things around the river. They actually ping the brush LeBlanc sitting in, saying, you know, Nuke Duck is probably still there. She hasn't shown back up in mid.
I mean, there's so many engage tools here. On the hunt, flash and stun is ready for Annie. You have to play really, really far back.
Well, they've pulled Ginsu and Exila here to try to make this a 4v4. NIP realizes they have been seen on the way over and just leave. Starting the blue buff could give that to Nuke Duck, but we'll see what he does with it. Looks like LeBlanc will sweep away these minions. No, Amen's going to take this blue here, as Nuke Duck did get the steal a little while ago in the enemy blue. So, sharing the buffs around. Sharing is always caring, of course. But you're just seeing every lane just getting better and better for NIP.
Yeah, the bottom lane pretty much sticking even there as none of the ganks have been successful. But the top lane is again the story.
Yeah.
0-0 was able to snowball this pretty hard there with a little bit of attention from Vi, but mostly just by outlasting.
Yes, he absolutely did. And instead of just completely bullying out, he's just out-sustained here, but is on a much better late-game champion in Mundo. Much more playmaking, much more ability to roam. I know we talked about this during Champ Select, but they've really unlocked 0-0 to work throughout the entire game. SK Prime can't just wait out NIP to win.
They're doing a good job, though. What they want to do is continue to move up the ward line so that they can take away everything in SKP's jungle, and they can deal with, well, There you go. You can just walk away, actually. He doesn't even need wards.
Nope. You just press R and go backwards. And I don't know. This is a couple of times we've now seen people get pulled over to stop Zoro0 and none of it's working right
Amin
now.
finally got in position, too.
And Vanillin is going to go die. The bottom lane turret's going to fall as well. NIP still finding more things to do. And why the heck not keep pushing?
This is a really, really, really uphill battle for SKP. They're going to have to just group up and make an all-in on some smaller camp of NIP players. Like, if they can force something on a 5v3, a 5v4 even, other than that, it's really, really looking rough for them.
Okay, we'll see what they can do. A couple of souls going Thresh's way. NIP, those two bottom turrets did go down after that kill. Pretty easy to get the second one after the first. Let's see, still this top lane battle. I guess it's getting a little bit easier for Mozilla. That turret's going to protect him for most all-ins. But the rest of the map still pretty well unlocked. Ninjas in Pajamas, that's a good steal right there by Freeze. Have grabbed all 3 outer turrets. This siege can continue somewhere else. Dragon's up at 20. That's probably their next target. And another fight here of guys who aren't going to die. And they just
That's pretty much all
the
we got out of
damage.
that one. I wonder if we had the same voice actor do all the roaring for all of those beefy top laners. Here we go, no ward coverage.
And Ginsu is going to get cut down to size. Goodbye.
That's going to be a vault breaker to the face, as well as the burst combo from LeBlanc. Just in time for the dragon here. Now there's no smite to steal it away, so even if Ginsu wanted to jump over the wall again, he would have no chance.
And it's not going to get picked up at all by SK Prime. Ninjas in Pajamas completely in control of Dragon. I believe the entire game. Should be their 3rd or 4th by this point. And Nuke Duck chilling. So, yeah, beefy top laners. You know, I feel like they have different voice actors. I know the female ones are different because Vi sounds really weird in Korean.
Vi here, we have to shout out pretty much the playmaker for this game. Amin on Lee Sin did not have the effect that they're looking for in that early game jungler last time, but on Vi, it's a completely different story. He went for that gank mid that I was hoping he was going to do early, and it was successful even without him burning his flash. The turret dive, yes, they got the kill trades, but first blood and assisted meant that it was definitely a step up for them. And then an easy return gank after he was level 6. Going for the Zed without flash.
Ooh, Nuke trying to juke his opponent. Is going to survive this one, and Amin shows back up to protect his friend. Looks like Exila does not have flash, does not have his W up until right now, and is going to find anywhere to go. Zoro0 grabbed that one with a briefcase.
Secured.
The lane is theirs.
I think Amin deserved that kill. But Zoro0 burned pretty much nothing. He had 1 briefcase.
Briefcase always deserves it. Mozilla puts the trophy down, doesn't find anything to do. Picked up. Is that Triumphant Rise on the top of that trophy? I guess it would make sense. It looked like either a scroll or a club, but it's all the same color. I didn't know that, actually, that it was Triumphant Rise on that Trundle pillar.
Do you have Triumphant Rise?
I do. I played back
What
in beta.
did you win, freak?
I won...
it was Twisted Tree Line tournament, wasn't it?
I won a Tree Line tournament. I also got top 3 in one of the solo mid showdowns. I went 1-2 against Reginald's team in the finals. I did win a Tree Line tourney, though. It's one of the places I got it.
Wow, the burst this time from Nuke Duck, not able to bring down Ginsu as we saw in the last game. He didn't even go for the kill there, though, not using his Deathfire Grasp. So it wasn't a full-hearted effort.
Speaking of, though, what do you have Triumphant Rise from?
Oh, I don't even know. We won so many things. That was when CLG used to win tournaments all the time, so we had like...
You could have stopped at win.
4 different tournaments or something. We definitely have one for WCG, though.
Yeah. One of the last times NA ever beat EU.
Oh.
It's true. Or Korea.
You already hyping for the next Battle of Atlantic?
Already. Wait a year.
That's going to be a while.
It's also one of the last times NA beat Asia either. China had a team. They didn't do too well.
You know, North America just started stealing away the European players then.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good strategy, I have to say. It worked out for the battle. Yeah, it worked out for TSM, definitely.
Yep. Cloud9 doesn't need no European players. They'll just beat Fnatic. You salty Europe? You salty Europe?
I want to see Twitch chat right now because
Only team Fnatic lost to in the last like 5 months is American. Okay.
Freak starting fights.
Uh-oh.
All right, we have a group up though.
Yeah.
All right, SKP are making their move. Even though it's 1-11, they took down the outer turret. Now they're going to get stunned up though.
Two-man Tabor as the Assault and Bounty coming by as well. Exila's going to try to go into the fight to trade a kill. Not going to do much for it. Nuke Duck picking up 2 so far. The chase still in. 0-0 in the back line. Soul Wings, Vanillin, and the rest of the team is diving through for NIP. 3 picked up so far. The chase still 0-0 just does not freaking care. All 5 go down, and all 5 survive from Ninjas in Pajamas. 14,000 gold, 16-1. Huge.
IR full armor Mundo. I can tank your entire team and make it to the finish line. Now they're going to work on the inhibitor turret here. This will be an inhibitor down. If they play cautiously, they'll back off here because they don't want to overextend and let SKP do a counter Baron. And that's probably going to be the go-to move because even this far ahead, you always got to worry about the counter Barons. One inhibitor down is defensible. That's pretty easily defensible, especially if you're able to counter with that Baron. So
yeah,
got to play a little bit safe.
I think my favorite comeback play was I forget if they were Vulcan. I think they were Vulcan by this point. Back in the last season, they got like mostly Ace, lost an inhibitor, and then bought 4 home guard boots and rushed Baron. And they got it before the other team responded, and it was like a really big comeback play. It was really sexy. Didn't happen here for SKP. Didn't have the money for home guards. You can check items on corpses. If their corpses in vision, you can see them buy items. So maybe NIP saw they didn't buy home guards, but either way, for what it's worth, nothing happening here. NIP just completely in control right now. Like, geez, they have had such a better game this time. You sang Eamon's praises. I like 0-0 a lot for this one as well. Won his lane and is continuing to work well in team fights. Just a lot of awesome things. And now actually it's NIP starting Baron here.
So much percentage damage, both with the denting blows and Mundo cleavers. They should be able to get this one very easily, and you can see the perimeter of wards they set up. They'll see any sort of SKP aggression long before they get in range. Probably will be able to protect the smite quite easily.
This looks fairly safe. No one's coming by at all. Red team has slain Baron Nashor. Amon getting that one. 5-0-9 on Vi. He's been part of 14 of his team's 16 kills. Without dying, being pretty good on the smites for most of this game. And just like forcing away people.
Another thing that Vi just did right there, I just noticed, you know, little tricks that I've actually seen a lot of LCS Vi's not do. Is, you know, he did his Vault Breaker, but right after the Vault Breaker hits, you get the little bump, and that's enough time for an auto attack, and then you activate your E. A lot of people I've been seeing are just Vault Breakering and Eing. You don't get the full Denting Blows combo. Oh, he's got his Zhonya's ready.
And he's Zhonya's the death mark itself that hasn't even applied right there. Nuke Duck trying to block with his clone, trying to survive, jumps over the wall and survives, and Amon takes down Exila.
This is a pretty big play there from Nuke Duck.
Yeah.
I like the execution on that one. Finally coming up with something flashy.
Didn't have to burn the Summoner Spell. And there we go. Next is going to go down. Surrender. Coming in from SK Prime. 18-1. Ninjas in Pajamas. Such a better game to last time. I mean, game 1 was like, all right, 0-0 winning his lane. Nothing else happening. This time, everybody doing amazing.
I have to say, again, Amon.
Yeah.
Just his play improved so drastically from the last game. He had 10 times the impact that he did last time on Vi this time.
I think he had the same impact just for the other team. He was the first. Well, to me, he was the first 2 deaths. Both those went to Thresh. Okay. Both him getting picked off on the Lee Sin. So yeah, again, much better choice. Really well played. I love the play here, guys. We got to take a quick break, but when you return, it's going to be time for the 3rd and final showdown of tonight's quarterfinal battle: the Ninjas in Pajamas versus SK Gaming Prime. 1-1, winner take all. Right here, right after this. round of the 2014 European Challenger Series. It's been a fun back and forth series so far tonight, but like all good things, it must come to an end. Kobe, it's time for Game 3 between Ninjas in Pajamas and SK Gaming Prime.
All right. So I already talked about maybe I talk about Vi players a little too much, but he was 6-0-9. He was 6-0-9 in that game, so we have to shout him out one more time. He's a new jungler, and he's only 16 years old, so he's got a long ways to go.
Yeah.
Bright future.
Yeah, he replaced Herkybot and didn't even skip a beat. He's doing a great job here. Zoro0 also, we talked about him a whole bunch. Renekton the first time, won his lane super hard. Didn't have a big impact. Mundo this time around, 3-0-4. Won the laning phase by 50 minions. Still doing a good job.
Yeah, Zoro0 is definitely, seems like a very consistent star for this team.
Yeah.
And even though he did not patch the turning realm or whatever to get them sort of close to into this spot, every player that plays with him or knew him like sort of came out to his defense, you know, and he's like, oh, he's an amazing top laner, and he definitely has showed it here.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, Nuke Duck on LeBlanc went back for the same matchup, wanted to play LeBlanc into Zed, went 6-1-14, had a pretty dang good game there in the mid lane.
I like that end game play that he pulled off, assassination, able to get out alive because of the Zanyas. But man, he had a lot of jungle support, whereas Exila on the Zed didn't have a lot of extra help to work with, and he still stayed in it. So I have a lot of respect for the SKP mid laner as well.
Yeah, held up completely well. 6-1-4, by the way. Quick mental typo by me there. Also, we're going to keep going through the lineup. Freeze on Sivir also is good to see him on, because they're not really winning the lane anyway, so get a good team fight AD carry, but Sivir 3-0-10, big in those fights, hastening everyone and making them happen.
I also like just in the lane, using the on the hunt for the ganks for to speed up Annie so she can get the initiation, bringing in Vi. It worked out quite a few times there, getting the jump on the bottom lane.
Yeah, I gotta say, like, as much as we talk about Amon doing a good job, everyone kind of set up the lanes for that success, right? You know, Sivir dashing people in, LeBlanc just being a good person to gank for in general, and even setting up Mozilla as well from Zoro0. Like, all these guys worked as a team. Amon could go anywhere he wanted, and someone was like, on a silver platter here, please kill my laner. It's free gold.
That's why he went early mobility boots, so he could get to all the different stations that he wanted to fill his platter up.
Got some cheese on one side, some grapes. I don't know which these champions are, but got some Zed steak early on, and that was the appetizer. I don't know why you'd eat Zed steak for an appetizer, but whatever. We're going to move on. And honestly, I mean, and you got to think about like the story, again, the road of NIP, because it's the one I know, and it's got to be difficult. Okay, the descent.
It's a long story.
Yeah, the descent from LCS and all that. But the big one is they had lost, what, 4 games now in a row in LCS promo matches, right?
Yeah.
0-3 to Ro8, then the forfeit loss in the makeup qualifier, and now 0-1 in the best of 3, and it's like, and they come back so strongly when they're like, I'd be kicking myself right then if I were them.
This time around, Mundo, definitely a problem.
Yeah.
Probably see that name pop up on the board. Vi, also definitely a problem. What are they going to do about this? Ward better? Ban her out?
Yeah.
Counter jungle? If you are going up against a Vi, usually you want something like Elise, which has been banned out every single time, that will provide that early pressure. Like Shyvana does not provide the ganking potential.
No.
We keep seeing the Shyvana return to this bottom lane where she has a Thresh lantern to at least get in, but even when she does get in, it's on the Thresh to get that kill to happen, and the AD carry, you know, to back it up with whatever CC he's got. So it's still not quite the answer there that they're looking for.
Wow, and NIP throwing me for a loop, certainly. They're going to actually steal away the Thresh pick, not Mundo. They're like, you know what? You did the same bans, and that's fine. We're going to go somewhere completely different and ban a support and take Thresh.
So the top laner for SKP has played Trundle and Trundle. If they are suspecting he'll go Trundle again, leave up the Mundo. It's probably ours for the taking. We want to take away what's been the huge playmaker for this SKP team. I like stealing away Thresh. Same thing here, the idea though for SKP, they're like, okay, you can have our big playmaker, but we're going to take yours.
Yeah, and of course they've kept with the Lucian here as well for his Vanillin. Apparently they liked him on that one. And as a random thought, I feel like I want to know the win-loss record of a team that wins the game 1 of a BO3, runs the same comp, and the win-loss record in game 2 from that. Like the teams that are successful and run the same thing again, because I feel like that doesn't tend to work. I feel like
it's pretty bold to just run the same thing.
Yeah. Certainly backfired this time around for SK Prime. They're going to see if they can pull it up in Game 3 here. The Dr. Mundo does come back in an NIP with Vi off the table. Does go back to Lee Sin and Amin. We'll see if he can put out the same performance.
Hovering over another Shyvana? We've already seen 2 jungle Shyvanas. If they jungled Shyvana again and ran a top lane Vi, I think that would be a huge mistake. Vi's laning is not nearly on par with her jungling. So I think that they would probably switch this one up. I'm not quite sure the champion pools for the 2 players, the jungler and the top laner, but if they do lock that in, I'd much rather see the Shyvana up top.
Yeah, I think that's the most likely situation if that does go in, and it is going to be if Lulu support potentially mid. I've seen a couple of guys in my Challenger research play Lulu mid. You never know, but we'll see. And now, here we go with Sivir still on the table. Right now we're looking at maybe a Draven pickup here.
I mean, there's not a lot of damage in the first 3 picks here.
True.
Support, then Lee Sin usually goes fairly tanky if he's a jungler, which is probably going to be jungling it again. Mundo as well, not much damage there, mostly meat. So they need way more damage in the last 2 picks than they've already got.
Well, they're still going to hover over the Draven. The LeBlanc has been locked in. So 3 times in a row, Nukeduck wanting this champion. Blind twice as a counterpick to Zed the other time. Apparently happy with it. The Thresh Steal is here. Amin back on the Lee Sin that he had a hard time with the first time around. The Dr. Mundo was great for Zorozer. He's going to keep that one up. And now Freeze maybe to play his 3rd AD carry in 3 games. Will it be? It is Draven.
All right, I'm excited to see something shake up the bottom lane.
Yeah.
Because it's been a little bit stale in the beginning. But man, very excited for this Draven because that's where you want to focus one of your early ganks. If you can get him a gank, he'll make the call after he's got enough stacks of adoration. If you can make the call to get an early gank, maybe around like 5 minutes or so is when I usually time it so they can get a BF sword off their first back.
Oh, man.
It's huge for him. If you can get the first kill and adoration stacks for Draven enough to get his BF sword, then he crushes lane. Like he's an insane snowball.
I've experienced that. It sucks a little bit. I hate Dravens like that. SK Prime, though, making an adaptation there. Exile going to go over to Gragas this time around and not the Zed again. So a new mid lane matchup here for the first time. But the rest of this coming in through here. And speaking of sort of those timed ganks, I know you can shunpo to a Lantern. I assume you can safeguard as well as Lee Sin. And so you can be like, what, like 1,200 range away and be like, and now I'm on top of you.
Yeah, Lee Sin Thresh ganks are pretty funny to watch because not only is Lee Sin already a great lane ganking champion, but you're right, the range is instead, it just gets insane. I don't know, though, because the bottom lane on the other side, wait, what was it locked in? The support. It wasn't Leona. Lulu. Right. The counter engage from Lulu. Like, she doesn't have to play up. She's not one of the melees like Leona or something. She's not going to be that far extended. And she has a great glitter lance for the counter engage slowing you down and speed boost for running away. So
yeah, maybe even Hex Draven if you really have to. But we are into the game, guys. Game 3, the final one here in the quarterfinal. Our first quarterfinal between Ninjas in Pajamas and SK Gaming Prime, formerly known as Team Kappa Prime. And these guys are here to play and get themselves into the top 4. Challenger points, money, all kinds of fun stuff. A road at the LCS, probably the most important of them, on the line here for these guys. And Nukeduck back to his Flask ways.
yeah, the adaptation they made before, going with the Doran's ring, it worked out pretty well because he had more power for the early gank, and they barely got the kill. So he definitely needed that extra ability power. But this time around, going against Gragas, it is a completely different story. He is going to be dishing out his own damage towards the back line, usually trying to land those barrels to not only take out the creep wave, but also get harass.
Interesting thing. This is kind of random, but Nukeduck switches masteries. He's got Biscuiteer this time around. I believe he had regular health potions the other 2 games. So
he did.
Against Gragas, changed masteries. Like, actually, I want better potions this time. So, I don't know. It's fun. I normally don't see that kind of adaptation because AD carry players all run the same runes and masteries on every champion, with, like, Corki and Ezreal being the only exceptions. So it's like, oh, mid laners do different things. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, he's got summon utility. Can't tell how deep from that, and we're actually not in the game, so we can't teleport over to Europe and check it out.
Sad face. Zoro0 going to chill in his top lane brush, though. I assume actually he gave up buff duration. You normally see 2109 in every page I've seen. It's just some will give up buff duration for better potions. But that's still an interesting adaptation. We'll see what happens with this one. These guys have put Trinket wards down. Mithy going to keep his jungle invade pretty safe. And the same jungle paths that we saw in the first games, the top laner is going to help their jungler start the first camp out. And the 2v2 lane at the bottom.
I think it's because these 2v2 lanes are so closely matched that any small tipping point, like even coming to lane a little bit late from helping a buff might switch that one. But this time around, Lucian Lulu actually can shove it a little bit harder if they use the Glitter Lance very early. But Freeze has been able to get the first step here, just juggling both spinning axes now, constantly auto-attacking the whole wave.
Yeah, he's going to be able to get a lot of adoration stacked up by the time this all happens. An early Trinket ward did go down in this lower brush, but I don't know if we're going to see a jungler sneak in just yet here. Freeze and Mithy's still trying to poke out. Nuke Duck. The interesting thing is I see LeBlanc picked a lot as a counter pick to Gragas, most notably Faker I know does this. And so it's interesting to see Exila pick this one up. Did run Magic Resist Blues, although I would too if I fight a LeBlanc, but it's the matchup so far.
Plus, after he's been doing so well on Zed in the lane phase, you know, even when he was repeat ganked, he was still even up in CS at times.
Wow, and look at that damage on Vanilla, and that was 2 spinning axes there with the hook from Mithy. Your life is pain. I am sorry, Lucian.
Well, isn't this, you know, one of the AD carries that Freeze was really known for very early that got him sort of one of the reputations of being one of the best AD carries in Europe? Yeah, definitely. So he definitely knows his way around Draven.
Yeah, he is a brutal Draven player. And I just got to point out, lower lane, by the way, Thresh versus Lucian. We'll see who ends up with Senna's soul at the end of it all. Nuke Duck right here waiting around as Ginsu is looking to make some plays, but with Nuke Duck stuck under his own turret, I don't think he's going to get found.
Now, Nuke Duck has been playing pretty passively here. If he doesn't use his W for harass to try and pop a Q or something, then there's not going to be an opening for a gank for Vi, because this early on, the best that he could do would be flash Vault Breaker, and in that case, Nuke Duck would also flash. So the best scenario would just be trading flashes, and not a whole lot to be gained there.
Was that for a counter gank, maybe? We had a similar situation. Oh, my God.
There's the aggressive W, though.
Yeah, as soon as Vi ends up leaving, actually, from Ginsu. But I guess my read is that last time this exact situation, Amin ganked with Vi when Exile started pushing up. I guess maybe it was a counter gank from the Vi and just didn't find anything there. Amin chose not to show up. Ginsu going to take out the white camp of his own, but Lee Sin's all the way to the top of the map, stealing away Golem.
Amin is looking to find him early in the jungle, but he didn't find any enemy champion, so just going to counter jungle the big Golem and then look to swing up top. Because Shyvana early doesn't have the escape, but she's also extremely tanky, and Mundo is going to have a hard time getting through that. They might burn a flash here, but it'll be very hard to actually take him all the way down. If they can start out with Mundo Cleavers to start the perma-slow, though, they have a good chance of getting flash.
And they don't even try for it right here. He could have shown up, maybe.
He gave up.
Yeah, decided not to go for it. Does show back up to mid, though. Vi nearby. Gets you available for the counter. Exila getting jumped on, does not land the chain. Nice jukes there. Dodging them both. Good job, Exila.
Exila is really definitely impressing me, even on Gragas here. Again, the gank returns, but this time around, Vi trying to come in and pick up the slack and answer this threat. He doesn't get himself into a very good position to go for it, though, because Nuke Duck, hovering around the opposite side, has such a long gap closer there, the jump, that he could just easily get away.
Yeah, pretty safe there. More counter-jungling, actually. Looks like Ginsu's going to take away one of the big wolves here. Pretty safe stuff. Yeah,
so, you may not know this because you're not a jungler, but there's only one big wolf.
What did I say?
Nothing right. One of the big wolves.
One of the big wolves. Yeah, it's fair. Okay. There's one on the other side of the map.
All right, so down bottom, though, we will have a Lee Sin get behind enemy lines.
Ooh, and a nice slow there. Going to actually make Zvanillion force flash just from the stand aside. Nice play there by Freeze. The almost gank happening. And level 6 first from Nuke Duck as well.
Not able to pop the R to Q right there, though, so it's a lot of damage missed out in the exchange. And Gragas is just doing fine, shoving him into turret.
Amin sees Exile. A lot of damage coming out early on. He's going to actually chase the body slam. 300 health left. Not going to find too much more. Nuke Duck, not much mana.
So good thing for Nuke Duck right there. Exile was not yet level 6. Might have been able to turn that one around because Vi was in the area.
That would have been all kinds of scary. Dropped into a turret. pain just coming your way. Looks like Exila now level 6, low on health, enough mana for now. Double Dorn's Ring on him. Nukeduck still has not backed to base yet. He's got to have at least over 1,000 gold at this point, I would assume.
Over 1,000 gold.
Yeah,
Let's take a
1,300.
look. Nice call. Draven's at 1,600, so
BF sword if he wants it.
The old BF sword there is just sitting in wait. He doesn't even have to get a kill.
Awesome stuff there for him. Looks like they're going to actually clear the minion wave pretty quickly here, NIP. They want to back right here with the BF sword gold. And actually a pretty much slower early game laning phase, the exception being 500 gold lead just from minion kills for NIP.
Yeah, and I got to, again, call out Zoro being the constant bully that he is. Even on Mundo, winning early versus Shyvana. Now, we do have to also note, though, this is 4.1. Shyvana did have some damage reduction nerfs that were given to her in this patch. However, she's still been played quite a lot on live and in the smaller tournaments as an early force there that should be able to run Mundo around. However, once again, Zoro able to stand his own and even come out with a nice lead.
Yeah, very well done here by Zoro, and looks like, yeah, just 10 minions, a rush towards the Blade of the Ruin King here for Mozilla. Has boots and the cutlass so far. What's it going to be for Zoro? Most of Sunfire? There's a giant belt. Ooh, interesting.
Negatron cloak.
Moonfire cloak. Doesn't exist, but, you know, whatever. Interesting. So early magic resist, of course, that is Shyvana's damage type here. Ginsu starting away the blue buff should go to Gragas, so these guys are going to trade their buffs pretty equally here. No invades. Well, no invades for major buffs, I should say, by NIP, nor by SK Gaming Prime. We did see invades earlier in the previous game.
All right, we've got a Lee Sin on the bottom side of the map and a pink ward in the tri-bush. So this could be a hotbed for some action.
He's at double golems right now. You're seeing SKP know that they are the scared ones right now. These supports matching builds. A little bit of tanky there. Mythy 6 forcing the jump away from Svanillin. You're seeing just how much respect SKP is giving the Lee Sin ganks and just the damage that Thresh Draven has.
Yeah, the BF sword to a Phage is an easy exchange for Freeze. He can completely bully right now. So the only thing he has to watch out for is getting too aggressive. This is a beautiful ward that you really want to put a lot in whenever you're facing Vi. It's kind of one of the wards supports got used to placing when they were facing Jarvan, who would pull that same sort of move. But when Vi was released, pretty much does the exact same thing. So that's where you want to get it down.
Looks like a fight now in the jungle right here, actually in the river, I should say. Amon getting knocked around a little bit by Ginsu. A lot of damage coming across. There's the Vault Breaker as well. Oh, Amon getting the kill with the kick Q and the jumps to a ward. Style points there by Amon.
Whoa, he pulls it out of the end. He combos because the damage from his ulti getting Vi even lower for the execute on his Sonic Wave. Oh, man, Ginsu thought he had backup coming, and he had this one in the bag. But no, Amon's able to barely pull it out and then safeguard away. Beautiful play once again.
And man, you said he was looking for the fight right there, and he found it finally. Nukeduck and Exila trading blows. It was a fight we saw a little bit earlier. Nukeduck actually flashed a body slam flash from Exila that would have probably guaranteed a kill. Both these guys really in each other's heads pretty nicely in this one.
Both of them are also starting with those... Okay, so let's see this fight one more time. Good job by him, Denty blows. He ultimates when the Q gets on him, and he's close enough here for Gragas to go for an ultimate, but I don't think he had cooldown on his ultimate.
Yeah, it was down.
So because it wasn't available, he wasn't able to do anything but watch his jungler die.
Who lands his body slam though, but Amon is here, and Exila's got not many places to go. Does not quite do enough damage to kill off Nukeduck, and Ginsu didn't do enough damage to kill Dragon. Ouch.
Rough day at the office here for Ginsu. He's ran into Lee Sin, got murdered, and then decided to go for that dragon kill. I didn't see how close he was to finishing it off. He might have only been a couple attacks away. Yeah, it might have just been 100 health or something there.
He actually burned Smite. He was like really close. He was low enough that he smited it. And just didn't quite do enough damage there. So Dragon now being started here. NIP pretty well in control right there. Blue team picks it up. Ancient Golem already done for Amon. He is actually massive. Ginsu hasn't even gotten the Ruby Crystal for it yet. This Lee Sin is much, much huger than Vi.
Yeah, the Lee Sin influence has really spilled over into the mid lane too. Exile, once again, was doing really, really well against Nukeduck. However, Lee Sin came in behind and was able to kill him, just tipping the balance once again in Nukeduck's favor.
Good stuff by these guys. The help is there, and Nukeduck is happily floating around. Zoro0 still holding on against Mozilla. Only 4 minions, actually. I guess this will turn into 7 pretty soon, separating these guys. So when Mozilla's not losing the laning phase, this is normally a laning phase you see Shyvana win. So Zoro0 well on his way to be doing the same things he was doing before.
All right, so we've got a little adaptation here in the pink ward from SKP on the bottom side. So he can be confident that Lee Sin won't be attacking from the dragon side, and that one should stay there a while. A lot of people now checking the small little bush, so they don't check this side bush. It's interesting, the cycles that the mind games of where people are placing pink wards really go through, because once you get into a trend, then a new spot becomes the hot spot to put it.
And we've seen something like that with level 1s as well, where very few teams start with any wards at all. You know there's 0 ward vision for the first minute and a half. And then occasionally we see a team be like, yeah, we'll invade with a Thresh Hook and then catch you out and kill you. We saw that in EG's game against Coast, I believe it was. We're just like, yeah, we know you're going to sit there in this brush because everyone doesn't and has no wards. And I feel like we're going to see more teams start pulling the adaptation out where they know they're walking through darkness and can make plays.
Amin has just been camping mid here, looking for another play, but Ginsu's ready to answer this time.
Yeah, he was there, didn't find much, so going to disengage and clear the minions around one more time. The minion kills still good for Exilate in this lane.
Oh, he caught him once again.
Ami's going to find this. Oh my god, what the play! Oh, man.
All right.
He's dead.
I'm going to wait for the replay on that one, but I'm pretty sure he started the Lee Sin dragon kick and then flashed over.
Yeah.
It's something that you can do. Scuba Chris in the Challenger of North American series was famous for doing that a lot. It's just extra style points. Starting the kick and flashing to the other side before the kick goes off, he will go backwards here. So, okay, so he's got the Q on him. Oh, okay, what was the flash kick there? Getting him away from that wall. And Ginsu still had to burn his flash. Now there's just so much bouncing around because LeBlanc has 2 different Ws to go back for. Nukeduck decided he wanted to get in close range to see the finish there, and actually goes back into the R.
Vi ulted the Lee Sin, right? And not the LeBlanc. I was wondering if like Nukeduck was trying to like pull Vi to the other side of the wall if she had been targeted instead. It was like, I'm going to pull you way out here. Screw you. Didn't happen. Either way, though, the kill picked up 3-0 and a whole bunch of style points for Amin. Seems to be a very good pickup for NIP. Not going to lie. He's doing really well so far. 3-0. Boots mobility just now picked up 14.5 minutes in. No Ancient Golem yet for Ginsu, unfortunately. Very different start for these junglers. And let's see what's going on right there. Again, the harass on his bottom lane's Vanillin. Not too happy. The pull onto 6. Will NIP go in for this one? Looks like they're giving a lot of space to the Lulu. Pops a wild grass as well. Pops her own flash and freeze. Will now start the push. Not going to find anything, though.
Touch the edge of the box and flash there. A little bit of misplay, but they're baiting in freeze.
Here we go. Culling doing some good damage on a 400 health. With a jump in for Amin. Lands the Q on a Ginsu freeze. Gets the cash in. That's going to be a whole bunch of money 15 minutes in. Kicks back Ginsu as well. He's got nowhere to go. Double kill for freeze. 56 gold that time for
Ginsu thought they could bait him further in, but there was a ward in that side lane bush, and he was just wasting time standing there while Amin comes in to save the day once again. He is just dominating Ginsu pretty much this game. Really, really tough break there. The ward in the side bush paying off huge for Nip.
Guys, wards win games. Please buy them when you're playing League of Legends. They're really useful things. NIP in a very happy place now, 5,000 gold ahead, and the push starting in all kinds of places on the map. Bottom lane turret did go down, mid lane down to half. Top lane, they're just kind of sitting there fighting each other, no one really cares right now. But Nukeduck killing these minions off and keeping the pressure on here as Exile is forced to just take these minions up for himself.
Yeah, let's take a look at that old top lane, check back in. Yep, nothing's changed.
They're actually farming. They actually have the highest minion scores in the game. I actually rarely see that for top lane.
They're focused, Freak. This is what laser focus does for you.
Minions only. I'll regen, back off. These are all his. That's nice.
Exactly. Using the quick shield there to burn down all the minions one tick. Prime them up for himself.
You know, it's one of very few toggle abilities with an actual cooldown when you turn it off. It's like three-ish seconds. Oh, the flash.
Flash.
Knocks into the wall right there. Nuke Duck dropping a little bit low, down to about 40%. Ginsu goes in onto the main target, but here comes Amin. Do they have the damage? Oh, the juke from Nuke Duck. Let's see, can Juke Duck get away again? He's going to get jumped on with the Vault Breaker, still running, but here comes 6. Jumps over to the side. Exila's still in the fight with Amin. The Roots coming by. Exila's still getting chased. That is not a kill picked up. I believe Lulu even stopped the Q in with their ulti, and now it's Vanillin forcing Amin away. And no one even died there.
Not even Juke Duck? What in the world? He got the second chain off there, and Ginsu was not able to finish him off. Long ride through the jungle.
Man.
Very, very exhausting work. But with everybody coming up to the mid lane here, SKP have the advantage, and they're able to get the turret damage down.
Oh my gosh, you guys, you League of Legends YouTubers got your work cut out for you. I love these games because they're all so individually skilled. These plays happen all the freaking time, and they are fun to watch. A lot of high-level play right here by these guys. NIP back in for their second dragon, I believe second dragon of this game.
Gragas is coming in, and he's going to have the combo available very soon.
But 6 might be getting hit right here. Look at the damage out, but Amin picks that one up pretty safely. Dragon's still taking even more pain. Okay, there's a barrel. Nuke Duck's going to push him back, and that's the ulti gone.
Was that Draven's? Oh, no, that was Thresh's voice. That was a deep, deep thank you there from Mythy. Able to secure that kill onto 6.
Here we go. Ooh. Okay, Exile forced back. Here we go.
Now, yeah, okay, never mind. Zillin's getting in trouble here.
Vanilla, you do have flash, you do have bury. The flash pull in, the barrier freeze, chase it, do it, it's worth it. 300 gold for the kill, 176 for his stacks, and a 3-0-1 Draven. Getting rich because of the League of Draven. Pretty happy stuff.
Yeah, he's going to have complete rule over this bottom lane now. The turret's gone. They're 7-0 with the stronger jungler who's now got mobility boots. Should be pretty safe for them to keep pushed up.
Oh, nothing found by Exila. Oh, that was a bit of an overextension, but might have baited in for Ginsu. Ignite, one more tick. Gets him. Nuke Duck still in this fight now, forcing back Ginsu 1v2 and wins it.
Did you say get some or gets him?
Gets him.
Get some.
I'm not Duke Nukem.
LeBlanc was able to dodge pretty much every single ability from Gragas there. That was very well played by Nuke Duck.
I gotta say though,
gotta give him props for that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But now that you mentioned get some, I mean, if you switch the words around, his name is basically Duck Nukem. It's really close. I feel like this is a thing here. There's a lot of nicknames for this guy in this game. I've got like 4 so far in this series.
He does keep playing LeBlanc.
Yeah.
Her job is to nuke him, all right.
That's true. All right, guys, SKP very much on the back foot, down almost 9,000 gold now. It's just been getting worse and worse. Uh-oh, Amin does get caught out here, jumps to a ward. He's really quick with those.
His Lee Sin play is definitely admirable this time around, redeeming himself from the first game.
Mozilla might get deleted right here. He's going to go in forwards. Can he get knocked down? Yeah, he's going to go down. Nuke Duck taking him away. Says, I like Chrome.
All right, Nuke Duck's, you know, he's tired of sitting around in that mid lane. He's making plays now. The turret is down, so his roaming potential is through the roof. I'd even like to see him switch out his trinket ward for a sweeping lens so he can get into those positions, you know, make sure that he is 100% confident there he's not seen out by any vision of SKP, and pull out some more really nice assassinations.
See if you can find any more. 0-2 so far for Nuke Duck. Been a pretty good part of this game. Most of these players actually have been part of about 4 kills, with Amin being well above at 6. He's been really everywhere, making a lot of stuff happen. Freeze is gigantic, though. I just got to point out, Bloodthirster and
Zoro is not afraid, even though they had a ward on try.
We'll see if they can take him down. 500 health left on him, still running away. A lot of damage coming across, and he will go down. Ginsu claims that one, and the celebratory Gragas ulti to make sure he goes nowhere. That's going to be the first kill on the board for SK Prime, but they've got a long way to go. Mozilla getting caught up here again. Freeze jumping onto this one, getting the crits there with his axes. Ignite will do enough, and Mythy claims a kill for himself.
Freeze
1-0-4.
makes him stand aside, and Mythy threads the hook right through. Really good coordination and communication with that duo lane.
That's beautiful. That is absolutely amazing. Really good play there by NIP. Actually, sitting just out of vision of a ward. I like this spot. Okay, now he sees. But it was cool for a second. Oh, he's going to pull in a friend. Can he?
He's got no friends. He was getting a soul.
There we go. All right, at least they want to be a friend.
Somebody would click it. He knew somebody would click it.
Just click the lantern. Just do it.
At this stage, this is looking a lot like that game 2.
Yeah, it is.
And Nip, they do have the teleport, so they can have Mundo split pushing. And since he's got a Spirit Visage plus Sunfire combo, which is the go-to combo there for Mundo, he can be a beast up there split pushing by himself, and they can play the slow game, wait for him to slowly gain objectives up from up in the top. But they also have the ability to use Thresh's hook and just wait until they grab somebody juicy.
Yeah, there's all kinds of good things available for these guys. Zoro finally now building his minion kill lead as well. You talked about that slow play as well. He's actually winning the heads up now on top of the objective game with the teleport. 27 minions now putting Zoro above, and actually zones Mozilla away from his own turret so he can put some damage into this one. Freeze happy to kill off more minions. 905 damage crits, by the way, on spinning axes. A lot of pain right there. Turret goes down successfully, and Zoro still pushing around Mozilla.
This is going to be a while, guys, though. So
half HP.
You can take a seat here and watch.
Missy's a dragon.
The hook's going to take it. Okay. Too long.
Not
All right.
enough.
They make the counter engage on Freeze, though. They've got him.
Earlier barrier still getting knocked around there and has a lantern to run to. It doesn't need it. Ginsu forced away. Exala's going to go down. Nice pickup by Amin. 5-0 and 2. Ginsu's got nowhere to go. Nuke Duck picks that one up as well. This is a really good fight there as everyone is falling from SK Prime. 6 drops down. 320 gold for that one. The ulti coming across. Vanillin not having place, and Zoro just does not care about this. A second-tier turret is likely to follow as well. 13-1 so far, NIP.
SKP re-engage, but they're still a 4 versus 5 in the red side jungle because their tank was the one who took the early aggression and had to go back. There was no Mozilla that could join, so unless you can burst your target down, you don't go for that pick. They were trying to catch out Freeze and burst him, but since he's got so much lifesteal as well, he was able to just immediately lifesteal back up. Like, there's nobody around to really capitalize on that Vi ultimate. Six had to flash to get in range. And Amin takes out the damage. He's basically screening for Freeze right here, catching Exile and making sure that there was no follow-up damage. So Freeze ends this fight at full health, even though he was initiated on by the Vi and Flash Lulu. He ends up chasing him back to base.
And meanwhile, you just see Nuke Duck wreaking havoc to the backline. Then Six just doesn't have really anywhere to go. And you're just seeing Freeze hit richer and richer throughout this game. So, look at this. Last Whisper, 3-item 80 carry at 24 minutes is already massive. You've got barely 1.5 versus Vanillin right now. Ninjas and Pajamas well in control here. And man, just think about how rough that game 1 was and how rough the last couple months has been. And NIP are just showing themselves a whole lot stronger, and Amin especially really showing up. So Vanillin nowhere to go. Oh my god!
That was a
Let
Freeze.
him get it.
That was a Freeze crit.
Yeah,
that was beautiful. He's gone with the awe factor build. It's all attack damage, so a single attack. He's just going for the giant single attack there. Pure attack damage and penetration coming in for him. So you get those moments where he can literally just take out half of someone's life bar with one single hit.
And I know there's actually one Draven player, Double Lift, actually goes Trinity Force on him as well for even more just gigantic Q crits, and we'll see if we see that much else. I expect Static Shift's the likely pickup. I've even seen Phantom Dancer actually because you can walk through minions, which will help you pick up axes. There's actually all 3 Zeal items can be good on Draven. I like those choices. They all have useful parts to them.
Yeah, especially since he's already got Infinity Edge. That would be a beautiful pickup for him.
See what he goes for. NIP. Zoro top lane, and they're starting to turn the screws in, all 5 near the top side. They're getting ready to go.
They're closing in here. Zoro did have to use his ultimate, though, and he's still only at half life.
Oof.
So is Exile, though.
Yeah. You should have followed up that Q. Come on, Amin. Be a man. All right. Forcing him back. No mid laner now for SK Prime. He's forced to heal. Xyla, also a young German player, 16, I believe, as well, actually. Looks like Swede's performing a little bit better this one. Freeze going to find the knockup.
Very dangerous to go near Freeze.
Yeah, he will shatter you pretty quickly right here. Let's see where they go with this one. NIP looking for the mid lane. Zoro alone split pushing top. Pretty standard spot for him.
He's been holding on to his teleport the whole time, so he can join the fight. He'll just be there a little bit late. So all that the rest of NIP have to do is buy that extra couple of seconds, and they can disengage pretty easily here, actually.
Nutek running away. Mozilla locked up. The dive in onto Mithy. The dive in onto Freeze as well. Here comes the backline of NIP trying to stay alive. Gitsu flashing over the wall. Looks like the knock-in onto Amma. He's going to go down, but a trade kill onto Vi. Now Exile is taking a bunch of pain. 0-0 chasing him down. The pull onto Mozilla. Who's going to pick that up? Well, Freeze will get 6 first, and then he'll join up. Mozilla, one attack, picks it up. 54 gold for that one. The hook lands onto Vanillin. The Lantern to Freeze, and that AD carry is going down. Ace picked up there for Ninjas in Pajamas. Looks like they will be able to take a bunch of this base.
Stylish flash hook there from Mithy over the wall to grab the last kill and the ace. This is going to be Nip full reign over the SKP base.
And there is the surrender coming out 27 minutes in. Ninjas in Pajamas 2-1 over SK Prime, and they're going to join the top 4. These guys keeping their LCS road hopes alive.
They're definitely alive. They look really good, too. In the last 2 games, at least, came out very strong. First game, I think that their opponents for the previous game, or for their next matches, are going to want to study exactly what SKP did to get to that point, because that was really the only point that there was any weakness that we saw in this team.
Yeah, completely shut them down. Good job there by NIP. I think 3 deaths total in the last 2 games. Really impressive play. But now that tonight's quarterfinal match is quietly resting in our match history, let's take a look at the updated Challenger Series bracket. With their win, Ninjas in Pajamas advance to the semifinals, where they await the winner of tomorrow night's best of 3 between Tick, Trick, and Duck and the Storm Games clan.
Next week, we have 2 more quarterfinal matchups coming your way, with Meet Your Makers battling Eyes on You next Thursday, and then next Friday, Cloud9 HyperX Eclipse takes on Pulse Esports. As always, head over to lolesports.com for the details.
And coming up Friday, before we get to the Challenger matches, we do have 4 more European LCS games kicking off the day, starting with Alliance taking on Copenhagen Wolves at 1900 CET, 10 a.m. Pacific.
And immediately following those 4 LCS games is our Challenger Series matchup, TTD versus SGC.
Now, guys, that does it for tonight's Challenger Series. Thank you again to our friends at Coca-Cola. And now for myself, Kobe, and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching. Good night, and GG.
Bye.